He said carefully. Yes. Stop buying new supplies. Use what we already have: stone, iron, and timber.
We get the timber for free.
But we must pay people to bring it here.
That's true. All right.
Jack went to the window and looked down. He saw piles of stones and big tree trunks near the priory. He already knew how much he had.
That's not a problem. With fewer workers, we have enough to last until next summer.
Philip gave a tired sigh. There's no promise we will hire summer workers next year. It depends on the wool price. You should tell the men about it.
So things are that bad?
They are even worse. This country needs 3 years of good weather. And we need a new king.
Amen to that.
Philip went back to his house. Jack spent the morning thinking what to do about the changes. There were 2 ways to build the nave. One way was to build it part by part, starting in the middle and moving west. The other way was to make the base for the whole nave first, then build upward. The second way was faster but needed more masons. That was how Jack had wanted to build it. Now he thought again. Building part by part was better when there were fewer men. It had another good point. He could test small changes for wind resistance in 1 or 2 parts before using them everywhere. Jack also thought sadly about the future. The money problems might slow the work more and more. He imagined himself turning old and weak while the great church was still not finished. He saw in his mind his own grave under the shadow of an unfinished cathedral. When the noon bell rang, he went to the mason's lodge. The men were eating cheese and drinking ale. He saw that many had no bread. He asked the masons who usually went home for dinner to stay a little longer.
The priory is short of money.
I have never known a monastery that wasn't, sooner or later.
Jack looked at him. His name was Edward Two-Nose because he had a big wart on his face, almost as large as his nose. He was a good carver who shaped fine stone curves, and Jack often gave him the most careful work.
You must agree this place handles money better than most. But Prior Philip cannot stop storms or bad harvests. Now he must spend less money. I will tell you what it means before you eat. First, we will not bring in more stone or timber.
Some workers from other lodges came closer to listen. One old carpenter named Peter said,
The wood we have will not last the winter.
It will last. We will build more slowly because we have fewer men. The winter rest starts today.
He knew at once that he had told the news in the wrong way. Men started to shout from every side, many speaking at the same time. He thought, I should have told them more carefully. But he did not know how to do such things. He had been master for 7 years, but there had never been a money problem before. Through the noise, he heard a strong voice. It was Pierre Paris, a mason from St. Denis. After 6 years in Kingsbridge, Pierre's English was still not good. His anger made his accent even harder to understand, but he did not stop.
You cannot send men away on a Tuesday, he said.
That's right, said Jack Blacksmith. You must let them work until the end of the week at least.
Jack's stepbrother Alfred joined in. I remember when my father built a house for the Earl of Shearing, he said. Will Hamley came and sent everyone away. My father told him he must pay a week's wages. He even held Will's horse until he gave the money.
Jack thought, thanks for nothing, Alfred. He spoke again, trying to continue. You should also know the rest, he said. From now on, there will be no work on Saints' Days, and no more promotions.
The men became even angrier. Unacceptable, someone said. Others repeated the word again and again.
Jack felt angry too. What are you saying? He asked. If the priory has no money, you will not be paid. Why do you keep shouting unacceptable like schoolboys learning Latin?
Edward Two-Nose spoke next.
We are not schoolboys, he said. We are a lodge of masons. The lodge has the right to promotions, and no one can take that right away.
Jack grew hot with anger. And if there is no money for higher pay, he asked.
One of the younger masons spoke then. I don't believe that, he said.
It was Dan Bristol, a summer worker. He was not great at cutting stone, but he set the stones well and quickly.
Jack looked at him. How can you say that? He asked. What do you know about the priory's money?
I know what I see, Dan answered. Are the monks starving? No. Are there candles in the church? Yes. Is there wine in the stores? Yes.
Does the prior go barefoot? No. He has money. He just does not want to give it to us. Several men shouted their agreement. They all believed the same. But they were wrong about one thing, the wine. Still, nobody wanted to believe Jack now. They all saw him as the voice of the priory. That was unfair, because he was not the one making the decisions.
Listen, Jack said. I'm only telling you what the prior told me. I cannot say it is true. But if he says there is no money, and you refuse to believe him, what can we do?
We can stop working, Dan said. Right now.
Yes, he's right, another man said. Jack felt worried. Everything was going wrong.
Wait, he said quickly. He looked for words to calm them down. Please go back to work now. This afternoon I will try to speak with Prior Philip and ask him to change his plans.
I don't think we should work, Dan said.
Jack could not believe what he heard. He had dreamed of this church for so long. He had feared many problems, but not that the workers themselves would stop it.
Why stop? He asked. What's the reason?
Dan said, many of us are not even sure we will get paid for the rest of the week.
That's against the usual way of things, said Pierre Paris.
Please, Jack said. Keep working while I try to talk to Philip.
Edward Two-Nose asked, if we keep working, can you promise that we'll all get paid for the full week?
Jack knew he could not promise that. He thought about saying yes and paying them himself. But he realized he did not have enough money for a full week's wages.
So he said, I'll do my best to persuade him. I really think he will agree.
That's not enough, Dan said. Not for me either, said Pierre. Dan said, no promise, no work. Everyone else agreed with him.
Jack saw that if he argued more, he would lose all respect. The lodge must stand together, he said. Do we all agree to stop? There was a loud answer of yes. So be it, Jack said sadly. I'll tell the prior. Bishop Walleran rode into Shiring with many men behind him. Earl William waited for him at the church porch on the market square. William looked confused. He had expected a simple work meeting, not a big visit. He wondered what the clever bishop was planning. A stranger rode with Walleran on a chestnut horse. The man was tall and thin, with dark eyebrows and a large bent nose. His face looked proud and unfriendly. He rode beside Walleran like an equal. But he was not dressed as a bishop. When they got off their horses, Walleran spoke.
Oh, William, this is Peter of Wareham. He is an archdeacon who works for the Archbishop of Canterbury.
William thought, Walleran is planning something again.
Peter bowed slightly. Your bishop told me about your kindness to Holy Mother Church, Lord William, he said. Before William could answer, Walleran pointed at the parish church. This building will be taken down to make space for the new church, Archdeacon, he said.
Have you found a master builder yet? Peter asked.
William wondered why an archdeacon from Canterbury cared so much about this small church in Shiring. Maybe he was just being polite. No, I have not found one yet, Walleran said. There are many builders looking for work, but I cannot get one from Paris. Everyone wants to build churches like St. Denis, and the skilled masons are very busy.
It may be important, Peter said. There is one builder who might help. He will come to see us soon.
Again, William felt confused. Why did Peter think it was so important to build in the style of St. Denis? Walaran said, the new church will be much bigger. It will come farther into the square here. William did not like the proud way Walaran spoke. He said quickly, I will not allow the church to take land from the market square. Walaran looked annoyed, as if William had spoken at the wrong time. Why not? He asked. Because every part of the square makes money on market days, William said.
Walaran looked ready to argue, but Peter smiled and said, we must not block the silver fountain.
That's right, William said. He was paying for the new church himself. The bad harvests had not hurt him much. The poor farmers still gave him rent in food, and many sent him a sack of grain or a pair of geese even when they were starving. That grain was now worth 10 times more than before, so he still earned plenty even though some tenants could not pay. He had enough money to build the new church. They walked behind the church. There were some small houses that brought in little money. William said, we can build out at this end, and destroy these houses. But most of them are homes for church workers, Walaran said. We will find other houses for them, William answered. Walaran looked unhappy but said nothing more. On the north side of the church, a broad man about 30 years old bowed to them. His clothes showed he was a craftsman.
Archdeacon Baldwin, the bishop's helper, said, this is the man I told you about. My Lord Bishop. His name is Alfred of Kingsbridge.
At first, Alfred did not seem impressive. He was big and strong but looked rather slow-minded. When William looked closer, he saw a clever, sly expression like a fox.
Baldwin said, Alfred is Tom Builder's son. Tom was the first master at Kingsbridge. Alfred was master for some time too, until his stepbrother took the place.
William realized this was the man who had married Aliena. But Alfred had never completed the marriage. William looked at him with sharp interest. He would not have guessed Alfred was unable to lie with his wife. He looked healthy and normal. But Aliena could affect men in strange ways.
Archdeacon Peter asked, have you worked in Paris and learned the St. Denis style?
No, Alfred said.
But we must build the church in that new style, Peter insisted.
Now I work at Kingsbridge, Alfred said. My brother is the master there. He brought the new style from Paris, and I learned it from him.
William wondered how Bishop Walaran had persuaded Alfred to help without anyone noticing. Then he remembered the sub-prior of Kingsbridge, Remigius, who always followed Walaran's orders. Remigius must have made the first contact. William remembered something else about Kingsbridge. He said to Alfred, but your roof fell down.
That was not my fault, Alfred said. Prior Philip wanted to change the design.
I know Philip, Peter said sharply. He is stubborn and proud. How do you know him? William asked.
Long ago I was a monk at St. John in the Forest, Peter said bitterly. Philip was in charge there. I said his work was lazy. He made me almoner to send me away.
Peter still looked angry. His old hate for Philip was clear. That was surely part of Walaran's secret plan.
William said, maybe so, but I do not want to hire a builder whose roof falls down, whatever the reason is.
I am the only master builder in England who worked on a new style church, Alfred said. Only Jack Jackson has done the same.
William said, I do not care about St. Denis. I think my mother's soul will rest just as well in a church built in the old way.
Bishop Walaran and Archdeacon Peter looked at each other. Then Walaran spoke quietly to William. One day this church could be shiring Cathedral, he said. Then everything was clear to William. Many years ago Walaran had tried to move the bishop's seat from Kingsbridge to Shiring, but Philip stopped him. Now Walaran wanted to try again. This time he would do it more carefully. Before, he asked the archbishop directly. Now he planned a grand church in Shiring. He would make friends like Peter in the archbishop's circle first, then ask again. William did not like this plan. He only wanted to build a church for his mother, to help her soul find peace. He disliked how Walaran wanted control for his own goal. But it was true, a cathedral would make Shiring rich, and William would gain from that.
Alfred said, "There is one more thing."
Walaran asked, "What is it?" William looked at both men. Alfred was younger and stronger than Walaran. He could have pushed him down easily. But now Alfred looked weak beside the priest. Years ago, that would have made William angry. Now he just thought that was the way the world worked.
Alfred spoke softly. "I can bring all the workers from Kingsbridge with me," he said.
The three listeners were shocked. "Say that again," Walaran said.
"If you hire me as master builder, I will bring all the craftsmen from Kingsbridge," Alfred said.
Walaran asked carefully, "How can we be sure you speak the truth?"
"You do not need to trust me," Alfred said. "Give me the job only if I keep my promise. If I cannot do it, I will leave without pay."
All three men disliked Prior Philip, so they liked this chance to hurt him.
"Some of the masons worked on St. Denis," Alfred added.
"But how will you bring them here?" Walaran asked.
"It does not matter. Let us say they like me more than Jack," Alfred said.
William thought Alfred was lying. Walaran looked as if he thought so too. He raised his head and stared at Alfred down his long nose. Still, Alfred spoke as if he truly believed his own words. Maybe his reason was not clear, but he trusted he could bring the workers. "If they all follow you here," William said, "then the work in Kingsbridge will stop."
"Yes," Alfred said. "It will."
William looked at Walaran and Peter. "We need to talk more about this," he said. "He should eat with us." Walaran nodded. "Follow us to my house," he said to Alfred. "It is at the other end of the market square."
"I know," Alfred said. "I built it."
For 2 days, Prior Philip did not speak about the strike. He was so angry that he could not talk. When he saw Jack, he turned away and walked in the other direction. On the second day, 3 carts full of flour came from one of the priory's mills. Armed men guarded the carts, because flour was as valuable as gold now. Brother Jonathan, who worked under old Cuthbert Whitehead, checked the flour. Jack watched him count the sacks. Jonathan's face looked familiar, like someone Jack already knew. Jonathan was tall and thin, with light brown hair. Philip was short, slim, and dark-haired. But in other ways, Jonathan was like Philip. He was serious, honest, strong, and full of plans. People liked him, even if he was a little strict. They felt the same way about Philip. While Philip stayed silent, Jack decided that talking to Jonathan would be almost as good. Jack waited as Jonathan paid the guards and the carters. Jonathan worked quietly and well. When the carters asked for more money, as they often did, he said no in a calm but firm way. Jack thought that studying in a monastery was good training for a leader. Then Jack thought about his own weak leadership. He had let a small problem grow into a big one because he handled his men badly. Every time he remembered that meeting, he felt angry with himself. He wanted to make things right. When the carters left, still complaining, Jack went over to Jonathan.
"Philip is very upset about the strike," he said.
Jonathan looked like he wanted to say something sharp. He seemed angry too. But then his face softened. "He looks angry," Jonathan said. "But really, he is hurt inside."
Jack nodded. "He takes it very personally."
"Yes. He thinks the builders turned against him when he needed them most."
"In a way, they did," Jack said. "But Philip made a big mistake when he tried to change how they worked without talking to them first."
"What else could he do?" Jonathan asked.
He could have spoken with them before the decision, Jack said. They might have found their own ways to save money, but I should not judge Philip, because I made the same mistake.
Jonathan looked curious. How did you do that?
I told the men about the new rules in a hard and thoughtless way, Jack said. I sounded just like Philip when he told me.
Jonathan wanted to stay angry and blame the workers, like Philip. But now he started to see things differently. Jack decided to stop talking. He had said enough. A new idea had been planted in Jonathan's mind. Jack went back to his drawing area. As he picked up his tools, he thought about the situation. Philip had always been the man who brought peace to the town. He was the judge when people argued. Now Philip himself stood on one side of the fight, full of anger and hurt. Someone else needed to make peace this time. Jack realized that person had to be him. As master builder, he could speak to both sides, and everyone trusted his reason. He only wanted to keep the building work going. He spent the rest of the day thinking of how to do it. He kept asking himself, what would Philip do? The next day, Jack felt ready to face Philip. The day was cold and rainy. In the early afternoon, Jack walked slowly around the empty building site. He pulled the hood of his cloak over his head to stay dry. He pretended to study the cracks high up in the wall, but he was really waiting. When he saw Philip hurry to his house from the cloisters, Jack followed him. Philip's door was always open. Jack knocked and went inside. Philip was kneeling in front of a small altar in the corner. Jack thought he already prays all day and half the night at church, and now he is praying at home too. There was no fire in the room, because Philip was saving money. Jack waited quietly until Philip stood and turned around. Then Jack said, "This must stop." Philip's kind face looked hard now. "I see no problem with that," he said coldly. "They can come back to work whenever they want. On your terms." Philip looked at him quietly.
They will not come back on your terms, Jack said. They will not wait forever for you to change your mind. He added quickly, or at least for what they call reason.
Not wait forever, Philip said. Where will they go when they get tired of waiting? They will not find work anywhere else. The famine is everywhere in England. Every building site must stop work.
So you want to wait until they come back to you asking for your pardon, Jack said.
Philip looked away. I will not make anyone beg, he said. I do not think I ever gave you a reason to believe I would do that.
No, and that is why I came to talk with you, Jack said. I know you do not want to shame those men. That is not the kind of person you are. Also, if they come back angry and full of pain, they will work badly for a long time. So for both of us, we must help them keep their pride. That means we must give something too.
Jack was nervous. He had said everything in one big speech. This was the moment that would decide everything. If Philip did not change his mind now, the future would be hard. Philip looked at Jack for a long time. Jack could see he was fighting between his feelings and his reason. At last Philip's face became softer. We should sit down, he said.
Jack felt a quiet relief when he Saturday. He had planned what to say next. He did not want to make the same mistake he had made before with the workers. There is no need to change your stop on buying supplies, he began. The break on new hiring can stay the same. No one has a problem with that. I also think they will agree that there will be no work on Saints' days if you give something in other parts.
He waited for Philip to think about his words. Until now he had offered everything and asked for nothing. Philip nodded. All right, he said. What will we give?
Jack took a breath. They were very upset about the rule that stopped promotions, he said.
They think you want to take away the lodge's old rights.
I told you that was not what I wanted, Philip said, sounding tired.
I know, Jack said quickly. Of course you did. I believe you. But they don't.
Philip looked hurt. He could not understand how anyone could doubt him.
Jack spoke fast. That's finished now. I want to suggest something that will not cost you anything.
Philip listened carefully.
Jack continued. Let them still approve the promotions, but delay the pay raise for 1 year. He thought, try to say no to that if you can.
Will they agree? Philip asked.
It's worth trying, Jack said.
Philip frowned. What if I still cannot pay them next year?
We will talk about it then, Jack said.
You mean, make a new deal next year?
Jack lifted his shoulders. If we must.
I understand, Philip said calmly. Is there anything else?
The main problem is the way you sent the summer workers away, Jack said honestly. That kind of firing is not used on any building site here. You must let them work at least until the end of the week.
He wanted Philip to feel less embarrassed, so he added, I should have told you that before. So I only need to keep them 2 more days? Philip asked.
No, Jack said. That will not be enough now. If we had done it differently from the start, it might have worked. But now they will ask for a bigger compromise.
Philip looked at him. You already have something in mind, don't you? Jack had one last thing to ask for, and it was important to him.
It's the start of October, he said. We usually let the summer workers go at the start of December. Let's meet them halfway and do it at the start of November.
That only gives me half of what I want, Philip said.
It gives you more than half, Jack said. You still save money because of the lower stock, the delay in pay raises, and the holidays.
Those things don't matter much, Philip said.
Jack leaned back and felt sad. He had already said everything he could. There were no more words, no more ideas to use. Philip did not want to change his mind. Jack almost gave up. He looked at Philip's hard face and waited.
Philip looked quietly at the altar in the corner. After a long pause, he said, I'll bring this to the chapter.
Jack felt a wave of relief. It was not a real win, but it was close. Philip never asked the monks to consider something he did not already support, and most times they agreed with him.
I hope they accept it, Jack said softly.
Philip stood and put a hand on Jack's shoulder. He smiled for the first time. If I speak as well as you did, they will, he said.
Jack was surprised at how quickly Philip's mood had changed. He said, the sooner this problem ends, the smaller the harm will be.
I agree, Philip said. This made me very angry, but I don't want to argue with you. Then he reached out his hand.
Jack shook it and felt pleased.
Should I tell the builders to come to the lodge in the morning to hear the decision? Jack asked.
Yes, please, Philip said.
I'll do it now, Jack said. He turned to leave.
Jack, Philip said.
Yes, thank you.
Jack nodded and went out. He walked through the rain without putting up his hood. He felt happy. That afternoon he went to every craftsman's home and told them there would be a meeting in the morning. The unmarried men and summer workers were not at home, so he found them in the alehouse. They were all sober because ale was more expensive now, and nobody could afford to drink much. The only man Jack couldn't find was Alfred. No one had seen him for 2 days. He finally came to the alehouse at dusk looking oddly pleased with himself. He didn't say where he had been, and Jack didn't ask. Jack left him drinking with the others and went to eat supper with Aliena and the children. The next morning he began the meeting before Prior Philip arrived at the lodge. He wanted to prepare the men first. He had planned his words very carefully so that he would not say anything wrong. He wanted to speak as wisely as Philip would. All the craftsmen came early. Their jobs were in danger. A few younger ones looked tired. Jack guessed they had stayed late in the alehouse and forgotten their troubles for a while. The young men and summer workers would be the hardest to convince. The older craftsmen thought more about the future. The few women workers were careful and practical. They would support any peaceful solution.
Prior Philip will ask us to return to work and offer us a compromise, Jack began. Before he comes, we should talk about what we can accept, what we will refuse, and where we can make changes. We must show Philip we stand together. I hope you agree.
There were a few people who nodded. He spoke with a little anger and said, "I think we must refuse to accept being fired right away." He hit the workbench with his fist to show he would not change his mind. Many men loudly agreed. Jack knew Philip would never ask for that rule. Jack wanted the angry men to defend the old customs, so when Philip gave in on that point, they would calm down.
Also, we must protect the lodge's right to choose who gets promoted, he said. Only craftsmen can say if a man is skilled or not. He was not being honest. He wanted them to think about promotions, not money. When they won this non-money point, he hoped they would agree to compromise on wages. He continued, about working on saints' days, I am not sure. Time off is something people usually discuss and agree about. There is no single rule for it as far as I know. He looked at Edward Two-Nose and asked, What do you think, Edward?
It changes from place to place, Edward said. He looked happy that Jack asked him. Jack nodded, showing Edward to keep talking. Edward started to explain the different ways to deal with saints' days. Everything was going just as Jack had planned. The long talk about something unimportant would bore the workers and make them tired of arguing.
Then a voice from the back broke in, saying, "This does not matter." Jack looked around and saw Dan Bristol, a summer worker. Jack said, "Wait your turn. Please let Edward finish."
But Dan did not stop. "Forget that," he said. "We want higher pay."
A raise? Jack said. He thought it was a silly demand. But to his surprise, Dan had support.
Pierre said, "Yes, that's right, a raise. Look, a 4-pound loaf costs 1 penny now. A hen used to be 8 pence and is 24 now. None of us here has had strong beer for weeks. Prices keep going up, but we still earn 12 pence a week. We have families to feed."
Jack felt unhappy. He had everything under control before, but this spoiled his plan. He did not argue with them. He knew he would lose power if he looked too sure of himself. "I agree with you," he said, surprising them. "The problem is, how can we make Philip raise wages when the priory has no money left?"
No one answered him. Then Dan said, "We need 24 pence a week to live, and even then we will be poorer than before."
Jack felt upset and confused. Why was he losing control of the meeting? Pierre said, 24 pence a week, and many men nodded. Jack suddenly saw that maybe others had their own plan too. Looking sharply at Dan, he said, "Did you talk about this before?"
"Yes, we did last night in the alehouse," Dan said boldly. "Is that a problem?"
Certainly not. But some of us were not at that meeting. Can you tell us what was decided?
All right.
The men who had not gone to the alehouse looked angry, but Dan did not care. He was about to speak when Prior Philip entered the room. Jack looked at Philip quickly. The prior seemed happy. He saw Jack and gave him a small nod. Jack felt excited and full of hope. The monks had accepted the agreement. He opened his mouth to stop Dan from talking, but he was too late.
"We want 24 pence a week for craftsmen," Dan said loudly. 12 pence for labourers and 48 pence for master craftsmen.
Jack looked at Philip again. Philip's happy face changed. Now he looked hard and angry.
"Wait a moment," Jack said. "This is not what the lodge agreed. It is a silly demand made by some drunk men in the alehouse."
"No, it isn't," another man said. "It was Alfred. I think most craftsmen want double pay."
Jack stared at him with anger. "A few months ago you begged me to give you a job," he said. "Now you ask for double pay. I should have let you go hungry."
Prior Philip said, "And that is what will happen to all of you if you do not use your heads." Jack had tried very hard to keep peace, but now he saw it was impossible. His plan had failed.
Dan said, "We will not work for less than 24 pence. That's final."
Prior Philip said with anger, "That is impossible. It is a foolish dream. I will not even talk about it."
"We will not talk about anything else," Dan said. "We will never work for less."
Jack said, "This is crazy. How can you say you will not work for less? You will not work at all if you do that. You have nowhere else to go."
Haven't we?
Said Dan. The lodge became quiet. Jack felt dread in his heart. He thought, "This is it, they have another choice."
"We have another place to go," Dan said. He stood up. "As for me, I am going there now."
"What do you mean?" Jack asked.
Dan looked pleased. "I got work on a new building site in Shiring," he said. "We will build the new church there. Craftsmen get 24 pence a week."
Jack looked around. "Did anyone else get the same offer?" he asked.
Everyone in the lodge looked ashamed.
Dan nodded. "We all did," he said.
Jack felt terrible. It was all planned. He understood they had betrayed him. He felt foolish and hurt. Then his hurt turned into anger. He searched for someone to blame. "Which one of you?" he shouted. "Who betrayed me?"
He looked from face to face. Most people looked down. Their shame did not help him. He felt like someone left behind.
"Who gave you this offer from Shiring?" he shouted. "Who will be the master builder there?"
His eyes moved across the men and stopped on Alfred. He understood at once. Sick with disgust, he said, "Alfred. You are leaving me to work for Alfred." No one spoke for a while. Then Dan said quietly, "Yes, we are."
Jack knew he had lost. "So be it," he said sadly. "You know me, and you know my brother, and you still choose Alfred. You know Prior Philip, and you know old William, and you choose William. All I can say to you now is that you will get what you deserve."
Chapter 15I.
"Tell me a story," Aliena said. "You never tell me stories anymore. Do you remember how you used to?"
"I remember," Jack said.
They were in their secret place in the forest. It was late autumn. They did not sit by the stream in the shade. Instead, they made a fire under the rocks for warmth. It was a cold, dark, grey afternoon. But they felt warm because they had just made love, and the fire burned in the room. They were both naked under their cloaks. Jack opened Aliena's cloak and touched her breast. Aliena thought her breasts were too large. She felt sad because they were not as high and firm as before she had children. But Jack loved them just the same, and this made her feel happy and calm.
"A story about a princess who lived at the top of a high castle," he said.
He gently touched her nipple.
"And a prince who lived at the top of another high castle."
He touched her other breast.
Every day they looked at each other from the windows of their prisons. They wanted to cross the valley between them.
His hand rested between her breasts, then moved down.
But every Sunday afternoon they met in the forest.
She gave a small cry because she was surprised. Then she laughed at herself. These Sunday afternoons were the best times in her life. The rest of her life was slowly breaking apart. The harvest had been bad, and the price of wool had fallen. This caused great trouble in the country. Many merchants lost their businesses. People in towns had no work. Peasants had no food and were hungry. Jack was lucky because he still had work. With a few craftsmen, he was slowly building the first part of the nave. But Aliena had almost stopped her cloth business. Things were worse here than in other parts of southern England. This was because of the way William acted during the famine. For Aliena, this was the most painful part of the problem. William wanted a lot of money to build his new church in Shiring. The church was for his cruel and half-mad mother. He had sent many tenants away because they could not pay rent. Some of the best land in the county was now empty and not used. This made the grain shortage even worse. At the same time, William kept large amounts of grain to sell later at a higher price. He had only a few workers and did not need to feed many people. So for a short time, he made money from the famine. But in the future, he was harming his land and its power to feed the people. Aliena remembered the earldom when her father was alive. It had been a rich land with good fields and busy towns. When she thought about it now, her heart felt heavy. For some years, she had almost forgotten the promise she and her brother made to their father before he died. After William Hamley became Earl and she began her own family, the plan to win back the earldom felt like a far dream. Even Richard had accepted a quiet life as head of the watch. He married a local girl. She was a carpenter's daughter, but the poor girl was often ill and died last year. They had no children. When the famine began, Aliena started to think again about the earldom. She believed that if Richard became Earl, he could help the people. With her support, he might ease some of the hunger and pain. But it still felt like only a dream. William was close to King Stephen. The king was now stronger in the civil war. There was no sign that things would change. Yet all these sad thoughts disappeared when she and Jack were together in their secret place in the forest. They lay down on the soft grass and held each other. From the very beginning, they had wanted each other strongly. At first, Aliena had felt surprised by her own strong desire. Now she was 33 years old. She had given birth, and her body had changed. But Jack still wanted her deeply. On most Sundays, they made love 3 or 4 times. Now Jack's light joke about the forest became a gentle touch on her skin. She pulled his face close and kissed him. Then she heard a voice. They both stopped at once. Their secret place was far from the road and hidden by thick bushes. Usually no one came there, except maybe a deer or a fox. They stayed very still and listened. The voice came again. Then they heard another voice. As they listened harder, they heard the sound of many people moving through the trees. Leaves and branches moved softly, as if a large group of men was walking nearby. Jack picked up his boots from the ground. He moved quickly but without noise to the small stream close by. He filled one boot with water and poured it over their fire. The fire went out with a soft sound, and a little smoke rose into the air. Then Jack slipped quietly into the bushes. He bent low and moved away. Soon he was gone from sight. Aliena put on her undershirt and her tunic. She pulled on her boots. Then she wrapped her cloak around her body. Jack came back as quietly as when he left.
Outlaws, he said.
How many? She asked in a low voice.
Many. I could not see all of them.
Where are they going?
To Kingsbridge. He raised his hand. Listen.
Aliena turned her head and listened carefully. Far away, she heard the bell of Kingsbridge Priory. It rang fast and did not stop. It was a warning of danger. Her heart jumped.
Oh, Jack. The children.
We can reach the town before the outlaws, he said. We must cross Muddy Bottom and walk through the river near the chestnut wood.
Then we must hurry.
Jack touched her arm to stop her. He stood still and listened. He often heard small sounds in the forest that she could not hear. He had grown up in the wild, and his ears were sharp. She waited without speaking. After a while he said, "I think they have all passed." They left the small clearing. Soon they reached the road. No one was there. They crossed the road and went into the woods. They followed a narrow path that was hard to see. Aliena had left Tommy and Sally with Martha. They were playing a game in front of a warm fire. She did not fully understand the danger, but she felt very afraid that something bad might happen before she reached her children. They ran when the ground was clear. Most of the way was rough and uneven. She could not run fast. She moved in a quick, small run. Jack walked beside her with long steps. This path was more difficult than the road. That was why they did not usually take it. But it was much faster. They went down the steep hill to Muddy Bottom. This place was a wet and dangerous bog. Strangers sometimes died there, but people who knew the safe path could cross it. Still, the soft mud held Aliena's feet. It pulled her down and made her slow. She could not walk as fast as Tommy and Sally. On the other side of Muddy Bottom there was a shallow place to cross the river. The cold water reached her knees. It cleaned the mud from her feet. After that, the road was easy to follow. The alarm bell sounded louder as they got closer to the town. Aliena tried to feel hopeful. If the town knew about the outlaws, maybe they were ready. Aliena and Jack came out of the forest into the meadow across the river from Kingsbridge. At the same time, many young boys ran toward the bridge. They had been playing football in a nearby village. They shouted loudly and were sweating, even though the air was cold. Everyone hurried to the bridge. The town gate was already closed, but the guards on the wall saw them and knew them. When they came close, the guards opened a small side door. Jack pushed forward. He made the boys let him and Aliena go first. They bent their heads and went through the low doorway. Aliena felt very thankful. She was glad they were inside the town before the outlaws arrived. Breathing hard, she and Jack walked quickly up the main street. The townspeople were climbing onto the walls. They carried spears and bows. They also brought piles of stones to throw. Men were gathering the children. They were taking them to the priory for safety. Martha was probably already there with Tommy and Sally, Aliena thought. She and Jack went straight to the priory close. In the kitchen yard, Aliena saw someone who surprised her. It was Jack's mother, Ellen. She was still thin and brown from the sun, but now her long hair had grey in it. There were small lines around her 44-year-old eyes. She was speaking quickly to Richard. Prior Philip was a little far away. He was sending children into the chapter house. He did not see Ellen. Martha was standing close with Tommy and Sally. Aliena took a deep breath and hugged the two children.
Mother, why are you here? Jack asked.
I came to tell you something important, she said. A group of outlaws is coming. They want to attack the town.
We saw them in the forest, Jack said.
Richard turned his head quickly. You saw them? How many men?
I am not sure, Jack answered. But there were many. Maybe 100 or more.
What weapons did they have? Richard asked.
Clubs and knives. 1 or 2 had small axes. Mostly clubs.
Which direction?
They are north of here.
Thank you. I will look from the wall, Richard said.
Martha, take the children into the chapter house, Aliena said.
She went after Richard. Jack and Ellen followed them. They walked fast through the streets. People stopped Richard and asked, "What is happening?"
Outlaws, he said, and kept walking.
At times like this, Richard was strong and calm, Aliena thought. When he had to work and earn money, he did not know what to do. But in danger, he was clear and steady. They reached the north wall of the town. They climbed a ladder to the top. There were piles of stones along the wall. People could throw them at attackers. Townsmen with bows and arrows were already standing in place. Some time before, Richard had asked the town guild to practice for attacks once every year. At first, many people did not like the idea. Later it became a normal event, like the summer play. People even enjoyed it. Now the practice was helping them. The townspeople moved quickly and with confidence when they heard the alarm. Aliena looked across the fields toward the forest. She felt afraid. She could not see anything.
You arrived much earlier than they did, Richard said.
Why are they coming here? Aliena asked.
The priory has food stores, Alan said. This is the only place near here with food.
Of course, Aliena said softly.
The outlaws were hungry people. William had taken their land. They had no way to live except by stealing. In the villages without walls, there was almost nothing to take. The poor farmers had very little. They were almost as poor as the robbers. Only the big farms of rich landowners had a lot of food. While she was thinking about this, she saw them. They came out of the forest. They ran fast, like animals running from fire. They crossed the field and moved toward the town. There were 20 of them. Then 30. Then 50. Maybe even 100. They looked like a small army. They probably wanted to surprise the town and enter through the gates. But they heard the bell ringing. The town was ready for them. Still, they kept running. They were very hungry and very desperate. A few archers shot their arrows too soon.
Richard shouted, "Wait! Do not waste your arrows."
The last time Kingsbridge was attacked, Tommy was only a baby. He was 18 months old. Aliena was pregnant with Sally. At that time, she hid in the priory with the old people and the children. Now it was different. She decided to stay on the wall and fight. Most of the women made the same choice. There were almost as many women as men on the walls. But Aliena felt worried when the outlaws came closer. She was near the priory. The attackers might break through at another place. They could reach the priory before she could run there. She might get hurt in the fight. Then she would not be able to help her children. Jack was here. Ellen was here too. If they died, only Martha would be left to care for Tommy and Sally. Aliena did not know what to do. She waited and tried to decide. The outlaws were almost at the walls now. Many arrows flew down on them. This time Richard did not tell the archers to wait. Many of the outlaws fell. They had no armor to protect them. There was no plan for the attack. No one was in control. They ran forward like wild animals. They rushed toward the town wall without thinking. When they reached the wall, they did not know what to do. The people in the town threw stones at them from the top of the wall. Some outlaws went to the north gate and hit the door with heavy clubs. Aliena knew that door very well. It was made of thick oak and covered with iron. It would take all night to break it. At the same time, Alf Butcher and Arthur Sadler carried a large pot of boiling water from a house. They lifted it up to the wall above the gate. Below Aliena, some outlaws tried to climb the wall. They stood on each other's shoulders to make a human tower. Jack and Richard quickly threw stones at them. Aliena thought about her children and felt afraid. She also began to throw stones. Ellen joined them. The outlaws tried to continue while stones fell on them. Then one man was hit on the head. The human tower fell down. After that, they stopped trying. Soon there were loud cries near the north gate. The boiling water fell on the men who were hitting the door. They shouted in pain and moved away. Then some outlaws saw the men who were dead or hurt on the ground. They began to take their clothes and other things. Some of the wounded men tried to stop them. Fights started between them. Different groups argued over the things they found. It was a terrible mess, Aliena thought. It was ugly and shameful. The townspeople slowly stopped throwing stones. The attack was ending. The outlaws were now fighting each other like animals. Aliena looked at Richard.
They are too disorganized to be a real danger, she said.
He nodded.
With a little help, they could be very dangerous because they are desperate. But now they have no leader.
Aliena suddenly had an idea.
An army that is waiting for a leader, she said.
Richard did not answer, but she felt very excited. Richard was a strong leader, but he had no army. The outlaws were like an army, but they had no leader. And the earldom was breaking apart. Some people from the town still threw stones and shot arrows at the outlaws. More of the hungry men fell to the ground. At last, the outlaws lost hope. They began to move back. They were like dogs running away, afraid and ashamed. They looked back as they left. Then someone opened the north gate. A group of young men ran out. They held swords and axes in their hands. They chased the outlaws who were slow to escape. The outlaws ran fast, but some were caught. Some of them were killed. Ellen turned her face away. She felt sick and upset.
You should have stopped those boys from chasing them, she said to Richard.
Young men need to see some blood after a fight like this, he said. The more we kill now, the fewer we will fight next time.
Aliena thought this was the way soldiers think. When her own life had been in danger every day, she might have chased the outlaws too. She might have wanted to kill them. But now she felt different. She wanted to stop the reasons why people became outlaws. She did not want to kill the outlaws themselves. And she had an idea about how to use them. Richard told a man to ring the priory bell to show that the danger was over. He gave orders for extra guards during the night. There would be men watching in fixed places and others walking around. Aliena went to the priory. She brought Martha and the children back with her. They all met again at Jack's house. Aliena felt happy because everyone was there. She was there with Jack and their children. Jack's mother was there too. Aliena's brother was there, and Martha. For a moment, it felt like a normal family. Aliena almost forgot that her father had died in a dark prison. She almost forgot that she was married by law to Jack's stepbrother. She almost forgot that Ellen was an outlaw. Then she shook her head. She could not pretend this was a normal family. Jack took a jug of ale from the barrel. He poured the drink into big cups. Everyone still felt nervous and excited after the danger earlier that day. Ellen put more wood on the fire. Martha cut turnips and put them into a pot. She started to cook soup for supper. In the past, on a day like this, they would have cooked half a pig over the fire. Richard drank his ale in one long drink. He wiped his mouth.
We will see more trouble like this before winter ends, he said.
They should attack Earl William's storehouses, Jack said. They should not attack Prior Philip's. William has made most of these people poor.
They will not do better against William than they did against us, Richard said. Not unless they change how they fight. They are like wild dogs.
They need a leader, Aliena said.
Pray they never get one, Jack said. Then they would be truly dangerous.
A leader could tell them to attack William's land, Aliena said. He could stop them from attacking ours.
I do not understand, Jack said. Would a leader really do that?
He would if the leader was Richard, she said.
Everyone became silent. The idea had grown in Aliena's mind. Now she believed it could work. They could keep their promises. Richard could defeat William and become the Earl. The county could have peace again. People could live well again. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt.
There were more than 100 men in that crowd today, she said.
She turned to Ellen.
How many more are there in the forest?
There are too many to count, Ellen said. Hundreds. Maybe thousands.
Aliena leaned forward across the kitchen table. She looked straight into Richard's eyes.
Be their leader, she said firmly. Organize them. Teach them to fight. Make plans to attack. Then send them to fight William.
When she said this, she understood what her words meant. She was asking him to risk his life. He could die instead of winning back the earldom. Fear filled her heart. But he did not feel afraid.
By God, Ali, you may be right, he said. I could have my own army. I could lead it against William.
Aliena saw strong hate in his face. He had carried this hate for many years. She looked again at the scar on his left ear. Part of the ear was cut off. A bad memory came to her mind. She pushed it away. Richard grew more excited as he spoke.
I could attack William's animals, he said. I could take his sheep. I could hunt his deer. I could break his barns. I could steal from his mills. If I had an army, I could make that evil man suffer.
Aliena thought about her brother. He had always been a soldier. This was his true path in life. She was afraid for him, but she also felt happy. Maybe he would have another chance to live as he wanted. Then Richard frowned.
But how will I find these outlaws? He asked. They always hide.
I know where they are, Ellen said. There is a small road that leaves the Winchester Road. It is old and full of plants. It leads to an empty stone pit. That is where they stay. People once called it Sally's Quarry.
7-year-old Sally spoke at once. But I do not have a quarry, she said.
Everyone laughed. Then the room became quiet again. Richard looked full of energy and strong will.
Good, he said firmly. Sally's quarry.
We were working hard all morning, Philip said. We were pulling a huge tree root from the hill. When we came back, my brother Francis was there. He was standing in the goat pen. He was holding you in his arms. You were only 1 day old.
Jonathan looked serious. This was an important moment for him. Philip looked around the cell of St. John in the forest. There was not much forest now. Over many years, the monks had cut down many trees. Fields now stood around the monastery. There were new stone buildings. There was a chapter house, a refectory, and a dormitory. There were also many small wooden barns and dairies. It did not look like the place he had left 17 years before. The people had changed too. Some of the young monks he once knew now had important roles at Kingsbridge. William Bovis was one of them. Long ago, he had made trouble by dropping hot candle wax on the head of the novice master. Now he was the prior here. Some men had left. Peter of Wareham was now in Canterbury. He worked for a young archdeacon named Thomas Becket.
I wonder what they were like, Jonathan said. I mean my parents.
Philip felt a small pain in his heart. He had also lost his parents, but he was 6 years old at that time. He could still remember them clearly. His mother was calm and kind. His father was tall and had a black beard. To Philip, his father was brave and strong. Jonathan did not even have memories like that. He only knew one thing. His parents had not wanted him.
We can guess many things about them, Philip said.
Really? Jonathan asked. What can we guess?
They were poor, Philip said. Rich people do not leave their children. They had no close friends. When a woman is going to have a baby, friends know about it. If the baby is gone, people ask questions. They must have been in great trouble. Only people in deep trouble can leave a child.
Jonathan's face was tight. He was trying not to cry. Philip wanted to cry for him. Many people said Jonathan was very much like Philip when he was young. Philip wished he could comfort him. He wanted to say something warm about the boy's parents. But he could not say they loved him. They had left him alone to die.
But why does God do this? Jonathan asked.
Philip saw that this was his moment.
Once you start asking that question, you can become confused, he said. But here I think the answer is clear. God wanted you for himself.
Do you really think that? Jonathan asked.
Have I not told you before? I have always believed it. On the day you were found, I told the monks. I said God sent you here for his own reason. It is our duty to raise you in God's service. Then you will be ready to do the work he gives you.
I wonder if my mother knows that.
If she is with the angels, she knows, he said.
What do you think God wants me to do?
God needs monks for many things, Philip answered. He needs writers, painters, musicians, and farmers. He needs men to do hard jobs like cellarer, prior, and bishop. He needs men to sell wool, help sick people, teach boys, and build churches.
It is hard to believe he has a special job for me.
I do not think God would do so much for you if he had no plan, Philip said with a smile. But it may not be an important job in the eyes of the world. He may want you to be a quiet monk. You could be a humble man who spends his life in prayer and thought.
Jonathan looked unhappy.
Yes, maybe, he said.
Philip laughed.
But I do not think so. God would not make a knife from wood. He would not make a fine dress from rough leather. You are not made for a quiet life, and God knows it. I think He wants you to fight for Him, not only sing to Him.
I hope that is true.
But now I think He wants you to see Brother Leo. Find out how many cheeses he has for the cellar at Kingsbridge.
All right.
I will speak with my brother in the chapter house. And remember, if any monk talks to you about Francis, say as little as possible.
I will say nothing.
Go now.
Jonathan crossed the yard quickly. His serious mood was gone. By the time he reached the dairy, he was cheerful again. Philip watched until he went inside the building. I was like him at that age, he thought. Maybe I was not as clever. Then Philip walked the other way toward the chapter house. Francis had sent a message. He wanted to meet Philip there in private. The monks at Kingsbridge believed Philip was only visiting a small cell as part of his work. They could not hide the meeting from the monks here. But this place was far away from others. The monks had no one to tell. Only the prior of the cell sometimes went to Kingsbridge. Philip had made him promise to keep the secret. Philip and Francis had arrived that morning. They could not say the meeting was by chance. Still, they acted as if they only wanted to see each other as brothers. They both went to High Mass. Then they ate dinner with the monks. Now they finally had time to speak alone. Francis sat in the chapter house. He was on a stone bench near the wall. Philip almost never saw his own face. There were no mirrors in the monastery, so he saw his own age by looking at his brother. Francis was only 2 years younger. At 42, Francis had some grey hair among the black. There were small lines around his bright blue eyes. He was heavier around the neck and waist than before. Philip thought about himself. Maybe I have more grey hair and less extra weight, he thought. But I wonder which of us has more lines from worry. He sat down next to Francis and looked across the large room with 8 sides. The room was empty and quiet. Francis looked at him and asked, "How are things?"
"The violent men are in control again," Philip said. "The priory has very little money. We have almost stopped building the cathedral. Kingsbridge is getting poorer. Many people in the county are hungry. It is dangerous to travel."
Francis nodded. "It is the same everywhere in England," he said.
"Maybe these cruel men will always rule," Philip said sadly. "Maybe powerful men will always choose money over wisdom. Maybe a man with a sword will always choose fear instead of kindness."
"You are not usually so negative," Francis said.
"A few weeks ago, outlaws attacked us," Philip said. "They were not strong fighters. When the townsmen killed a few of them, the rest began to fight each other. Then they ran away. But the young men from our town chased them. They killed every outlaw they caught. It made me feel sick."
Francis shook his head. "It is hard to understand," he said.
"I think I understand," Philip replied. "The men were very afraid. They wanted to stop feeling afraid, so they killed the people who scared them. I saw the same look in the eyes of the men who killed our mother and father. They killed because they were afraid. But what can take away that fear?"
Francis let out a long breath. "Peace, justice, and enough food for everyone," he said. "These things are not easy to give."
Philip nodded. "Tell me about your work," he said.
"I am working for the son of Empress Maud," Francis said. "His name is Henry."
Philip had heard about this Henry. "What kind of man is he?" he asked.
"He is young but very intelligent and strong in his mind," Francis answered. "His father is dead, so he is Count of Anjou. He is also Duke of Normandy, because he is the oldest grandson of King Henry, who was once King of England and Duke of Normandy. He married Eleanor of Aquitaine. Now he is Duke of Aquitaine too.
He controls more land than the King of France, Philip said.
That is right, Francis replied.
But what is he like as a person? Philip asked.
He is educated and works very hard, Francis said. He moves quickly and does not like to wait. He is strong in his decisions. But he becomes very angry sometimes.
I sometimes wish I became very angry too, Philip said. When a leader can lose his temper, people obey faster. Everyone knows I am calm and fair. They do not hurry to obey me because they know I will not shout.
Francis laughed. Stay as you are, he said. Then he grew serious. Henry has shown me how important a king's character is. Look at King Stephen. He often makes poor decisions. He works hard for a short time, then he gives up. He is brave, sometimes too brave. He forgives his enemies again and again. Men who betray him are not very afraid, because they know he will forgive them. He has tried for 18 years to rule this country. When he became king, the kingdom was united. Now it is divided and weak. Henry already controls his lands better than Stephen controls England.
Philip suddenly had a thought. Why did Henry send you to England? He asked.
To study the kingdom, Francis answered.
What have you learned?
I have learned that the country has no strong law, Francis said. People are hungry. Storms have damaged the land. War has destroyed many towns.
Philip listened and thought carefully. Young Henry was Duke of Normandy because he was the oldest son of Maud. Maud was the only true child of King Henry, who had been both Duke of Normandy and King of England. Because of this family line, young Henry could also say he had the right to be King of England. His mother had tried to take the crown before. Many people did not accept her because she was a woman and her husband was from Anjou. But young Henry was a man. He was Norman from his mother's side and Angevin from his father's side. Philip looked at Francis. Will Henry try to become King of England? He asked.
It depends on what I tell him, Francis said.
And what will you tell him?
I will tell him that there will never be a better time than now.
Praise God, Philip said. 2. On his way to Bishop Walleran's castle, Earl William stopped at Cowford Mill. He owned the mill. The miller was a serious man called Wulfric. He was middle-aged. He had the right to grind all the grain from 11 villages near the mill. For his work, he kept 2 sacks out of every 20. 1 sack was for him, and 1 was for William. William went there to collect his share. He did not usually do this himself. But these were not normal times. Now he had to send armed men with every cart that carried flour or other food. To save time and men, he often took 1 or 2 wagons with him when he traveled with his knights. Then he collected what was owed to him on the way. There were many more outlaws now. This happened because William was strict with bad tenants. People without land often began to steal. Most of them were not good thieves, just as they were not good farmers. William thought many of them would die during the winter. At first, this seemed true. The outlaws attacked people who traveled alone, but those people had little to steal. Sometimes they attacked places that were well protected, but they were not organized. Recently, things changed. The outlaws began to plan better. They attacked only when they had at least twice as many men as the defenders. They came when barns were full of food. This showed that they watched and planned carefully. Their attacks were fast and sudden. They were brave because they were desperate. But they did not stay and fight for long. Each man ran away as soon as he took something. One took a sheep. Another took meat, cheese, flour, or silver. There was no reason to chase them. They disappeared into the forest. They split up and ran in different directions. Someone was leading them. That person led them in the same way William would lead his own men. The success of the outlaws made William feel ashamed. It made him look stupid, like a man who could not control his own land. The outlaws did not steal from other lords. They stole only from him. It felt like they were doing this on purpose to make him look weak. William hated the idea that people were laughing at him in secret. All his life, he had forced people to respect him and his family. Now this small group of outlaws was destroying that respect. What made him most angry were the words people said when he was not there. They said he deserved this trouble. They said he was cruel to his tenants and now they were paying him back. They said it was his own fault. When he heard such talk, he felt wild with anger. The people of Cowford looked shocked and afraid when William and his knights rode into the village. He looked at their thin and worried faces in the doorways. When he met their eyes, they quickly went back inside. These were the same villagers who had sent their priest to speak to him. They had asked if they could grind their own grain this year. They said they were too poor to give 1/10 to the miller. William had wanted to punish the priest for speaking so boldly. The air was cold, and ice lay around the edge of the mill pond. The water wheel did not move. The big stone inside the mill was silent. A young woman came out of the house next to the mill. William looked at her and felt sudden desire. She was about 20 years old. She had a pretty face and thick dark curls. Even in this time of hunger, her body was strong and full. At first, she looked bold and playful. Then she saw the knights behind William. Her smile disappeared, and she quickly went back inside.
She did not like us, Walter said. She must have seen Gervais.
It was an old joke, but the knights laughed again. They tied their horses near the mill. This was not exactly the same group that followed William at the start of the Civil War. Walter was still there. Ugly Gervais and Hugh Axe were also with him. But Gilbert had died in a hard battle against the quarry workers. Now Guillaume had taken his place. Miles had lost an arm in a sword fight after a game of dice in an alehouse in Norwich. Louis had joined the group after that. They were not young boys anymore, but they still behaved in the same way. They laughed loudly. They drank a lot. They gambled and chased women. William could not remember how many alehouses they had damaged. They had also bullied Jews and forced themselves on many young women. The miller came outside. Millers were never popular, and his face showed it. He looked angry and worried at the same time. William liked it when people looked worried because of him.
I did not know you had a daughter, Wulfric, William said with a slow smile. You have been hiding her from me.
That is Maggie, my wife, the miller said.
Nonsense, William answered. Your wife was old and tired. I remember her.
My maid died last year, my lord. I married again.
You bad old man, William said with a grin. This wife must be 30 years younger than you.
25.
That is enough, William said. Where is my flour? 1 sack in 20 belongs to me.
It is all here, my lord. Please come inside. To reach the mill, they had to walk through the house. William and his knights followed Wulfric into the small room. The miller's new young wife was kneeling by the fire. She was putting more wood on it. When she bent forward, her dress pulled tight across her body. She was strong and well fed. A miller's wife did not often go hungry, even in hard times. William stopped and stared at her. The knights smiled at each other. The miller moved from one foot to the other in silence. The girl looked around. She saw that they were all looking at her. She stood up and looked confused. William winked at her.
Bring us some ale, Maggie, he said. We are thirsty men.
They walked through a doorway into the mill. The flour was in sacks. The sacks stood around the round floor. There was not much flour. Usually the sacks were higher than a man.
Is this all? William asked.
It was a very bad harvest, Lord, Wulfric said nervously.
Where is your part?
Here, Lord.
He pointed to a small pile of 8 or 9 sacks.
What? William said. His face turned red. That is mine. I have 2 wagons outside. And you give me this?
Wulfric looked very sad.
I am sorry, Lord, he said.
William counted the sacks.
There are only 9 sacks, he said.
That is all, Wulfric said. He almost started to cry. You can see my sacks next to yours. They are the same.
You are lying, William said angrily. You sold the rest.
No, Lord, Wulfric said. That is all there was.
Maggie came to the door. She carried a tray with 6 clay cups of ale. She held the tray out to the knights. Each knight took a cup. They drank quickly. William did not take one. He was too angry to drink. She stood and waited with the last wooden cup on the tray.
What is all this? William asked Wulfric.
He pointed at the other sacks, about 25 or 30, around the walls.
They are waiting for collection, my lord, Wulfric said. You can see the owner's mark on each sack.
It was true. Every sack had a letter or a small sign on it. Maybe it was a trick. William could not know for sure. This made him very angry. He did not like situations where he had no control.
I do not believe you, he said. You have been stealing from me.
Wulfric tried to stay calm, but his voice shook.
I am an honest man, my lord, he said.
There has never been an honest miller, William replied.
My lord, Wulfric said, and swallowed. I have never cheated you, not even a little.
I think you have stolen a lot from me, William said.
Even though it was cold, sweat ran down Wulfric's face. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve.
I am ready to swear by Jesus and the saints, he said.
Be quiet, William said.
Wulfric said nothing more. William felt more and more angry, but he had not decided what to do. He wanted to frighten Wulfric. He thought about letting Walter hit him. He also thought about taking some of Wulfric's flour. Then he looked at Maggie. She was still holding the tray with 1 cup of ale. Her face was white with fear. She stood very still. At that moment, William had an idea.
Take the wife, he said quietly to Walter.
Then he looked at Wulfric.
I will teach you a lesson, he said.
Maggie saw Walter walking toward her, but she could not get away in time. As she turned to go, Walter caught her arm and pulled her back. The tray fell to the floor with a loud noise. Beer ran across the ground. Maggie was pulled backward. Walter forced her arm behind her back and held her tight. She was shaking with fear.
No, leave her, please. Wulfric cried in panic.
William gave a slow, pleased nod. He wanted Wulfric to watch and feel helpless. He wanted him to remember this moment. Next time, Wulfric would make sure he had enough grain for his lord.
Your wife eats bread from stolen flour, Wulfric, William said. She grows strong while the rest of us have little food. Let us see how strong she is.
He nodded at Walter. Walter caught the top of Maggie's tunic and pulled it down hard. The cloth tore and fell away. Under it, she wore a long linen shirt that reached her knees. Her chest moved up and down quickly as she breathed in fear. William stepped closer and stood in front of her. Walter twisted her arm more. She bent back and cried out. William looked at Wulfric. Then he put his hands on her chest and touched her in a rough way. Wulfric stepped forward.
You devil, he began.
Hold him, William said sharply.
Louis grabbed Wulfric's arms and held him so he could not move. William pulled off Maggie's linen shirt. He stared at her body and said nothing.
Wulfric said, No, please.
William felt a strong desire inside him.
Hold her down, he said.
Maggie began to scream. William took off his sword belt and threw it on the floor. The knights grabbed Maggie by her arms and legs. She could not fight against 4 strong men. Still, she moved her body and screamed loudly. William liked to see her fear. The 4 knights held her down on the hard floor. William knelt between her legs and lifted his tunic. He looked at her husband. Wulfric looked shocked and full of fear. He tried to ask for mercy, but his voice was weak and lost in Maggie's screams. William enjoyed the moment. He saw the frightened woman. He saw the knights holding her. He saw the husband watching and unable to help. Then Wulfric looked away for a second. William suddenly felt that something was wrong. Everyone in the room was looking at him and the woman. The only reason for Wulfric to look away was if someone was coming to help. William quickly turned his head toward the door. At that moment, something heavy hit him on the head. He cried out in pain. His body fell forward on top of Maggie. His face hit hers hard. At once he heard many men shouting. He saw Walter fall to the ground, as if someone had struck him. The knights let go of Maggie. William looked at her face. He saw shock and relief in her eyes. She tried to move out from under him. He moved away quickly and let her go. When he looked up, he saw a wild-looking man standing over him. The man held a woodsman's axe. William thought, "Who is this man? Is he the girl's father?" He saw Guillaume stand up and turn around. In the next moment, the axe came down on Guillaume's neck. The blade cut deep. Guillaume fell on top of William. He was dead. Blood covered William's tunic. William pushed the body away from him. When he looked up again, he saw many rough and dirty men inside the mill. Their hair was long and messy. They carried clubs and axes. There were many of them. William understood that he was in danger. Did the villagers come to help Maggie? How could they do this? Before this day ended, some of them would hang for this. Angry, he got to his feet and reached for his sword. He did not have his belt. He had taken it off when he tried to hurt the girl. Hugh Axe, Ugly Gervais, and Louis were fighting hard against a large group of poor men. Several peasants were lying dead on the ground. Still, the three knights were slowly pushed back across the floor of the mill. William saw Maggie. She was naked and still screaming. She tried to push through the fighting men to reach the door. Even in his fear and confusion, William looked at her body with a quick feeling of desire. Then he saw Wulfric. The miller was fighting closely with some of the attackers. William felt confused. Why was the miller fighting the men who had come with him? What was happening here? He looked around for his sword belt. It was on the floor near his feet. He picked it up and pulled out his sword. Then he stepped back to stay away from the fighting for a moment. He looked carefully at the men in the room. Many of the attackers were not fighting. They were taking bags of flour and running outside with them. William began to understand the truth. These men were not angry villagers who came to save Maggie. They were a group of robbers from another place. They did not care about Maggie. They did not even know that William and his knights were inside the mill. They only wanted to steal the flour. William knew who they were. They were outlaws. He felt hot anger rise inside him. This was his chance. He could fight back against the wild men who had been causing fear in the county and stealing from his barns. His knights were much fewer than the attackers. There were at least 20 men against them. William felt surprised by the courage of these outlaws. Usually, poor farmers would run away when they saw armed knights. It did not matter if they were more in number. But these men did not run. They fought hard. When one man fell, the others did not stop. They looked ready to die if they had to. Maybe they felt they would die anyway from hunger if they did not steal the flour. Louis was fighting two men at the same time. Then another man came behind him. The man hit Louis on the head with a heavy hammer. Louis fell to the ground. He did not get up. The attacker dropped the hammer and took Louis's sword. Now only 2 knights stood against 20 outlaws. But Walter began to move again. He had been hurt on the head, but he was waking up. He pulled out his sword and joined the fight. William lifted his weapon and fought beside him. The 4 men worked well together. They were strong and brave. The outlaws moved back. They tried to block the bright swords with their clubs and axes. William started to think the outlaws might lose courage. He thought they might turn and run.
Then one of the outlaws shouted, "The rightful Earl!"
It sounded like a call to give the men hope. Others began to shout the same words.
The rightful Earl! The rightful Earl!
The outlaws fought harder after that. When William heard these words, he felt cold fear inside. He was still fighting, but the words troubled him. It meant that the leader of these outlaws wanted his title. Someone wanted to take his place as Earl. William fought with all his strength. He felt this fight was very important for his land. Soon he saw that only half of the outlaws were fighting the knights. The other men were taking away the flour. The fight became steady and slow. The men attacked and blocked again and again. The outlaws were careful. They fought in a safe way, like men who planned to leave soon. Behind them, other outlaws carried the last bags of flour out of the mill. Then the fighting men began to move back. They stepped through the door from the mill into the house. William understood the truth. No matter what happened now, most of the flour was gone. Very soon everyone in the county would hear about this. People would say the outlaw stole the flour in front of him. They would laugh at him. The thought made him very angry. He attacked his enemy with great force. He pushed his sword forward and killed the man. At the same time, another outlaw struck Hugh. The man hit Hugh's right shoulder. Hugh could not fight anymore. Now 2 outlaws stood in the doorway. They held back the 3 knights who were still able to fight. This was already shameful. Then one outlaw did something bold. He lifted his hand and told the other man to go inside. The second outlaw went into the miller's house. The last outlaw stepped back into the small room. Only one knight could stand in the doorway and fight him. William pushed Walter and Gervase aside. He wanted to fight this man himself. Their swords hit each other. At once William understood something important. This was not a poor farmer with no home. This man was strong and trained. He fought like William. For the first time, William looked at the outlaw's face. He felt great shock. He almost dropped his sword. The man in front of him was Richard of Kingsbridge. Richard's face was red with hate. William saw the scar on his damaged ear. Richard's anger scared William more than the sword in his hand. William thought he had defeated Richard forever. But now Richard was back. He stood at the front of a poor and messy army. That army had tricked William and made him look foolish. Richard moved fast toward William. He used the moment when William was surprised. William stepped to the side to avoid the attack. He lifted his sword and blocked another strike. Then he moved back again. Richard came forward again. William now stood partly behind the doorway. The doorway was narrow, so Richard could only push his sword straight forward. Even so, Richard forced William to move back. Soon William stood on the floor of the mill. Richard stood in the doorway. Then Walter and Gervase attacked Richard. The 3 men pushed him back. Richard had to move away from them. When he stepped back through the doorway, Walter and Gervase could not stay beside William. There was not enough space. So once again, William faced Richard alone. William saw that Richard was in a bad position. Each time he moved forward, he had to fight 3 men. When William became tired, Walter could take his place. It was almost impossible for Richard to fight all 3 men for a long time. He was slowly losing the fight. William began to hope. Maybe this day would not end in shame for him. Maybe he would kill his oldest enemy. Richard was likely thinking the same thing. He must have understood the danger. But he did not look tired. He did not slow down. His strength and his will to fight were still strong. He looked at William with a wild smile that made William feel uneasy. Then he jumped forward and pushed his sword out hard. William moved away but lost his balance and almost fell. Walter ran to help William and tried to stop the final blow. But Richard did not attack again. He turned quickly and ran away. William got up, and Walter hit him by accident. Gervase tried to push past them. For a short moment, the 3 men were stuck together. In that short time, Richard crossed the small room, went outside, and slammed the door. William ran after him and pulled the door open. The outlaws were already leaving. In a final insult, they were riding away on the horses of William's knights. William rushed out of the house. He saw his own horse, a strong and beautiful war horse that had cost him a lot of money. Richard was sitting on it. Someone had untied the horse and kept it ready. William felt deep shame. This was the second time Richard had stolen his war horse. Richard kicked the horse. The horse jumped up because it did not trust strangers. But Richard was a skilled rider, and he stayed on. He pulled hard on the reins and forced the horse's head down. At that moment, William ran forward and tried to hit Richard with his sword. But the horse was jumping wildly. William missed. His sword went into the wood of the saddle. Then the horse ran fast down the village street after the other outlaws. William stood and watched them go. He felt strong anger inside him. The rightful Earl, he thought. The rightful Earl. He turned around. Walter and Gervase were standing behind him. Hugh and Louis were hurt, but he did not know how badly. Guillaume was dead. His blood covered the front of William's tunic. William felt very ashamed. He could not lift his head. Luckily, the village was empty. The farmers had run away because they were afraid of William's anger. The miller and his wife were gone too. The outlaws had taken all the horses from the knights. Only 2 carts and the oxen were still there. William looked at Walter.
"Did you see the last man?" he asked.
Yes, Walter said.
Walter usually spoke very little when William was angry.
"It was Richard of Kingsbridge," William said.
Walter nodded.
"And they called him the rightful Earl," William said.
Walter did not answer. William walked back through the house and into the mill. Hugh was sitting on the floor. He held his right shoulder with his left hand. His face was very pale.
"How do you feel?" William asked.
"It is not bad," Hugh said. "Who were those men?"
"They were outlaws," William said.
He looked around the mill. 7 or 8 outlaws were lying on the floor. Some were dead and some were hurt. William saw Louis lying on his back with his eyes open. At first, William thought Louis was dead. Then Louis blinked his eyes.
"Louis," William said.
Louis lifted his head slowly. He looked confused.
He was still weak and not well.
William said, "Hugh, help Louis into one of the carts. Walter, put Guillaume's body into the other cart."
Then he left them and went outside. The villagers did not have horses. Only the miller had one. It was a brown horse with white spots. It stood near the river and ate the thin grass. William found the miller's saddle and put it on the horse. After a short time, he rode away from Cowford. Walter and Gervase followed him. They drove the ox carts behind him. William was still very angry on the way to Bishop Walleran's castle. As he thought about what had happened, his anger grew. It was bad that the outlaws fought against him. It was worse that their leader was his old enemy, Richard. It was even worse that they called Richard the true Earl. If William did not stop them soon, Richard would use them to attack him. It would be against the law for Richard to take the earldom in this way. But William knew people might not listen if he complained about the law. The fact that he had been attacked and robbed was not the worst thing. Soon people in the county would laugh at him. But that was not his biggest problem. Now his power over the earldom was in danger. He knew he had to kill Richard. But first he had to find him. He thought about this problem all the way to the castle. When he arrived, he believed Bishop Walleran could help him. They entered the bishop's castle in a strange way. The earl rode a spotted horse. His knights followed in slow ox carts. It looked almost funny, like a show at a village fair.
William shouted strong orders to the bishop's men. He told one man to bring a healer for Hugh and Louis. He told another man to bring a priest to pray for Guillaume's soul.
Gervase and Walter went to the kitchen to get some beer. William went into the main tower. He was taken to Bishop Walleran's private room. William did not like asking Walleran for help, but he needed the bishop to help him find Richard. The bishop was sitting and reading a long list of numbers. It was a record of money and payments. He looked up and saw anger on William's face.
What happened? He said with light amusement.
This tone always made William more angry.
William pressed his teeth together. I have found out who is leading these cursed outlaws.
Walaran lifted one eyebrow.
It is Richard of Kingsbridge. Ah, Walaran said. He nodded slowly. Of course. That makes sense.
It brings danger, William said in anger.
He did not like it when Walaran stayed calm and thoughtful.
They call him the rightful Earl. He pointed at Walaran. You do not want that family to rule this earldom again. They hate you. And they are friends with Prior Philip, your old enemy.
All right, calm down, Walaran said in a cold voice. You are right. I cannot let Richard of Kingsbridge take control of the earldom.
William sat down. His body started to hurt. Now he felt pain after a fight in a way he never felt before. His muscles were tight. His hands were sore. He had dark marks where he had been hit or where he had fallen.
I am only 37, he thought. Is this the start of old age? I must kill Richard, he said. When he is dead, the outlaws will become weak and confused.
I agree, Walaran said.
Killing him will not be hard. The problem is finding him. You can help me with that.
Walaran touched his thin nose with his thumb.
I do not see how.
Listen. If they are organized, they must stay in one place.
I do not understand, Walaran said. They are in the forest.
You cannot usually find outlaws in the forest because they are spread out in many places. They do not sleep in the same place for 2 nights. They make a fire anywhere and sometimes sleep in trees. But if you want to lead them, you must bring them together. You need one place where they always stay. So we must find Richard's hiding place. Yes. How can we do that? This is your job.
Walaran looked unsure.
William said, I think many people in Kingsbridge know where it is. But they will not tell us. Everyone in Kingsbridge hates you and me. Not everyone, William said. Not all of them.
Sally thought Christmas was wonderful. The special Christmas food was sweet and tasty. There were gingerbread dolls. There was frumenty made with wheat, eggs, and honey. There was sweet pear wine that made her laugh a lot. There were Christmas umbles. The umbles were cooked for many hours and then baked in a sweet pie. There was less food this year because people did not have much to eat, but Sally still enjoyed it very much. She liked putting holly in the house. She liked hanging the kissing bush. When someone kissed her under it, she laughed even more than after drinking pear wine. People believed the first man who came into the house brought luck if he had black hair. Sally's father had red hair, so he stayed inside all Christmas morning. People thought red hair brought bad luck. She loved the nativity play in the church. The monks dressed as kings, angels, and shepherds. She laughed a lot when the false idols fell down as Mary and Joseph arrived in Egypt. But the best part was the boy bishop. On the 3rd day of Christmas, the monks dressed the youngest novice in a bishop's clothes. For one day, everyone had to obey him. Most of the townspeople waited in the priory yard for him to come out. He always told important and serious people to do simple and dirty jobs. He told them to carry wood or clean pig houses. He also spoke in a proud and funny way. He said rude things to people with power. Last year, he made the sacrist pluck a chicken. The sacrist did not know how to do it. Feathers flew everywhere. Everyone laughed. This year, the boy bishop came out slowly and seriously. He was about 12 years old. He had a playful smile. He wore a purple silk robe. He carried a wooden staff. He sat on the shoulders of 2 monks. The other monks walked behind him. Everyone clapped and cheered. He pointed at Prior Philip.
You, boy, he said. Go to the stable and brush the donkey.
Everyone laughed loudly. The old donkey was known to be angry and difficult. No one liked to brush it.
Prior Philip smiled kindly. "Yes, my Lord Bishop," he said. Then he went to do the job.
"Forward," the boy bishop shouted.
The group walked out of the priory yard. The townspeople followed them. Some people stayed inside their houses and locked the doors. They were afraid the boy bishop would choose them for an unpleasant job. But then they missed the fun. All of Sally's family was there. Her mother and father came. Her brother Tommy came. Aunt Martha was there. Uncle Richard was there too. He had come home suddenly the night before. The boy bishop first led everyone to the alehouse, as people always did on this day. There he asked for free beer for himself and the other novices. The brewer gave it to them kindly. Sally sat on a bench next to Brother Remigius. He was one of the older monks. He was tall and did not often smile. She had never spoken to him before, but now he smiled at her.
"It is good that your Uncle Richard came home for Christmas," he said.
Sally smiled. "He gave me a small wooden cat," she said. "He made it himself with his knife."
"That is nice," Brother Remigius said. "Will he stay for a long time?"
Sally frowned.
"I do not know. I think he must go back soon." "Yes. He lives in the forest now." "Do you know where?" "Yes. It is called Sally's Quarry. That is my name."
She laughed.
"So it is," said Brother Remigius. "That is very interesting."
After they finished their drinks, the boy bishop spoke.
"Now Andrew Sacrist and Brother Remigius will wash Widow Paul's clothes."
Sally gave a loud laugh and clapped her hands. Widow Pole was a big woman with a red face. She washed clothes for other people to earn money. The careful monks would not like this job. The clothes were dirty and smelled bad. Many people changed their clothes only 2 times a year. The people left the alehouse. They carried the boy bishop through the streets to Pole's small house near the quay. When Pole heard the news, she laughed so much that her face became even redder. She could not believe who would wash her clothes. Andrew and Remigius carried a heavy basket of dirty clothes from the house to the river. Andrew opened the basket. Remigius took out the first piece of clothing. His face showed that he did not like it at all.
A young woman shouted in a playful voice, "Be careful with that one, Brother Remigius. It is my chemise."
Remigius turned red. Everyone laughed. The 2 monks were not young anymore, but they tried to smile. They began to wash the clothes in the river. The townspeople stood nearby and shouted advice and kind words. Andrew looked tired and unhappy. Sally could see he had enough of this game. But Remigius looked calm and almost pleased. *****, a large iron ball hung from a chain on a wooden frame. It looked like a rope hanging at a place of execution. A thick rope was tied to the iron ball. The rope went over a wheel at the top of the frame. Then it hung down to the ground. 2 workers held the rope. When the workers pulled the rope, the iron ball went up and back. It moved until it touched the wheel. The chain lay straight along the wooden arm. Almost everyone in Shiring stood and watched. The men let go of the rope. The iron ball fell and swung forward. It hit the church wall with a loud sound. The wall shook. William felt the ground move under his feet. He thought about Richard. He wished Richard were standing against the wall where the ball would strike. The iron ball would crush him. The workers pulled the rope again. William noticed he was not breathing. The iron ball stopped at the top. The men let go. The ball swung again. This time it broke a hole in the stone wall. The crowd clapped and cheered. It was a clever machine. William was glad to see work starting on the place where he would build the new church. But today he had more important problems. He looked around for Bishop Walleran. He saw him standing with Alfred Builder. William walked to them and moved the bishop a little away.
"Is the man here yet?" he asked.
"He may be," Walleran said. "Come to my house."
They walked across the market square.
"Did you bring your soldiers?" Walleran asked.
"Of course. I brought 200 men. They are waiting in the woods outside the town.
They went into the house. William smelled boiled ham. His mouth filled with water because he was hungry. Many people did not have much food at this time. But Walaran lived well, even during the famine. The bishop did not eat a lot. Still, he liked people to see that he was rich and powerful. He did not let poor harvests change his way of life. Walaran's house was narrow at the front. There was a hall near the street. Behind it was the kitchen. At the back there was a small yard. In the yard stood a pit for waste, a beehive, and a place for a pig. William felt relief when he saw a monk waiting in the hall.
Walaran said, "Good day, Brother Remigius."
"Good day, my Lord Bishop." "Good day, Lord William," Remigius answered.
William looked at the monk with great interest. The monk was thin and nervous. He had a proud face and bright blue eyes. William felt he had seen him before among the many monks at church in Kingsbridge. He had heard about this man for years. The man was Walaran's spy in Prior Philip's group. But this was the first time William spoke to him.
"Do you have some news for me?" he asked.
"Maybe," Remigius answered.
Walaran took off his warm cloak and walked to the fire. He held his hands near the flames to get warm. A servant came in with hot elderberry wine in silver cups. William took a cup and drank. He waited for the servant to leave, feeling impatient. Walaran drank slowly and looked at Remigius in a hard way. When the servant went out, Walaran spoke.
"What did you tell them when you left the priory?" he asked.
"Nothing," Remigius said.
Walaran lifted one eyebrow.
"I am not going back," Remigius said in a strong voice.
"Why not?" Walaran asked.
Remigius took a deep breath.
"You are building a cathedral here," he said. "It is only a church," Walaran replied. "It will be very big. You want it to become the cathedral church one day."
Walaran paused for a moment.
"Let us say you are right," he said.
"A cathedral needs a group to lead it. It must have monks or canons," Remigius said.
"And?" Walaran asked.
"I want to be prior."
William thought this was a good plan.
"You are so sure you will get this job that you left Kingsbridge without Philip's permission? And you gave no reason?"
Remigius looked uneasy. William understood him. When Walaran spoke in this cold way, anyone could feel nervous.
"I hope I am not too sure of myself," Remigius said.
"You can take us to Richard, I believe," Walaran said.
"Yes," Remigius answered.
"Good. Where is he?"
Remigius did not answer. He looked at Walaran.
"Come on, Walaran," William said. "Give him the job, please."
Walaran still did not speak. William knew he did not like being pushed. After a moment, Walaran nodded.
"All right. You will be prior," he said.
William leaned forward.
"Now, where is Richard?" he asked.
Remigius kept looking at Walaran.
"From today?"
"From today."
Remigius turned to William.
"A monastery is not only a church and a place to sleep. It needs land. It needs farms. It needs churches that pay money."
"Tell me where Richard is," William said. "I will give you 5 villages with their churches to begin."
"The monastery must have an official charter," Remigius said.
"You will have it. Do not worry," Walaran answered.
William looked impatient.
"Please, I have an army waiting outside the town." "Where is Richard hiding?"
"It is a place called Sally's Quarry. It is near the Winchester Road," Remigius said.
"I know it," William said.
He tried not to shout with joy.
"It is an old quarry. No one goes there now." "I remember it," Walaran said. "No one has worked there for many years. It is a good hiding place. You cannot see it unless you walk right into it." "But it is also a trap," William said with dark pleasure. "The walls are high and steep on 3 sides. No one can get out. I will not take prisoners.
He smiled as he imagined the fight.
I will kill them all. It will be easy.
The two churchmen looked at him in a strange way.
Are you feeling nervous, Brother Remigius? William asked with cold humor. Does the idea of many men dying upset you, my Lord Bishop?
He knew he was right both times because he saw their faces. These churchmen were clever and made many plans. But when there was fighting, they needed strong men to do it.
I know you will pray for me, he said with a cold smile.
Then he left. His horse was outside. It was a black stallion. It was good, but not as good as the warhorse Richard had taken from him. He climbed onto the horse and rode out of the town. He pushed down his excitement and tried to think calmly about his plan. He wondered how many outlaws were at Sally's quarry. Sometimes they attacked towns with more than 100 men. There could be 200 there now. Maybe even 500. His army might be smaller. So he had to use his advantages well. One advantage was surprise. Another was better weapons. Most of the outlaws had only clubs, hammers, or axes. None of them had armor. The biggest advantage was horses. His men were on horseback. The outlaws had only a few horses. It was not likely that they would be ready when he attacked. He also decided to send some archers up the sides of the hill. They would shoot down into the quarry for a short time before the main attack. The most important thing was to stop the outlaws from running away. At least he had to stop them until he knew Richard was caught or dead. He chose a few loyal men to stay behind the main group. They would catch anyone who tried to escape. Walter was waiting with the knights and soldiers where William had left them earlier. They were excited and confident. They thought the battle would be easy. Soon they were riding along the road to Winchester. Walter rode next to William. He did not speak. One of Walter's best qualities was that he could stay quiet. Most people talked too much around William, even when there was nothing to say. They were often nervous. Walter respected William, but he was not afraid of him. They had worked together for many years. William felt two strong feelings at the same time. He was excited, but he was also afraid. Fighting was the one thing he did very well. Yet each time he fought, he could die. This attack was special. Today he might finally defeat the man who had caused him trouble for 15 years. Around noon they stopped in a village with an alehouse. William bought bread and beer for the men. They gave water to the horses. Before they left, he explained the plan again. A few miles later they left the Winchester road. The path they took was hard to see. William would have missed it if he had not been searching for it. There were no big trees in a narrow strip of land. That was how he followed the path. He sent the archers ahead. To give them time, he slowed the rest of the men for a short while. It was a clear day in January. The trees had no leaves, and cold sunlight filled the forest. William had not visited the quarry for many years. He was not sure how far away it was. After about a mile, he began to see signs that people used this path. Plants were crushed. Small trees were broken. The ground was wet and mixed by many feet. He felt glad that Remigius's report was true. His body felt tight with tension. Soon the signs were even clearer. The grass was flat. There was horse dirt and human waste on the ground. The outlaws did not try to hide. There was no doubt now. They were here. The fight would begin soon. The hideout had to be close. William listened carefully. At any moment the archers would start shooting. There would be shouts and cries. Horses would make loud sounds. The path opened into a wide clearing. About 200 yards ahead, he saw the entrance to Sally's quarry. But there was no sound. Something was wrong. The archers were not shooting. A cold feeling ran through him. What had happened? Had the archers been surprised and defeated by guards? All of them? That seemed unlikely. There was no time to think more. He was almost at the hideout. He pushed his horse into a fast run. His men did the same. They raced toward the quarry. His fear disappeared as he felt the power of the charge. The entrance to the quarry was like a narrow, twisting valley. He could not see inside. He looked up and saw some archers standing on the high ground. They were looking down into the quarry. Why were they not shooting? A terrible thought came to him. He wanted to stop and turn back. But the horses were running too fast to stop now. He held his sword in his right hand. He held the reins in his left. His shield hung from his neck. He rode straight into the old quarry. There was no one there. The shock hit him hard. He felt close to tears. All the signs had shown that the outlaws were there. He had been so sure. Now deep frustration filled him like pain inside his body. As the horses moved more slowly, William looked around the place. He saw that the outlaws had stayed here not long ago. There were small shelters made from branches and reeds. He saw old cooking fires and a pile of animal waste. In one corner, a few sticks made a small fence for the horses. On the ground lay signs of people living there. There were chicken bones, empty sacks, an old shoe, and a broken pot. One fire was still sending smoke into the air. Hope rose inside him. Maybe they had just left. Maybe he could still catch them. Then he saw one person sitting near the fire. He rode closer. The person stood up. It was a woman.
Well, William Hamley, she said. You are too late, as usual.
Insolent cow, I will tear out your tongue for that, he said.
You will not touch me, she replied calmly. I have cursed better men than you.
She lifted her hand and made a strange sign with 3 fingers, like a witch. The knights moved back in fear. William quickly made the sign of the cross to protect himself. The woman looked at him without fear. Her eyes were bright and golden.
Do you not know me, William? She said. You once tried to buy me for £1. You are lucky you did not succeed.
She laughed. William remembered those golden eyes. She was Tom Builder's widow. She was Jack Jackson's mother. She was the woman who lived in the forest and was called a witch. He felt glad that he had not bought her. He wanted to leave her at once. But first he needed answers.
All right, witch, he said. Was Richard of Kingsbridge here?
Yes, she answered. He stayed here until 2 days ago.
Where did he go? He asked.
Oh, I can tell you, she said. He and his men have gone to fight for Henry.
Henry? William said.
He felt cold inside. He feared he knew which Henry she meant.
The son of Maud?
Yes, she said.
William's body felt cold. The young Duke of Normandy was strong and full of energy. Maybe he would succeed where his mother had failed. If King Stephen lost now, William might lose everything too.
What has happened? He asked quickly. What has Henry done?
He has crossed the sea with 36 ships, the woman replied. He landed at Wareham. They say he has brought 3,000 soldiers. Our land has been invaded.
3. Winchester was full of people and full of fear. Both armies were there. King Stephen's soldiers stayed inside the castle. Duke Henry's men, including Richard and his outlaws, camped outside the city walls on St. Giles's Hill. That hill was the place where the big fair was held each year. Soldiers from both sides were not allowed to enter the town. But many of them did not obey this rule. In the evenings they went into the town. They drank in alehouses. They went to places with games and to houses where women worked. They became drunk. They treated women badly. They fought each other. Sometimes men died after these fights over small games. During the summer, Stephen lost his strong spirit when his older son died. Now he stayed inside the royal castle. Duke Henry lived in the bishop's palace. Men from both sides met to talk about peace. Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury spoke for King Stephen. Bishop Henry of Winchester spoke for Duke Henry. Every morning the 2 churchmen met at the bishop's palace. At noon, Duke Henry walked through the streets of Winchester with his officers, including Richard. Then he went to the castle to eat dinner with the king. When Aliena first saw Duke Henry, she felt surprised. She could not believe this young man ruled lands as large as England. He was about 20 years old. His skin was brown from the sun and covered with small spots like a farmer's son. He wore a simple dark tunic without decoration. His red hair was cut short. He looked like a strong country worker. After some time, she began to see something different in him. He had a feeling of power around him. He was short and strong, with wide shoulders and a big head. His grey eyes were sharp and always watching. People stood near him, but not too near. They acted friendly, yet careful. It was as if they thought he could become angry very fast. Aliena thought the dinners inside the castle must be very tense. The leaders of two enemy armies sat at the same table. She did not know how Richard could sit near Earl William. If she were there, she would want to hurt William instead of cutting the meat. She only saw William from far away and only for a short time. He looked worried and often angry. She thought this was a good sign. While the great earls and bishops met inside the keep, other important men gathered in the castle yard. There were knights, sheriffs, small barons, judges, and castle leaders. They did not want to stay away while the future of the kingdom was decided. Aliena met Prior Philip there most mornings. Each day people shared many different rumors. One day they heard that all the earls who supported Stephen would lose their titles. That would end William's power. The next day they heard those earls would keep their lands. That would destroy Richard's hope. Some said all Stephen's castles would be destroyed. Then others said only the rebels' castles would fall. Then someone said every castle would be destroyed. After that, another rumor said no castles would be touched. One story said that every man who supported Henry would receive a knighthood and 100 acres of land. Richard did not want that reward. He wanted to become an earl. Richard did not know which stories were true. He was one of Henry's trusted officers in battle. But no one asked him about the peace talks. Philip, however, seemed to understand more. He did not say how he learned his information. Aliena remembered that Philip had a brother. This brother had worked for Robert of Gloucester and for the Empress Maud. Perhaps now he worked for Duke Henry. Philip said the two sides were close to agreement. The plan was this: Stephen would stay king until he died. After Stephen's death, Henry would become king. This news made Aliena worried. Stephen might live for many more years. What would happen during that time? Surely Stephen would not remove his earls while he was still king. So how would Henry reward men like Richard? Would they have to wait for many years? One afternoon, after they had been in Winchester for a week, Philip learned more. He sent a young novice to bring Aliena and Richard to him. They walked through the busy streets toward the cathedral close. Richard looked excited and almost fierce. Aliena felt afraid inside. Philip waited for them in the graveyard. They stood among the old stones as the sun went down.
They have reached an agreement, Philip said at once. But it is not simple.
Aliena felt she could not wait. Will Richard become Earl? She asked quickly.
Philip moved his hand from side to side.
It may happen, or it may not, he said. It is complicated. They have made a compromise. Land taken by men who had no true right to it will return to the people who owned it in the time of old King Henry.
That is enough for me, Richard said at once. My father was Earl when King Henry was alive.
Be quiet, Richard, Aliena said sharply.
She looked back at Philip.
What is the problem? She asked.
Philip said, there is nothing in the agreement that says Stephen must enforce it.
There will probably be no changes until he dies and Henry becomes king.
Richard felt very disappointed.
But that makes it useless, he said.
Not exactly, Philip said. It means you are the true Earl.
But I must live like an outlaw until Stephen dies. That cruel man William is living in my castle, Richard said angrily.
Speak more quietly, Philip said as a priest walked past them. This is still a secret.
Aliena was very angry.
I do not accept this, she said. I will not wait for Stephen to die. I have waited for 17 years. I have had enough.
Philip looked at her. But what can you do? He asked.
Aliena turned to Richard. Most of the country sees you as the true Earl. Stephen and Henry both say you are the true Earl now. You should take the castle and rule as the true Earl.
I cannot take the castle, Richard said. William will have guards there.
You have an army, do you not? She said. You have the right to the castle. You have the power to take it.
Richard shook his head. In 15 years of war, I have never seen a castle taken by direct attack, he said. Not once. It almost never happens. Sometimes a town is taken, but not a castle. A castle may give up after a long siege. Or another army may come to help them. I have seen castles fall because of fear or tricks or betrayal. But never by simple force.
Aliena was not ready to accept this idea. To her, it felt like giving up. She could not agree to wait and hope for many more years.
So what will happen if you take your army to William's castle? She asked.
They will lift the bridge and close the gates before we get inside, he said. We will stay outside and wait. Then William will come with his army and attack us. Even if we push him back, we will still not have the castle. Castles are hard to take and easy to protect. That is why they are built.
While he was speaking, a new idea began to grow in Aliena's busy mind.
Cowardice, trickery, or treachery, she said.
What?
You have seen castles taken by cowardice, trickery, or treachery, she said.
Oh, yes.
Which one did William use when he took our castle many years ago? She asked.
Philip spoke before Richard could answer.
Times were different then, he said. The country had peace for 35 years under King Henry. William surprised your father.
Richard said, he used trickery. He went inside the castle in secret with a few men before anyone knew. But Prior Philip is right. That would not work now. People are more careful today.
I can get inside, Aliena said with strong belief, though her heart beat fast with fear.
Of course you can, Richard said. You are a woman. But you cannot do anything once you are inside. That is why they would let you enter.
Do not be so proud, she said angrily.
I killed men to protect you. You have never done that for me. Do not call me harmless.
All right, you are not harmless, he said angrily. But what will you do inside the castle?
Her anger disappeared at once. What will I do? She thought with fear. Then she pushed the fear away.
I am as brave and clever as William, she told herself. What did William do? She asked.
He kept the drawbridge down and the gate open. He did it long enough for his men to enter.
Then I will do the same, Aliena said.
Her heart was beating fast.
But how? Richard asked.
Aliena remembered a young girl she once helped. The girl was only 14 and afraid of a storm.
The Countess owes me a favor, she said. And she does not love her husband.
That night, Aliena rode with Richard and 50 of his best soldiers. They rode in the dark and reached Earl's castle at dawn. They stopped in the forest across the fields from the castle. Aliena got off her horse. She removed her fine wool cloak and her soft leather boots. She put on a rough blanket like a poor farmer and wooden shoes. One man gave her a basket of fresh eggs in straw. She carried it on her arm.
Richard looked at her carefully. Perfect, he said. You look like a farmer's girl bringing food to the castle kitchen.
Aliena swallowed. Yesterday she felt brave and strong. Now she was afraid. The plan was about to begin, and it felt very real.
Richard kissed her cheek. When I hear the bell, I will say the Paternoster slowly one time, he said. Then the first group will move. You only need to keep the guards calm. 10 of my men must cross the field and enter the castle without trouble.
Aliena nodded. Do not let the main group move too soon. Wait until the first men are across the drawbridge.
He smiled. I will lead the main group, he said. Do not worry. Good luck.
You too, she said.
She walked away from him. She came out of the forest and walked across the open fields. She moved toward the castle she had left 16 years ago. When she saw it again, an old memory came back to her. It was clear and frightening. She remembered another morning after a storm. The air was wet and cold. 2 horses ran out of the gate and across the muddy fields. Richard rode the big war horse. She rode a smaller horse. Both of them were very afraid.
At that time, she did not want to think about what was happening. She tried to forget. She spoke to herself again and again with the sound of the horse's steps. I do not remember. I do not remember. I do not. I do not. I do not.
It had worked. For a long time, she could not remember the attack. She knew something very bad had happened, but she could not see it clearly in her mind. The memory came back only when she fell in love with Jack. Then she felt very afraid. Because of this fear, she could not answer his love. She thanked God that Jack was patient. He stayed with her and did not leave. That was how she knew his love was strong. He accepted her pain and still loved her. As she rode closer to the castle, she tried to think about good times. She wanted to feel calm. She had lived in this castle when she was a child. Her father and Richard were with her then. They were rich and safe. She and Richard played on the high walls. She often went into the kitchen and asked for small pieces of sweet food. At dinner, she sat next to her father in the big hall. At that time, she did not know she was happy. She did not understand how lucky she was. She had nothing to fear.
Those good days can start again today, she told herself. I only need to do this well.
At first, she felt sure of her plan.
The Countess owes me a favor, she had said. And she does not love her husband.
But during the long ride in the dark, she began to worry. Many things could go wrong. First, she might not get into the castle. The soldiers might be careful and ready for danger. The guards might not trust her. A strict guard might stop her. Second, even if she got inside, she might not change Elizabeth's mind. It had been 1.5 years since they met in the storm. Sometimes women learn to live with cruel men. Elizabeth might now accept her life. Third, even if Elizabeth agreed to help, she might not have the power or courage. Last time, she was a frightened young girl. The soldiers might refuse to listen to her. When Aliena crossed the drawbridge, she felt strangely awake. She saw and heard everything very clearly. The soldiers were just getting up. A few tired guards stood on the walls. They yawned and coughed. An old dog sat in the gate and scratched itself. Aliena pulled her hood down to hide her face. She did not want anyone to know her. Then she walked under the stone arch. Inside the gatehouse, a messy guard sat on a bench. He was eating a large piece of bread. His clothes were not neat. His sword hung on a hook behind him. Her heart beat fast, but she smiled. She showed him her basket of eggs. He moved his hand and let her pass. She had passed the first problem. The soldiers were not strict. This was easy to understand. The best fighters had gone to war. Only a small group stayed behind. All the real action was somewhere else. Until today. Everything was going well so far. Aliena walked across the lower yard. She felt nervous. It was strange to enter the place that had once been her home. Now she felt like a stranger. Before, she could go anywhere she wanted. Now she had to be careful. She looked around but tried not to stare. Most of the wooden buildings were different. The stables were larger. The kitchen was in another place. There was a new stone building for weapons. The castle looked dirtier than before, but the chapel was still there. She and Richard had once stayed there during a terrible storm. They were cold and in shock that night. A few servants were starting their morning work. Some soldiers walked across the yard. They looked dangerous. She knew they would kill her if they understood her plan. If her plan worked, she would be the lady of this castle again by night. The idea made her excited. It felt like a dream that could not be real. She entered the kitchen. A boy was putting wood on the fire. A young girl was cutting carrots. Aliena gave them a bright smile.
24 fresh eggs, she said. She put her basket on the table.
The cook is still asleep, the boy said. You must wait for your money.
Can I have some bread for breakfast? She asked.
In the great hall, he answered.
Thank you, she said.
She left the basket and went out. She crossed the second drawbridge to the upper yard. At the next gate, she smiled at the guard. His hair was messy and his eyes were red. He looked at her slowly from head to toe.
Where are you going? He asked.
His voice sounded playful and bold.
I am going to get some breakfast, she said without stopping.
He smiled in a rude way.
I have something for you to eat, he called after her.
I might bite it off, she said as she walked away.
The men did not suspect her at all. They did not think a woman could be dangerous. They were foolish. Women could do many of the same things as men. When men went to war, women stayed and worked. There were women who built houses, colored cloth, worked with leather, baked bread, and made beer. Aliena herself was one of the most important traders in the county. An abbess who led a nunnery had the same duties as an abbot. It was a woman, the Empress Maud, who started the long civil war that lasted 15 years. But these simple soldiers did not think a woman could be a spy. It was not usual, so they did not expect it. She ran up the steps of the keep and went into the hall. There was no steward at the door. That was likely because the master was away. In the future, she thought, there must always be a steward at the door, even if the master is not home. About 15 or 20 people were eating breakfast at a small table. 1 or 2 looked at her. No one paid attention to her. The hall was clean. The walls were freshly painted white. Sweet herbs were mixed with the straw on the floor. There were small signs of a woman's care. Elizabeth had changed the room a little. That gave Aliena some hope. Without speaking to anyone, Aliena walked across the hall to the stairs in the corner. She tried to look calm, as if she belonged there. Still, she expected someone to stop her at any moment. She reached the bottom of the stairs without trouble. Then she began to run up toward the private rooms at the top. Someone shouted behind her.
You cannot go up there. Hey, you!
She did not turn around. She heard someone running after her. She reached the top, breathing hard. She wondered where Elizabeth slept. Did she sleep in the large bedroom that had been her father's? Or did she sleep in the smaller room that had once been Aliena's? For a moment, she stopped. Her heart was beating fast. She guessed that William was tired of having Elizabeth in his bed every night. Maybe he had given her a room of her own. Aliena knocked on the door of the smaller room and opened it. She was right. Elizabeth was sitting near the fire. She wore a nightshirt and brushed her hair. She looked up and frowned. Then she saw who it was.
It is you, she said. What a surprise. She looked pleased.
Aliena heard heavy steps on the stairs.
May I come in? She asked. Of course, Elizabeth said. You are welcome.
Aliena stepped inside and quickly closed the door. She walked toward Elizabeth. A man rushed into the room.
Hey, you, who are you? He said. He moved toward Aliena as if he wanted to grab her.
Stay where you are, she said in a strong voice.
He stopped.
I have come to see the Countess with a message from Earl William, she said. You would have known that if you had guarded the door instead of eating.
The man looked ashamed.
It is all right, Edgar, Elizabeth said. I know this lady.
Very well, Countess, he said. He left the room and closed the door.
I did it, Aliena thought. I am inside. She looked around as her heart slowly became calm. The room was almost the same as before. There were dried flower petals in a bowl. A pretty wall hanging covered one wall. There were some books and a chest for clothes. The bed stood in the same place. It was even the same bed. On the pillow was a small cloth doll like the one Aliena had as a child. It made her feel older than she wanted.
This was my room, she said. I know, Elizabeth answered.
Aliena was surprised. She had never told Elizabeth about her past.
I learned everything about you after that terrible storm, Elizabeth said. I admire you very much.
Her eyes were bright with respect. That was good.
And William? Aliena asked. Are you happier living with him? Elizabeth looked away. Well, she said slowly, I have my own room now. He is away very often. So things are better. Then she began to cry.
Aliena sat on the bed and put her arms around her. Elizabeth cried deeply. Tears ran down her face.
I hate him, she said between sobs. I wish I could die.
Her pain was strong and clear. She was still so young. Aliena almost cried too. She knew this could easily have been her own life. She gently touched Elizabeth's back, as she would comfort a child. After some time, Elizabeth grew calmer. She wiped her face with the sleeve of her nightshirt.
I am afraid of having a baby, she said sadly. I am very afraid. I know he would be cruel to the child.
I understand, Aliena said.
She had once been very afraid that she might have a child from William. Elizabeth looked at her with big eyes.
Is it true what people say about what he did to you? She asked.
Yes, it is true, Aliena said. I was your age when it happened.
For a short time they looked at each other. They felt close because they both hated what he had done. Suddenly Elizabeth did not seem like a child anymore.
You can leave him if you want, Aliena said. You can leave today.
Elizabeth stared at her.
Is that true? She asked with hope in her voice. Is it really true?
Aliena nodded.
That is why I came here.
I can go home? Elizabeth asked.
Her eyes filled with tears again.
I can go back to Weymouth, to my mother, today.
Yes, Aliena said. But you must be brave.
I will do anything, Elizabeth said. Anything. Just tell me what to do.
Aliena remembered how she once explained to Elizabeth how to speak with her husband's servants and make them listen. She wondered if Elizabeth had tried to use that advice.
Do the servants still treat you badly? She asked.
They try, Elizabeth said.
But you do not stop them. She looked embarrassed.
Well, sometimes I do, she said. But I am 16 now. I have been countess for almost 2 years. I have tried to follow your advice, and it really works.
Let me explain, Aliena began. King Stephen has made an agreement with Duke Henry. All lands will go back to the people who had them when the old King Henry was alive. That means my brother Richard will become Earl of Shiring one day. But he wants it now.
Elizabeth opened her eyes wide.
Is Richard going to fight William? She asked.
Richard is very near the castle now, Aliena said. He has a small group of men with him. If he takes the castle today, people will accept him as Earl. William will lose everything.
I cannot believe it, Elizabeth said. I cannot believe it is true.
Her sudden hope was even more painful to see than her deep sadness before.
All you must do is let Richard come in without a fight, Aliena said. When it is finished, we will take you home.
Elizabeth looked afraid again.
I am not sure the soldiers will listen to me, she said.
That was also Aliena's fear.
Who leads the guards? She asked.
Michael Armstrong, Elizabeth answered. I do not like him.
Send someone to bring him here, Aliena said.
Right.
Elizabeth wiped her nose, stood up, and walked to the door.
Madge, she called in a loud voice.
Aliena heard someone answer from far away.
Go and bring Michael, Elizabeth said. Tell him to come here at once. I need to see him now. Please hurry.
She came back inside and dressed fast. She pulled a tunic over her nightdress and tied her boots.
Aliena spoke quickly. Tell Michael to ring the big bell. Call everyone to the courtyard. Say you have a message from Earl William. Tell them you want to speak to all the soldiers and servants. Ask 3 or 4 men to stand guard. Everyone else must wait in the lower courtyard. Also say that 10 or 12 horsemen may arrive soon with another message. They must come to you as soon as they arrive.
I hope I can remember all that, Elizabeth said nervously.
Do not worry, Aliena said. If you forget something, I will help you.
That makes me feel better.
What is Michael Armstrong like? Aliena asked.
He smells bad and is often angry, Elizabeth said. He is big and strong like an ox.
Is he clever?
No.
That is good for us, Aliena said quietly.
A moment later Michael came into the room. He looked unhappy and annoyed. He had a short neck and very wide shoulders. He also smelled like a pigsty. He looked at Elizabeth as if he did not like being called.
I have received a message from the Earl, Elizabeth began.
Michael held out his hand. Aliena felt a wave of fear. She suddenly understood her mistake. She had not given Elizabeth a letter. Without a letter, their plan could fail at once. Elizabeth looked at her in panic. Aliena tried to think fast. Then she had an idea.
Can you read, Michael? She asked.
He looked offended.
The priest will read it for me, he said.
Your lady can read, Aliena said.
Elizabeth looked afraid, but she spoke bravely.
I will give the message to the whole garrison myself, Michael.
As Aliena feared, Michael did not like that Elizabeth was giving orders. He looked angry and did not want to listen.
Ring the bell and call everyone to the courtyard. But leave 3 or 4 men to guard the walls. Why do I not speak to them?
Aliena felt worried. She thought he might be too foolish to understand.
I have brought very important news from Winchester, she said. The Countess wants to tell her people herself.
What is the news?
Aliena did not answer. She looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth looked afraid again. Aliena had not told her what the false message was, so Elizabeth could not answer Michael's question. At last Elizabeth spoke as if Michael had said nothing.
Tell the guards to watch for 10 or 12 horsemen, she said. Their leader will bring new information from Earl William. Bring him to me at once. Now ring the bell.
Michael wanted to argue. He stood there and frowned. Aliena held her breath.
More messengers, he said slowly. First this lady with 1 message, and now 12 horsemen with another.
Yes. Please go and ring the bell, Elizabeth said.
Aliena could hear that her voice was shaking. Michael looked unhappy. He did not understand what was happening, but he had no clear reason to refuse.
At last he said, Very well, lady.
Then he went out. Aliena breathed again. Elizabeth turned to her.
What will happen?
When everyone is in the courtyard, you will speak about the peace between King Stephen and Duke Henry, Aliena said. That will keep them busy and thinking about your words. While you speak, Richard will send 10 men ahead. The guards will think these men are the messengers from Earl William, so they will not quickly close the drawbridge. You must keep everyone listening to you while the men come closer to the castle. Can you do that?
Elizabeth looked very nervous.
And then what?
When I tell you, say that you give the castle to the true Earl, Richard, Aliena said. Then Richard's army will come out from hiding and ride fast toward the castle.
At that moment, Michael will understand what is happening, but his soldiers will feel unsure about him. You have told them to give up. You have called Richard the true Earl, and Richard's first soldiers will already be inside the castle. They will stop anyone from closing the gates. The bell began to ring. Aliena felt a hard pain in her stomach. She was afraid.
We have no more time. How do you feel? She asked.
I am scared, Elizabeth answered.
So am I. Come on. Let's go.
They walked down the stairs. The bell in the gatehouse tower was ringing. It sounded the same as when Aliena was a happy young girl. The same bell. The same sound. But she was not the same girl now. She knew the sound could travel far across the fields. It could reach the edge of the forest. By now, Richard would be saying the Lord's Prayer slowly to himself. He would use it to count the time before he sent his soldiers forward. Aliena and Elizabeth crossed the small bridge inside the castle. They went into the lower courtyard. Elizabeth's face was white with fear, but her mouth was firm and strong. Aliena smiled at her to give her courage. Then she pulled her hood over her head again. She had not seen anyone she knew yet, but many people in the county knew her face. Sooner or later, someone would know who she was. If Michael Armstrong learned her name, he might begin to suspect something. He was not very clever, but he could still become suspicious. Some people looked at her with interest. No one spoke to her. The two women walked to the middle of the courtyard. The ground was a little higher there. Aliena could see over the heads of the crowd. She could also see through the main gate to the fields outside. Richard's soldiers should appear very soon, but she saw nothing. She felt cold fear inside. Please, God, let nothing go wrong, she thought. Elizabeth needed something to stand on. Aliena told a servant to bring a wooden block from the stable. They waited.
An old woman looked closely at Aliena. Then she said, "Why, it is Lady Aliena. How nice to see you."
She was speaking very well, but she was starting to look worried, as if she did not know what else to say. The guards were all looking outside at the group coming closer. They had orders to expect such a group. They were told to bring the leader to the countess at once. So they did not need to act yet, but they were curious. The one-eyed man turned and looked through the gate. Then he looked back at Aliena. She thought he was trying to understand why she was here and why so many horsemen were coming. One guard on the wall seemed to decide something. He went down the stairs and disappeared. The crowd began to feel restless. Elizabeth was still speaking well, but people wanted real news.
She said, "This war began when I was only 1 year old. Many young people in this land have never known peace. I want to see what peace is like."
The guard from the wall came out of a tower. He walked quickly across the yard and spoke to Michael Armstrong. Through the gate, Aliena saw the horsemen. They were still far away. It was not close enough. She felt a strong wish to scream. She could not control this situation much longer. Michael turned and looked out through the gate. He looked worried. Then the one-eyed man pulled his sleeve and spoke to him. He pointed at Aliena. Aliena was afraid. She thought Michael might close the gates and lift the drawbridge before Richard arrived. She did not know how to stop him. She wondered if she was brave enough to jump at him before he gave the order. She still had her dagger on her left arm. For a moment, she even thought about killing him. Then Michael turned away with a clear decision. Aliena quickly touched Elizabeth's elbow.
Stop, Michael, she whispered.
Elizabeth opened her mouth, but no words came out. She looked frozen with fear. Then her face changed. She took a deep breath. She lifted her head and spoke in a strong voice.
Michael Armstrong.
Michael turned back. Aliena knew this was the last moment. Richard was still not close enough. But there was no more time.
Now, Aliena said. Tell them now.
Elizabeth said, I have given this castle to the true Earl of Shiring, Richard of Kingsbridge.
Michael looked at her in shock. You cannot do that, he shouted.
Elizabeth said, I order you to put down your weapons. There must be no fighting.
Michael turned and shouted, Lift the drawbridge. Close the gates. The soldiers ran to obey him. But he waited too long. As the men reached the heavy doors, Richard's first riders crossed the drawbridge. They rode into the yard with loud noise. Many of Michael's men were not wearing armor. Some did not even have swords. They moved away quickly from the horsemen.
Elizabeth shouted, Stay calm. These men will confirm my orders.
From the wall, a guard shouted down. Michael, fight! We are under attack. There are many of them.
Treachery! Michael shouted. He pulled out his sword, but two of Richard's men reached him at once. Their swords moved fast. Michael fell to the ground. Aliena turned her eyes away. Some of Richard's men took control of the gatehouse. Others went inside the tower. Two soldiers reached the wall. Michael's guards gave up to them. Through the gate, Aliena saw the rest of Richard's army. They were riding fast across the fields toward the castle. Her hope rose high inside her.
Elizabeth shouted as loud as she could, This is a peaceful surrender.
Everyone stood still. They listened to the loud sound of Richard's army coming closer. Michael's soldiers looked confused and unsure. None of them moved. Their leader had fallen. Their countess had told them to give up. The castle servants were frozen with fear because everything happened so fast. Then Richard rode in through the gate on his war horse. It was a great moment. Aliena felt proud and happy inside. Richard looked strong and handsome. He was smiling and full of victory. Aliena shouted, "The true Earl." The men who came in behind Richard shouted the same words. Some people in the yard shouted too. Most of them did not like William. Richard rode slowly around the yard. He waved to the people and thanked them for their cheers. Aliena thought about all the hard years before this day. She was 34 years old. She had spent half her life fighting for this moment. All my adult life, she thought. That is what I gave. She remembered pushing wool into heavy sacks until her hands were red and sore and bleeding. She remembered the men she saw on the road. Some were greedy and cruel. Some looked at her in a bad way. They would have killed her if she had shown fear. She remembered how she pushed Jack away from her heart and married Alfred instead. She thought about the months when she slept on the floor near Alfred's bed like a dog. She did it because he promised to pay for weapons and armor. He said he would help Richard fight to win back the castle.
"There it is, Father," she said aloud. No one heard her because the crowd was cheering loudly. "This is what you wanted," she said to her dead father. She felt both joy and pain in her heart. "I promised you this. I kept my promise. I took care of Richard. He fought for many years. Now we are home again. Richard is the Earl. Now," her voice became louder, but no one noticed her tears. "Now, Father, I am finished with you. Go to your grave. Let me live in peace."
Chapter 16. Remigius was proud, even though he was poor. He walked into the wooden manor house in Hamley village with his head high. He looked around with dislike. The roof was held up by large rough wooden beams. The walls were made of wood and mud. There was no chimney. A fire burned in the middle of the dirt floor.
William watched him enter. I may have lost much, he thought, but I am not as low as you. He looked at the monk's old sandals, which had been fixed many times. His robe was dirty. His chin was not shaved. His hair was messy. Remigius had never been a big man, but now he looked thin and weak. His proud face could not hide his tired eyes. There were dark lines under them. He was not broken, but he had lost badly.
God bless you, my son, Remigius said.
William did not like that. What do you want, Remigius? He asked. He did not call him father or brother.
Remigius moved back a little, as if William had hit him. William thought he had heard many insults since he lost his power. Remigius said, Earl Richard has taken back the lands you gave me when I was dean at Shearing.
I am not surprised, William said. Everything must go back to the people who had it when old King Henry was alive.
That leaves me with nothing to live on.
You are not the only one, William said carelessly. You will have to return to Kingsbridge.
Remigius turned pale with anger. I cannot go back, he said quietly.
Why not? William asked, enjoying his pain.
You know why.
Is Philip angry with you? William said. Does he say you should not pull secrets from young girls? Does he think you betrayed him when you told me where the outlaws were hiding? Is he angry because you became dean of a church that was meant to replace his cathedral?
Well, then I think you cannot go back.
Give me something, Remigius said. One village. A farm. A small church.
There is no reward for losing, monk, William said firmly. He enjoyed this moment. In the world outside the monastery, no one protects you. The strong take from the weak, and the weak suffer.
Remigius spoke very softly. What can I do?
William smiled. You can beg, he said.
Remigius turned and walked out of the house. He is still proud, William thought, but not for long. Soon he will beg. It made William feel better to see someone who had fallen lower than he had. He could never forget the terrible pain of standing outside his own castle and not being allowed to enter. At first, he felt worried when he heard that Richard and some of his men had left Winchester. When he heard about the peace agreement, his worry became fear. He took his knights and rode fast to Earl's castle. Only a few soldiers guarded the castle. William thought Richard would be outside, trying to take it. When he saw everything quiet and calm, he felt relief. He thought he had worried too much about Richard's sudden disappearance. Then he saw the bridge was raised over the moat. He stopped his horse near the water and shouted, "Open the gate for your earl."
Richard appeared on the wall above. The earl is already inside, Richard said.
William felt as if the ground had moved under his feet. He had always feared Richard. He knew Richard was a strong rival, but he did not think he was in danger at this time. He believed the real danger would come later, when King Stephen died and Henry became king. That might have been many years away. Now he sat in a small, poor manor house and thought about his mistakes. He understood that Richard had been clever. Richard had acted at the right moment. No one could say he had broken the king's peace, because the war was still not finished. The peace treaty had made Richard's claim legal. King Stephen was old, tired, and did not want more fighting. Richard had freed the soldiers who wished to stay with William. Waldo One-Eye told William how the castle was taken. Elizabeth's betrayal made William very angry, but what hurt him most was Aliena. The helpless young girl he had hurt and driven from her home many years before had returned. She had taken her revenge. Each time he thought about it, his stomach burned with anger. At first, William wanted to fight Richard. He could keep his army. He could take food and money from the villages. He could fight again and again. But Richard had the castle. Time was on Richard's side. William's supporter, King Stephen, was old and weak. Richard had the support of young Duke Henry, who would one day be King Henry II. So William chose to stop fighting. He returned to the village of Hamley. He moved back into the manor house where he had grown up. Hamley and the nearby villages had been given to his father 30 years before. This land had never been part of the earldom. Richard had no right to take it. William hoped that if he stayed quiet, Richard would feel satisfied. Perhaps Richard would leave him alone. Until now, that plan had worked. But William hated Hamley. He hated the small, tidy houses. He hated the noisy ducks on the pond. He hated the light grey stone church. He hated the healthy children, the wide-hipped women, and the strong men who looked at him with quiet anger. He hated the village because it was simple and poor. He hated it because it showed how far his family had fallen. He watched the slow farmers begin to plough the fields in spring. He tried to guess how much grain he would receive in summer. The amount seemed small. He went hunting in his small forest. He did not see a single deer.
The forester said, "My lord, now you can only hunt wild boar. During the famine, the outlaws killed all the deer."
He sat in the big hall of the manor house and gave orders. Cold wind came through the holes in the weak walls. He made hard decisions and asked people to pay large fines. He ruled as he liked. But this did not make him happy. He had stopped building the new church at Shiring. He did not have enough money. He could not even build a stone house for himself. The workers left when he stopped paying them. He did not know where they went. Maybe they went back to Kingsbridge to work for Prior Philip. Now he had bad dreams at night. The dream was always the same. He saw his mother among the dead. Blood ran from her ears and eyes. When she opened her mouth to speak, more blood came out. The sight filled him with deep fear. During the day, he could not explain why the dream scared him. She did not say anything bad to him. But at night the fear took control of him. It was wild and strong, and he could not think clearly. When he was a boy, he once walked into a pond. The water suddenly became deep. He went under the water and could not breathe. He felt a strong need for air. He never forgot that feeling. But this dream was much worse. Trying to escape from his mother's bloody face felt impossible. It was like trying to run but not moving at all. He woke up suddenly, as if someone had thrown him. His body was stiff and shaking. He was wet with sweat and made low sounds of pain. Walter came to his bed with a candle. William slept in the hall, behind a screen. There was no private bedroom.
"You cried out, my lord," Walter said quietly.
William breathed fast and looked around. He saw the real bed, the real wall, and the real Walter. Slowly the dream lost its power. After some time, he was not afraid.
"It was nothing," he said. "Just a dream. Go away."
But he was afraid to sleep again. The next day, the men looked at him in a strange way. They seemed to think something was wrong with him. A few days after he spoke with Remigius, he sat again in the same hard chair. The fire in front of him gave little light and much smoke. Then Bishop Walleran walked into the hall. William felt surprised. He had heard horses outside. He thought it was Walter coming back from the mill. He did not know what to do when he saw the bishop. Walleran always acted proud and above him. Many times he had made William feel stupid and rough. It was shameful that Walleran now saw the poor place where he lived.
William did not stand up. "What do you want?" he asked in a cold voice. He did not try to be polite. He wanted the bishop to leave quickly. Walleran did not react to his tone. "The sheriff is dead," he said. At first William did not understand. "What does that have to do with me?" he asked. "There will be a new sheriff," Walleran said.
William almost said that it did not matter. But he stopped. Walleran cared about who would be the new sheriff. And he came here to speak about it. That meant something important. Hope rose inside him. But he pushed it down. When Walleran was involved, hope often ended in disappointment.
"Who do you want?" William asked. "You," Walleran answered.
William could hardly believe it. He had not even dared to hope for this. A smart and strong sheriff could have great power. Almost as much as an earl or a bishop. This could bring back his money and his position. But he forced himself to think carefully.
Why would King Stephen choose me? He asked. You supported him against Duke Henry, Walaran said. You lost your earldom because of that. The king may want to reward you. People do not act from thanks, William said. He repeated words his mother often said. Walaran spoke calmly. Stephen cannot be pleased that the Earl of Shiring fought against him. He may want a sheriff who can stand against Richard.
This idea made more sense. William felt excitement growing inside him. He began to believe he could leave this poor village of Hamley. He could have many knights and soldiers again. Not just the few men he had now. He would lead the county court at Shiring. He could block Richard's plans.
The sheriff lives in Shiring Castle, he said slowly. You would be rich again, Walaran added. Yes. If he used the position well, he could earn a lot of money. Almost as much as when he was Earl. But he wondered why Walaran mentioned money. Soon Walaran gave the answer. You would be able to pay for the new church, he said.
So that was the truth. Walaran always had a secret reason for what he did. He wanted William to become sheriff so William would build him a church. William understood this. But he agreed with the plan. If he finished the church for his mother, maybe his bad dreams would stop.
Do you really think this is possible? He asked eagerly.
Walaran nodded.
It will cost money, he said, but I think it can be done. Money? William asked, and his voice changed. How much?
It is not easy to say, Walaran answered. In a big town like Lincoln or Bristol, the job of sheriff costs £500 or £600. The sheriffs there are very rich. But Shiring is a small place. If you are the man the king wants, and I can arrange that, you may get it for £100.
£100?
William felt all his hope disappear. From the beginning, he was afraid this would fail.
If I had £100, I would not live like this, he said bitterly.
You can get it, Walaran said calmly.
From who? William asked.
Then he had a thought.
Will you give it to me?
Do not be foolish, Walaran said in a cold voice. That is what Jews are for. William felt hope again. But he also felt anger. Once more, the bishop was right. It had been 2 years since the first cracks appeared. Jack still did not know how to fix the problem. Now the same kind of cracks showed in the first part of the nave. Something was very wrong with his plan. The building was strong enough to hold the heavy stone roof, but it was not strong enough to fight the strong winds that hit the tall walls. He stood high on the wooden scaffolding and looked closely at the new cracks. He thought hard. He needed a way to hold the top of the wall so it would not move in the wind. He thought about the lower part of the wall. That part was stronger. In the outside wall of the aisle, there were thick stone supports. These supports joined to the nave wall with half arches hidden under the aisle roof. The arches and the heavy supports held the wall from a short distance away. They worked like outside supports. Because they were hidden, the nave looked light and beautiful. He needed something like this for the top of the wall. He could build a second level above the aisle and repeat the same system. But that would block the light from the high windows. The new style of church needed more light, not less. He understood that the aisle itself did not carry the weight. The real strength came from the heavy supports and the half arches. The aisle only hid them. If he could build supports and half arches for the high windows without building another aisle, he could solve the problem quickly. Someone called his name from below. He frowned. A moment before, he felt close to an idea. Now it was gone. He looked down. Prior Philip was calling him. Jack went into the small tower and walked down the round staircase. Philip waited at the bottom. He was very angry. His face was red, and he was breathing hard.
Richard has betrayed me, he said at once.
Jack was surprised. How?
Philip did not answer right away. After everything I did for him, he said angrily. I bought Aliena's wool when other people wanted to cheat her. Without me, she might not have started her business. Later, when that failed, I found him work as head of the watch. Last November, I told him about the peace treaty. Because of that, he took Earl's Castle. Now he has his title back. He lives in a grand way. And he has turned away from me.
Jack had never seen Philip so angry. The skin on his head was red, and his words came out fast.
In what way has Richard betrayed you? Jack asked.
Philip still did not answer directly. I always knew Richard was weak, he said.
He did not help Aliena much over the years. He took what he wanted from her and did not think about her needs. But I did not believe he was a completely bad man.
What has he done?
At last Philip told him.
He has refused to let us use the quarry.
Jack felt shocked. That was very ungrateful.
But how does he explain this?
Philip said, all land must go back to the people who had it in the time of the first King Henry. The quarry was given to us by King Stephen. Richard loved money very much, but Jack was not as angry as Philip. They had already built half of the cathedral. They had paid for most of the stone. They would find a way to continue.
Well, maybe Richard is right, in a strict way, Jack said.
Philip was very angry.
How can you say that? He asked.
It is a little like what you did to me, Jack said. After I brought you the Weeping Madonna, and made a beautiful plan for the new cathedral, and built a wall to protect the town from William, you said I could not live with a woman who is the mother of my children. That was not thankful.
Philip looked shocked.
That is not the same, he said. I do not want you to live apart. Walaran has stopped the annulment. But God's law says you must not commit adultery.
I am sure Richard would say something like that, Jack said. It is not Richard who made the rule about the land. He is only following the law.
The bell rang for noon.
There is a difference between God's laws and men's laws, Philip said.
But we must live by both, Jack said. Now I am going to eat with the mother of my children.
He walked away and left Philip standing there, looking upset. Jack did not truly believe Philip was as ungrateful as Richard. But it made him feel better to speak that way. He decided to ask Aliena about the quarry. Maybe Richard could change his mind. She would know. He left the priory yard and walked through the streets to the house where he lived with Martha. Aliena and the children were in the kitchen, as usual. The famine had ended after a good harvest last year. Food was not so rare now. There was wheat bread and roasted meat on the table. Jack kissed the children. Sally gave him a soft kiss. Tommy was now 11 years old. He wanted to grow up quickly. He turned his cheek and looked shy. Jack smiled and said nothing. He remembered when he also thought kissing was silly. Aliena looked worried. Jack sat beside her on the bench.
Philip is very angry because Richard will not give him the quarry, he said.
That is bad, Aliena said quietly. Richard is not thankful.
Do you think he can change his mind? Jack asked.
She looked distracted. She looked at him in a direct way. He knew this mood well. She stood up. Jack looked at the leg of mutton on the table with regret. Then he left the table and followed her into the bedroom. They left the door open, as they always did. They did this so no one would be suspicious if someone came into the house. Aliena sat on the bed. She crossed her arms over her chest. She looked very serious. Jack wondered what she was going to say.
I really do not know, she said.
You do not seem very interested in this problem, Jack said.
No, I am not.
You should tell me what you are thinking about.
Let us go into the back room. I have made an important decision, she said. I have lived most of my adult life under two heavy promises, she said. One promise was to my father when he was dying. The other is my life with you.
But you have already kept your promise to your father, Jack said.
Yes. And now I want to be free from the other weight, too. I have decided to leave you.
Jack felt as if his heart stopped. He knew she did not speak like this without thinking. She was serious. He looked at her and could not speak. He felt confused and shocked. He had never believed she would leave him. He did not understand how this had happened.
Is there another man? He asked.
Do not be silly.
Then why?
Because I cannot live like this anymore, she said.
Her eyes filled with tears.
We have waited 10 years for this annulment. It is never going to happen, Jack. We will live like this forever unless we separate.
But
he tried to find something to say. Her words hurt him deeply. It felt useless to argue, but he tried.
Is this not better than nothing? Is it not better than living apart? He asked.
In the end, no.
But how will anything change if you move away?
I might meet another man. I might fall in love again. I could live a normal life, she said.
Tears ran down her face.
You will still be married to Alfred.
But no one will know. And no one will care. I could marry in a small church. The priest may not know Alfred Builder. If he knew, he might say the marriage is not real.
I cannot believe you are saying this. I do not understand it.
10 years, Jack. I have waited 10 years to live a normal life with you. I will not wait anymore.
Her words hurt him deeply. She kept speaking, but he stopped listening. He could only think about a life without her.
I have never loved another woman, he said.
She moved as if his words hurt her. But she continued.
I need some weeks to prepare. I will find a house in Winchester. I want the children to understand before we start our new life.
You will take my children? He asked.
She nodded.
I am sorry, she said. For the first time, she did not look so strong. I know they will miss you. But they need a normal life too.
Jack could not listen anymore. He turned away.
Do not leave like this, Aliena said. We should talk more. Jack.
He left without answering. Behind him, she called his name.
Jack.
He walked through the living room. He did not look at the children. Then he left the house. He felt confused and empty. He walked back to the cathedral because he did not know where else to go. The builders were still eating their midday meal. He could not cry. The pain was too great. Without thinking, he climbed the stairs in the north part of the church. He went all the way to the top and stepped onto the roof. Up there, the wind was strong. On the ground below, it had seemed calm. Jack looked down. If he fell here, he would land on the lower roof near the wall. He might die, but he might not. He walked to the center where the roof ended in a sharp drop. If the cathedral was not strong and Aliena was leaving him, he felt he had nothing left. Her choice was not sudden. She had been unhappy for many years. So had he. They had learned to live with that sadness. But when she won back Earl's castle, something changed in her. She remembered that she could choose her own life. That change made their weak marriage even weaker. It was like the storm that had caused cracks in the cathedral walls. He looked at the wall and the lower roof. He saw the heavy stone supports that stood out from the wall. In his mind, he pictured the half-arch under the roof that joined the support to the upper wall. Earlier that morning, before Philip stopped him, he had an idea. He thought about building a taller support. It could be 20 feet higher. Then he could add a second half-arch. It would reach to the place where the cracks were. The arch and the tall support would hold the upper part of the church. They would keep the wall strong when the wind blew. This would likely fix the problem. But there was a difficulty. If he built a second floor over the side aisle to hide the taller support and the extra arch, the church would lose light. If he did not hide it, the supports would be open and easy to see. If I do not hide them, he thought, what does it matter? He felt that nothing was important anymore. His life was breaking apart. In that mood, he did not see anything wrong with open supports. Standing on the roof, he imagined the new shape. A row of strong stone columns would rise from the side wall. From each column, a half arch would stretch across the open air to the upper wall. Maybe he could place a tall stone point on top of each column. It would stand above the arch. Yes, that would look better. It was a new idea. The strong parts of the building would not be hidden. They would be easy to see. But the new style of building showed how the church stood up. It did not hide its strength. His heart told him this idea was right. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. He pictured the church from the west side. The half arches would look like bird wings in a long line. They would seem ready to fly. They did not need to be thick and heavy. If they were well made, they could be thin and beautiful. They could be light but strong, like a bird's wing. Winged supports, he thought. For a church so light it could almost fly. I wonder, he thought. Will it work? A strong wind pushed him suddenly. He lost his balance at the edge of the roof. For a moment, he thought he would fall and die. Then he found his balance again. His heart beat fast as he stepped back. Slowly and carefully, he walked across the roof to the small tower door. Then he went down the stairs. 2. Work had stopped completely on the church at Shiring. Prior Philip felt a little pleased about that. Many times he had looked sadly at an empty building site in Kingsbridge. Now the same thing had happened to his enemies. Alfred Builder had only destroyed the old church and started the base of the new chancel. Then William lost his power, and the money stopped coming. Philip told himself it was wrong to feel happy about the fall of a church. Still, he believed this showed God's plan. The cathedral was meant to be in Kingsbridge, not Shiring. All the problems in Walleran's plan seemed like a clear sign from God. Because the big church in town was gone, the county court now met in the castle hall. Philip rode up the hill with Jonathan beside him. After Remigius left, Philip made Jonathan his personal assistant. Philip had felt shocked by Remigius's betrayal, but he was also glad when Remigius went away. Since Philip had won the election, Remigius had always caused trouble. The priory felt calmer without him. Milius was now the new sub-prior. He also stayed as treasurer. 3 men worked under him in the treasury. Since Remigius had gone, no one understood what he used to do all day. Philip enjoyed working with Jonathan. He liked teaching him how the monastery worked. He explained how to deal with people and how the world outside functioned. Most people liked Jonathan, but sometimes he spoke too sharply. He could easily upset people who lacked confidence. When someone acted in a cold way, Jonathan became angry. Philip wanted him to see that such people were often afraid, not cruel. They needed comfort, not anger. Jonathan learned quickly. He often surprised Philip with how fast he understood new things. Sometimes Philip felt proud and thought the boy was like him. He knew that pride was a sin. Philip brought Jonathan today to watch the county court. He wanted him to see how it worked. Philip planned to ask the sheriff to force Richard to open the quarry to the priory. Philip was sure Richard was wrong in law. The new rule about giving land back to those who owned it in King Henry's time did not change the priory's rights. That law was made so Duke Henry could remove Stephen's earls and choose his own men. It was not meant to affect monasteries. Philip felt sure he would win the case. But one thing worried him. The old sheriff had died, and a new one would be named today. No one knew who it would be. Most people thought it would be one of the leading men of Shiring. There was David Merchant, who sold silk. There was Rhys Welsh, a priest who had worked at the king's court. There was Giles Lionheart, a knight with land near the town. And there was Hugh the Bastard, the Bishop of Salisbury's son. Philip hoped it would be Rhys. not because he came from the same country as Philip, but because he would likely support the church. Still, Philip was not too worried. He believed any of the 4 men would decide in his favor. They rode into the castle. It did not have very strong walls. The Earl of Shiring had another castle outside the town. Because of that, this town had not seen battle for many years. This castle was mostly an office center. The sheriff and his men worked and lived there. It also had prison cells for criminals. Philip and Jonathan put their horses in the stable. Then they went into the great hall. The long tables inside had been moved. Usually they stood in the shape of a T. Now only the top of the T remained on a raised platform. The other tables stood along the sides of the hall. This way, people with arguments could sit far apart and not start a fight. The hall was already full. Bishop Walleran sat on the raised platform. He looked dark and unfriendly. Philip felt surprised when he saw William Hamley beside him. William was speaking quietly to the bishop while they watched people enter. Philip wondered why William was here. For 9 months William had stayed quietly in his village. Many people in the county had hoped he would stay there forever. But now he sat on the bench as if he were still Earl. Philip asked himself what small and selfish plan had brought William to the court today. Philip and Jonathan sat at the side of the hall. They waited for the court to begin. The room felt busy and hopeful. Now that the war was over, the rich and powerful people wanted to build wealth again. The land was rich and full of promise. The land gave them good results for their hard work. This year they expected a very big harvest. The price of wool had also gone up. Philip gave work again to almost all the builders who had left during the famine. The people who were still alive were mostly young and strong. Now they felt hopeful about the future. In the great hall of Shiring Castle, this hope was easy to see. They held their heads high and spoke in strong voices. The men wore new boots. The women wore beautiful hats. They even had enough money to argue about their property in court. When the sheriff's deputy entered with Earl Richard, everyone stood up. The 2 men walked to the raised platform. They stayed standing. The deputy began to read the king's order about the new sheriff. While he read the long formal words at the start, Philip looked at the 4 men who might become sheriff. He hoped the chosen man would be brave. The new sheriff would need courage to defend the law against powerful men like Bishop Walleran, Earl Richard, and Lord William. The man who had won probably already knew. There was no reason to keep it secret. But none of the 4 men looked excited. Usually, the new sheriff stood next to the deputy during the reading. Yet only Richard, Walleran, and William stood there. A terrible idea came into Philip's mind. Maybe Walleran had become sheriff. Then he heard the words of the deputy.
I appoint as sheriff of Shiring my servant William of Hamley, and I order all men to help him.
Philip looked at Jonathan.
William, he said.
The townspeople made sounds of surprise and anger.
How did he do it? Jonathan asked.
He must have paid for it, Philip said.
Where did he get the money?
He probably borrowed it.
William walked to the wooden chair in the middle of the top table. He was smiling. Philip remembered that he had once been a handsome young man. He was not yet 40, but he looked older. His body was heavy. His face was red from wine. The bright strength that makes young faces attractive was gone. Now his face showed a life of too much drink and pleasure. When William sat down, Philip stood up.
Jonathan also stood and spoke quietly. Are we leaving?
Follow me, Philip said quietly.
The room became silent. Everyone watched them as they crossed the court. The crowd moved aside to let them pass. They reached the door and went out. After the door closed, people began to speak loudly inside.
We had no chance to win with William as sheriff, Jonathan said.
It is worse than that, Philip said. If we had continued our case, we might have lost other rights.
I did not think of that, Jonathan said.
Philip nodded.
With William as sheriff, Walleran as bishop, and Richard as earl, It is now impossible for Kingsbridge Priory to get justice in this county. They can do anything they want to us.
While a stable boy prepared their horses, Philip spoke again.
I will ask the king to make Kingsbridge a borough. Then we will have our own court. We will pay our taxes straight to the king. In this way, we will not be under the sheriff's control.
You were always against that before, Jonathan said.
I was against it because it made the town as strong as the priory, Philip said. But now I think we must accept it if we want to be free. The other choice is William.
Will King Stephen give us town rights? Jonathan asked.
He may give them, but we will have to pay, Philip answered. If he does not, maybe Henry will give them when he becomes king.
They got on their horses and rode sadly through the town. They went out of the gate and past the rubbish area outside the walls. Some poor and weak people were looking through the waste. They searched for food, clothes, or wood to burn. Philip looked at them without much thought. Then he saw someone he knew. A tall man was bending over a pile of old cloth. Philip stopped his horse. Jonathan stopped next to him.
Look, Philip said.
Jonathan looked where Philip was looking. After a short time he spoke quietly. It is Remigius. Philip watched him. Walaran and William had sent Remigius away when the money for the new church stopped. They did not need him anymore. Remigius had turned against Philip. He had turned against the priory and the town. He did all this because he wanted to become Dean of Shiring. But he did not get what he wanted. Philip turned his horse and rode across the rough ground to Remigius. Jonathan followed him. The air smelled very bad. When Philip came closer, he saw how thin Remigius was. He looked like skin and bones. His clothes were dirty. He had no shoes. He was 60 years old. He had lived in Kingsbridge Priory all his adult life. He did not know how to live outside with nothing. Remigius pulled a pair of old leather shoes from the rubbish. The shoes had big holes in the bottom. Still, he looked at them with great hope. He was about to put them on when he saw Philip.
He stood up straight. His face showed shame and also pride. After a moment he spoke. "Did you come to laugh at me?" he asked.
No, Philip said softly. He did not feel anger. He only felt pity. He got down from his horse and took a small bottle from his bag. I came to give you some wine.
Remigius did not want to take it, but he was too hungry and weak to refuse. He waited a second, then grabbed the bottle. He smelled the wine. Then he drank. Once he started, he could not stop. There was only a little wine left. He finished it quickly. Then he lowered the bottle and almost fell.
Philip took the bottle and put it back in his bag. You should eat something too, he said. He took out a small loaf of bread.
Remigius grabbed the bread and pushed it into his mouth. It was clear he had not eaten for many days. Maybe he had not had a good meal for weeks.
Philip felt sad. He thought Remigius might die soon. If not from hunger, then from shame.
Remigius ate the bread very fast.
Do you want to come back? Philip asked.
Jonathan made a small sound of surprise. Like many monks, he did not want to see Remigius again. He probably thought Philip was wrong to ask this.
For a moment, Remigius looked like his old self. "Come back," he said. "As what?"
Philip shook his head.
You will not have an important place in my priory, he said. You can come back as a simple monk. You must ask God to forgive you. Then you can spend your days in prayer. You can prepare your soul for heaven.
Remigius lifted his head. Philip thought he would refuse with anger. But Remigius did not refuse. He opened his mouth to speak. Then he closed it and looked down.
Philip waited in silence. He did not move. The moment felt long.
When Remigius looked up again, tears were on his face. "Yes, Father," he said. "I want to come home."
Philip felt deep joy. "Come with us," he said. "Get on my horse."
Remigius looked very surprised.
"Father, what are you doing?" Jonathan asked.
Philip looked at Remigius. "Do what I say," he said.
Jonathan was shocked.
"But, Father, how will you travel?"
"I will walk," Philip said happily. "One of us must walk."
"Let Remigius walk," Jonathan said in anger.
"Let him ride," Philip said. "He made God happy today."
"And you?" Jonathan asked. "Did you not make God happy more than Remigius?"
Jesus said there is more joy in heaven for one sinner who says sorry than for 99 good people, Philip said. "Do you remember the story of the lost son? When he came home, his father killed a special calf for him. The angels are happy because Remigius cried and changed. The least I can do is give him my horse."
Philip took the horse and walked across the empty land toward the road. Jonathan followed him. When they reached the road, Jonathan got off his horse.
"Please, Father, take my horse," he said. "Let me walk."
"Get back on your horse. Stop arguing with me. Think about what we are doing and why."
Jonathan looked confused, but he got back on his horse. He did not speak again. They turned toward King's Bridge. It was 20 miles away. Philip began to walk. He felt very happy inside. The return of Remigius was worth more than the quarry. "I lost in court," he thought. "But that was only about stones. What I gained is much more important. Today I saved a man's soul." 3. New apples floated in a large barrel. They were red and yellow, and the sun shone on the water. Sally, who was 9 years old and full of energy, leaned over the barrel. She kept her hands behind her back and tried to catch an apple with her teeth. The apple moved away. Her face went into the water. She came up coughing and laughing. Aliena gave a small smile and wiped her daughter's face. It was a warm afternoon in late summer. It was a saint's day and a holiday. Most of the town was in the meadow across the river. They had come to play the apple game. Aliena usually enjoyed days like this. But this would be her last saint's day in King's Bridge. The thought stayed in her mind and made her sad. She still planned to leave Jack. Since she made that choice, she already felt the pain of losing him. Tommy stood near the barrel.
"Go on, Tommy. Try it."
"Not yet," Tommy answered.
Tommy was 11 years old. He knew he was cleverer than his sister. He also thought he was cleverer than many other people. He watched the others carefully. He wanted to see how they caught the apples. Aliena watched him as he watched. She loved him very much. Jack had been about the same age when she first met him. Tommy looked very much like Jack as a boy. When she looked at him, she remembered her own childhood. Jack wanted Tommy to become a builder. But Tommy did not yet care about building. There was still time for that. At last Tommy stepped up to the barrel. He bent down slowly and opened his mouth wide. He pushed one apple under the water. His whole face went under. Then he came up with the apple between his teeth. He looked proud and happy. Tommy would do well in whatever he chose. He was a little like his grandfather, Earl Bartholomew. He had a strong will. He also had clear ideas about right and wrong. He did not change his mind easily. Sally was different. She had Jack's relaxed nature. She did not care much about strict rules. When Jack told stories, Sally always felt sorry for the weak person. Tommy was more likely to judge that person. Each child had one parent's face and the other's character. Happy Sally had Aliena's regular face and dark curly hair. Serious Tommy had Jack's red hair, pale skin, and blue eyes.
Suddenly Tommy shouted, "Uncle Richard is coming!"
Aliena turned quickly and looked where he pointed. Her brother, the Earl, was riding into the meadow. Several knights and young men rode with him. Aliena felt shocked and angry. How could he come here after what he had done to Philip about the quarry? Richard came to the barrel. He smiled and shook hands with people.
Try to catch an apple, Uncle Richard, Tommy said. You can do it.
Richard bent down and put his head into the water. He came up with an apple in his strong white teeth. His blonde beard was wet.
Aliena thought he was always better at games than at real life. She would not act as if nothing had happened. Other people might stay quiet because he was the Earl. But to her, he was only her foolish younger brother. He came to kiss her. She pushed him away.
How could you take the quarry from the priory? She asked.
Jack saw that they might argue. He took the children's hands and walked away with them.
All property has returned to the people who owned it before, he said.
Do not tell me that, Aliena said, after everything Philip has done for you.
The quarry is part of my birthright, he said.
He took her to one side and spoke very quietly so no one could hear them.
I also need the money from selling the stones, Ali, he said.
That is because you spend all your time hunting and flying birds, she said.
What else can I do? He asked.
You should make the land rich, she said. There is so much work to do. You must repair the damage from the war and the famine. You can try new ways of farming. You can cut trees and clear the woods. You can drain the wet swamps. That is how you grow rich. Not by taking the quarry that King Stephen gave to Kingsbridge Priory.
I have never taken anything that was not mine, he said.
You have done nothing else, Aliena said.
She was very angry now and spoke without thinking.
You never worked for anything. You took my money for your foolish weapons. You took the job Philip gave you. You took the earldom when I helped you get it. Now you cannot even rule it without taking things that are not yours.
She turned and walked away quickly. Richard tried to follow her, but a man stopped him and bowed. The man asked how he was. Aliena heard Richard answer politely. Then he began to talk with the man. That was good for her. She had said what she wanted. She did not want to speak to him again. She reached the bridge and looked back. Another person was speaking to him now. Richard waved at her. He showed that he still wanted to talk, but he could not leave the people around him. She saw Jack, Tommy, and Sally playing with a stick and a ball. They laughed and ran in the sun. She watched them and felt pain in her heart. She did not want to separate them. But how could she live a normal life if she stayed? She crossed the bridge and went into the town. She wanted to be alone for some time. She had rented a house in Winchester. It was a large house. There was a shop on the ground floor. Upstairs there was a living room. There was also a separate bedroom. At the back of the yard, there was a big room where she could keep her cloth. But the closer the day of moving came, the less she wanted to go. The streets of Kingsbridge were hot and dusty. The air was full of flies from the many piles of waste. All the shops were closed. The houses were locked. The town felt empty. Everyone was in the meadow. She walked to Jack's house. The others would come there after the apple game finished. The door was open. She felt annoyed. Who left it open? Many people had keys. She had one. Jack had one. Richard and Martha also had keys. There was not much to steal inside. Aliena did not keep her money there. For many years, Philip let her keep her money in the priory. But the open door would bring flies into the house. She went inside. The house was dark and cool. Flies moved around in the middle of the room. Big blue flies walked over the cloth on the table. 2 wasps flew around the honey pot and made an angry sound. Alfred was sitting at the table. Aliena gave a small cry. She was afraid for a moment. Then she became calm and looked at him.
How did you get in? She asked.
I've got a key.
He had kept his key for a long time, she thought. She looked at him carefully. His shoulders were wide but very thin. His face looked small and tired.
What are you doing here? She asked.
I came to see you.
Her hands were shaking. She was not afraid. She was very angry.
I do not want to see you, she said. Not now. Not ever again. You treated me very badly. Then Jack was kind to you and gave you work. But you broke his trust. You took his workers to shiring.
I need money, he said.
Then work.
Building work has stopped in shearing. I cannot find a job here in Kingsbridge.
Then go to London. Or go to Paris.
He did not change his mind. He was very stubborn.
I thought you would help me, he said.
There is nothing for you here. You should leave.
Do you not feel sorry for me? He asked.
Now he did not sound angry. He sounded as if he was begging. She held the table because she felt weak.
Alfred, do you not understand? I hate you.
Why? He asked.
He looked hurt. He seemed surprised.
Dear God, he is so stupid, she thought. That is the only reason I can find for him. If you want help, go to the monastery, she said in a tired voice. Prior Philip forgives everyone. I do not.
But you are my wife, Alfred said.
That made her very angry.
I am not your wife, she said in a low voice. You are not my husband. You never were. Now leave this house.
Suddenly he caught her hair with his hand.
You are my wife, he said.
He pulled her across the table. With his other hand, he grabbed her chest and hurt her. Aliena was shocked. She did not expect this. For 9 months he had slept in the same room with her. He had never acted like a real husband. She cried out and tried to pull away. But he held her hair tightly and pulled her back.
No one will hear you, he said. They are all on the other side of the river.
She felt very afraid. They were alone in the house. He was much stronger than she was. She had traveled many miles on the roads. She had lived through many dangers. Now she was attacked in her own home by the man she had married. He saw fear in her eyes and smiled.
Are you afraid? He asked. Maybe you should be kind to me.
Then he kissed her on the mouth. She bit his lip as hard as she could. He cried out in pain. She did not see his hand move. He hit her hard on the cheek. That made her head turn fast. For a moment, she thought her face was broken. She could not see clearly. She almost lost her balance. She moved back from the table and began to fall. The dry grass on the floor made the fall softer. She lay there for a moment. Then she shook her head to think clearly. She reached for the small knife on her left arm. Before she could take it, he caught both her wrists.
I know about that small dagger, Alfred said. I have seen you take off your clothes. You forgot that, did you not?
He let go of her hands. Then he hit her face again. He took the dagger for himself. Aliena tried to move away. He sat on her legs so she could not stand. He put his left hand on her neck. She moved her arms wildly. Suddenly, she saw the point of the dagger very close to her eye. It was only a small distance away.
Do not move, he said firmly. If you move, I will hurt your eyes.
She stopped at once. She was very afraid. The thought of being blind filled her with fear. She had seen blind men before. They walked in the streets and asked people for money. Their empty eyes looked straight ahead. People felt uncomfortable when they saw them. Small boys were often cruel to them. They pushed them and made them fall. They laughed and ran away. The blind men tried to catch them, but they could not. This made the boys laugh even more. They usually died within 1 or 2 years.
I thought that would calm you down, Alfred said.
Why was he doing this? He had never wanted her before. Was he angry because he had failed? Was she weak and easy to hurt? Did she remind him of a world that did not accept him? He bent over her and sat across her body. His knees were on each side of her hips. He held the knife close to her eye. Then he brought his face near hers again.
Now, he said, "Be nice."
He kissed her again. His face was rough and hurt her skin. His breath smelled bad, like beer and onions. She kept her mouth closed.
"That is not nice," he said. "Kiss me back."
He kissed her again and moved the knife even closer. When the knife touched her eyelid, she opened her lips a little. His mouth tasted bad, and she felt sick. He pushed his tongue into her mouth. She thought she might be sick. She tried very hard to stop it. She was afraid he would kill her. After a moment, he moved his face away. But he still held the knife close to her face. "Now," he said.
"Feel this."
He took her hand and moved it under his tunic. He made her touch his body.
"Hold it," he said.
She held it.
"Now move your hand slowly."
She did what he told her. She thought that if she pleased him like this, maybe he would not force himself on her. She looked at his face with fear. His face was red, and his eyes were half closed. She moved her hand slowly down. She remembered that Jack liked this very much. She felt afraid that she would never enjoy this again. Tears filled her eyes. He moved the knife in a quick and dangerous way.
"Not so hard," he said.
She tried to be careful. Then the door opened. Her heart jumped with hope. Bright sunlight came into the room. The light was strong and hurt her eyes through her tears. Alfred stopped moving. She pulled her hand away. They both looked at the door. Who was it? Aliena could not see. "Please, not one of the children," she prayed. "I would feel so ashamed." She heard a loud cry of anger. It was a man's voice. She wiped her tears and looked again. It was her brother Richard. Poor Richard. This felt even worse than if it had been Tommy. Richard had a scar where his left ear should be. He got that scar when he was 14. He saw something terrible that day. Now he was seeing something terrible again. How could he live through this pain one more time? Alfred tried to stand up, but Richard was faster. Aliena saw her brother move across the small room very quickly. He kicked Alfred hard in the face. The heavy boot hit Alfred on the jaw. Alfred fell back against the table. Richard ran after him. He stepped on Aliena and did not even notice. He hit Alfred again and again with his fists and feet. Aliena moved away as fast as she could. She pulled herself to the side of the room. Richard's face was full of wild anger. He did not look at her. He did not think about her. She understood this. He was not angry because of what Alfred did today. His anger came from long ago. It came from what William and Walter did to him 18 years before. At that time, he was young and weak. He could not defend himself. Now he was a strong man. He was an experienced fighter. After all these years, he finally found someone to attack. All the anger he kept inside came out at once. He hit Alfred again and again with both fists. Alfred moved back around the table and tried to protect himself with his arms. Richard struck his chin hard. Alfred fell backward. He lay on the floor and looked up with fear. Aliena felt afraid when she saw her brother's anger.
"That's enough, Richard," she said.
Richard did not listen. He stepped forward to kick Alfred. At that moment, Alfred remembered he still held Aliena's knife. He moved quickly and stood up. Then he swung the knife toward Richard. Richard was surprised and jumped back. Alfred moved at him again and pushed him across the room. Aliena saw that the two men were the same height and size. Richard knew how to fight, but Alfred had a knife. Now they seemed equal, and this frightened her. She felt sudden fear for her brother. What would happen if Alfred won? She knew she would have to fight Alfred herself. She looked around for something to use as a weapon. Near the fire, she saw a pile of wood. She quickly picked up a heavy piece of wood. Alfred rushed at Richard again. Richard moved aside. When Alfred's arm was fully stretched out, Richard caught his wrist and pulled hard. Alfred lost his balance and stumbled forward. Richard hit Alfred many times with both fists. He moved very fast and hit Alfred's face and body. There was a wild smile on Richard's face. It was the smile of a man who wanted revenge. Alfred began to cry out. He lifted his arms to protect himself. Richard stopped for a moment and breathed hard. Aliena thought the fight was over. But suddenly Alfred attacked again. He moved very fast. The tip of his knife cut Richard's cheek. Richard jumped back in pain. Alfred came forward with the knife high in his hand. Aliena saw that Alfred was ready to kill Richard. She ran toward Alfred. She held a heavy piece of wood and swung it with all her strength. She did not hit his head, but she hit his right elbow. She heard a hard crack when the wood struck his arm. Alfred's hand went weak, and the knife fell to the ground. Everything ended very quickly after that. Richard bent down and picked up Aliena's knife. In the same quick movement, he pushed the knife into Alfred's chest. He used great force. The knife went in very deep. Aliena stared in shock. It was a terrible moment. Alfred gave a loud cry. Richard pulled the knife out. Blood ran from the wound in Alfred's chest. Alfred opened his mouth to scream again, but no sound came out. His face became very pale, then grey. He closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Blood spread into the dry grass on the floor. Aliena went down on her knees beside him. His eyelids moved a little. He was still breathing, but he was very weak. She felt that he was close to death. She looked up at Richard. He stood over them and breathed fast.
He is dying, she said.
Richard nodded. He did not look very upset. I have seen better men die, he said. I have killed men who did not deserve it.
Aliena felt shocked by his hard words, but she said nothing. She remembered the first time Richard killed a man. It was after William took the castle. She and Richard were traveling to Winchester. 2 thieves attacked them on the road. Aliena hurt one of the thieves with a knife. Richard was only 15 years old. She made him finish the fight. If he has no feelings, she thought with guilt, who made him like this? She looked at Alfred again. He opened his eyes and looked at her. For a moment, she felt almost ashamed. She did not feel much pity for him. As she looked into his eyes, she remembered his life. He had never been kind. He was not forgiving. He was not generous. All his life, he kept anger and hate inside his heart. He felt pleasure when he hurt other people or paid them back for old wrongs. Your life could have been different, Alfred, she thought. You could have been kind to your sister. You could have forgiven your stepbrother for being more clever than you. You could have married for love and not because you wanted revenge. You could have supported Prior Philip. You could have been happy. His eyes opened wide.
God, it hurts, he said.
She wished he would die quickly. His eyes closed again.
That is the end, Richard said.
Alfred stopped breathing.
Aliena stood up. I am a widow, she said.
They buried Alfred in the graveyard at Kingsbridge Priory. It was his sister Martha's wish, because she was his only living relative by blood. She was also the only person who felt real sadness. Alfred had not treated her well. For love and safety, she had always gone to her stepbrother Jack. Still, she wanted Alfred buried near her so she could visit his grave. When they put the coffin into the ground, only Martha cried. Jack looked serious but also relieved that Alfred was gone. Tommy stood next to Aliena and watched everything with great interest. This was his first funeral in the family, and all the customs were new to him. Sally looked pale and afraid. She held Martha's hand tightly. Richard was there. During the church service, he spoke to Aliena. He said he had come to ask God to forgive him for killing his brother-in-law. He quickly said that he did not feel sorry. He only wanted to be safe before God. Aliena's face was still blue and swollen from the last time Alfred hit her. She remembered Alfred when she first saw him. He came to Earl's Castle with his father, Tom Builder. Martha, Ellen, and Jack were with them. Even then, Alfred was the bully in the family. He was big and strong. He was slow in his thinking but also clever in a bad way. He liked to hurt others. If Aliena had known she would marry him one day, she would have wanted to jump from the castle walls. She never thought she would see that family again after they left the castle. But later, they all lived in Kingsbridge. She and Alfred started the parish guild together. Now it was very important in the town. At that time, Alfred asked her to marry him. She did not know that he wanted to compete with his stepbrother more than he wanted her. She said no at first. Later, Alfred found a way to control her. He promised to help her brother. Because of that promise, she agreed to marry him. Now, when she thought about it, she felt Alfred had received what he deserved. He had married her for selfish reasons. Their marriage had no love. He felt angry and unhappy. She did not feel sorry for him. Aliena could not stop feeling happy. Now there was no need to leave and live in Winchester. She and Jack would marry at once. She kept her face serious for the funeral. She tried to think serious thoughts. But inside, her heart was full of joy. Philip always forgave people, even when they hurt him. He agreed that Alfred could be buried. 5 adults and 2 children stood near the open grave. Then Ellen arrived. Philip was angry. Ellen had spoken against a Christian wedding, so she was not welcome near the priory. But Philip could not stop her from coming to her stepson's funeral. The ceremony was already finished, so Philip turned and walked away. Aliena felt sad about this. Philip and Ellen were both good people. It was sad that they were enemies. They were good in different ways, and they could not accept each other's beliefs. Ellen looked older now. There were more lines on her face, and more grey hair on her head. But her golden eyes were still bright and beautiful. She wore a simple leather tunic that she had made herself. She had no shoes. Her arms and legs were brown from the sun and strong from hard work. Tommy and Sally ran to her and kissed her. Jack came next and held her tightly. Ellen lifted her cheeks so Richard could kiss her.
"You did the right thing," she said. "Do not feel guilty."
She stood by the grave and looked down into it.
"I was his stepmother," she said. "I wish I had known how to make him happy."
Then she turned away from the grave. Aliena stepped forward and hugged her. Together they walked away slowly.
"Will you stay for a while and have dinner with us?" Aliena asked.
"Gladly," Ellen answered.
She touched Tommy's red hair with her hand.
"I want to talk to my grandchildren. They grow very fast. When I first met Tom Builder, Jack was the same age as Tommy is now. When you get older, the years pass more quickly. I believe."
She stopped speaking in the middle of her sentence. She stopped walking.
"What is it?" Aliena asked.
Ellen was looking at the gate of the priory. The wooden gates were open. The street outside was empty. Only a few small children stood on the other side. They stood close together and stared at something they could see, but the others could not.
"Richard," Ellen said sharply. "Don't go out."
Everyone stopped. Aliena understood why Ellen was afraid. The children were looking at the gate. It seemed like they saw someone outside. Maybe a person was hiding behind the wall near the gate. Richard moved quickly.
"It is a trap," he said.
Then he turned and ran at once. A moment later, a man in a helmet looked around the gate. He was a big soldier. He saw Richard running toward the church. The soldier shouted and ran inside the close. 3, 4, then 5 more soldiers followed him. The people from the funeral ran in different directions. The soldiers did not chase them. They ran after Richard. Aliena felt afraid and confused. Who would attack the Earl of Shiring in a priory? She held her breath and watched. Richard ran fast across the close. He jumped over a low wall that the builders were making. The soldiers jumped over the wall after him. They did not care that they were running into a church. The workers stood still. They held their tools in their hands and watched. First Richard ran past them. Then the soldiers ran past. One young apprentice moved quickly. He pushed out his shovel and hit one soldier's legs. The soldier fell hard to the ground. No one else tried to help. Richard reached the door to the cloisters. The soldier closest to him lifted his sword high. For one moment, Aliena thought the door was locked. She was afraid Richard could not get inside. The soldier hit at Richard with his sword. Richard pulled the door open and slipped inside. The sword cut into the wood as the door shut hard. Aliena could breathe again. The soldiers stood around the cloister door. Then they looked at each other in an unsure way. They suddenly understood where they were. The builders looked at them with anger. Many held hammers and axes in their hands. There were almost 100 builders and only 5 soldiers. Jack looked angry.
"Who are those people?" he asked.
A voice spoke from behind them.
"They are the sheriff's men."
Aliena turned quickly. She felt shock and fear at the same time. She knew that voice very well. At the gate sat William Hamley on a black horse. The horse moved nervously. William wore armor and carried weapons. When she saw him, her body felt cold. Jack looked at William.
"Leave this place, you terrible man," he said.
William's face turned red at the insult, but he stayed where he was.
"I have come to arrest someone," he said.
"Do it," Jack answered. "Richard's men will attack you."
"He will not have any men when he is in prison," William said.
"Who do you think you are?" Jack asked. "A sheriff cannot put an earl in prison."
"He can if the earl has killed someone," William replied.
Aliena gave a small cry. At once she understood William's plan.
There was no murder, she said loudly.
"There was," William said. "Earl Richard killed Alfred Builder. Now I must tell Prior Philip that he is hiding a killer."
William pushed his horse forward. He rode past them and crossed the west end of the unfinished church. Then he went to the kitchen courtyard, where visitors were received. Aliena watched him in disbelief. He was so cruel that it was hard to believe he was real. Poor Alfred was now dead and buried. He had done many wrong things because he was weak and small in his thinking. His bad actions were sad more than evil. But William was different. He was truly cruel and wicked. Aliena thought, when will we be free from this monster? The soldiers came into the kitchen yard with William. One of them hit the kitchen door with the handle of his sword. The builders stopped their work and left the building site. They stood together in a group and looked hard at the soldiers. They held heavy hammers and sharp tools. They looked ready to fight. Aliena told Martha to take the children home. Then she stood with Jack and the builders. Prior Philip came to the kitchen door. He was shorter than William. He wore a light summer robe. Next to the strong man on the horse, dressed in metal armor, Philip looked small, but his face showed strong and right anger. That made him seem stronger than William. William spoke first.
"You are hiding a man who has run away."
Philip stopped him with a loud shout.
"Leave this place."
William tried again. "There has been a murder."
"Get out of my priory." Philip shouted.
"I am the sheriff."
"Not even the king can bring violent men into a monastery." Philip cried. "Get out! Get out!"
The builders began to speak in low, angry voices. The soldiers looked at them with worry.
William said, "Even the prior of Kingsbridge must answer to the sheriff."
"Not like this," Philip answered. "Take your men away from this yard. Leave your weapons in the stable. When you are ready to come as a humble sinner into God's house, you may enter. Then I will answer your questions."
Philip stepped back inside. He closed the door hard behind him. The builders shouted with joy. Aliena also shouted. All her life, William had been a man of fear and power. It made her heart feel light to see Prior Philip stand against him. But William did not accept defeat. He got down from his horse. Slowly, he took off his sword belt. Then he gave it to one of his men. He spoke quietly to his men. They walked back across the priory yard and took his sword with them. William watched them until they reached the gate. Then he turned and faced the kitchen door again.
He shouted, "Open the door for the sheriff."
After a short wait, the kitchen door opened. Philip came outside again. He looked down at William, who was now without a weapon in the yard. Then he looked at the soldiers near the gate on the other side of the yard. At last, he looked back at William.
"Well," he asked.
"You are hiding a murderer in this priory," William said. "Give him to me."
"There has been no murder in Kingsbridge," Philip answered calmly.
"The Earl of Shiring killed Alfred Builder 4 days ago," William said.
"You are wrong," Philip said. "Richard killed Alfred, but it was not murder. Alfred was trying to rape someone."
Aliena felt her body shake.
"Rape?" William asked. "Who was he trying to rape?"
"Aliena," Philip said.
"But she is his wife," William said loudly. "How can a man rape his own wife?"
Aliena understood what William was trying to say. Anger rose inside her.
Philip spoke firmly. "The marriage was never completed. She has asked the church to end the marriage."
"But it has not been ended," William replied. "They were married in a church. By law, they are still husband and wife. There was no rape. It was the opposite."
William suddenly turned and pointed at Aliena.
"She has wanted to be free of her husband for many years," he said. "At last, she asked her brother to help her. They removed him by killing him with her knife."
Aliena felt cold fear in her chest. His story was a terrible lie. But to someone who did not see what happened, it sounded possible. Richard was now in danger.
"The sheriff cannot arrest the Earl," Philip said.
Aliena suddenly remembered that this was true.
William took out a rolled paper. "I have an order from the king," he said. "I am arresting him for the king."
Aliena felt hopeless. William had planned everything.
How did William do that? She asked quietly.
"He was very fast," Jack replied. "He must have gone to Winchester. He probably spoke to the king as soon as he heard the news."
Philip held out his hand. They stood several yards away from each other. For a short time, neither man moved. Then William stepped forward and walked up the steps. He gave the paper to Philip. Philip read it carefully. Then he handed it back.
"Show me the writ," Philip said.
William held the paper out to him.
"This paper does not give you the right to attack a monastery," Philip said. "He has asked for sanctuary," Philip said.
"It gives me the right to arrest Richard," William answered. "Ah," William said.
He did not look surprised. He nodded slowly, as if he already knew this would happen. Then he stepped back a few steps. When he spoke again, he raised his voice so everyone could hear.
"Tell him this," he said firmly. "He will be arrested as soon as he leaves the priory. My deputies will stay in the town and outside his castle. And remember this. If anyone hurts a sheriff's deputy, he hurts a servant of the king."
He looked at the people around him. Then he turned back to Philip.
"He can stay inside the sanctuary as long as he wants. But if he leaves, he must face the law."
No one spoke. William walked down the steps slowly and crossed the kitchen yard. To Aliena, his words felt like a prison sentence. The people moved aside to let him pass. As he walked by Aliena, he gave her a proud and cold look. Everyone watched him go to the gate and get on his horse. He gave a short order to his men. Then he rode away. 2 of his men stayed at the gate and watched the priory. Aliena turned around. Philip was standing next to her and Jack.
"Come to my house," he said quietly. "We need to talk about this."
Then he went back into the kitchen. Aliena felt that he was secretly pleased about something. The excitement was over. The builders went back to their work. They talked in loud and happy voices. Ellen went to the house to stay with the grandchildren. Aliena and Jack walked through the graveyard. They stayed away from the building site. Then they went into Philip's house. Philip was not there yet. They sat on a bench and waited. Jack felt that Aliena was worried about her brother. He put his arms around her to comfort her. Aliena looked around the room. She saw that Philip's house was slowly becoming more comfortable each year. It was still simple compared to the private rooms of an earl in a castle, but it was not as plain as before. There was now a small rug in front of the little altar. It helped Philip's knees during his long prayers at night. On the wall behind the altar hung a silver crucifix with small jewels. It must have been an expensive gift. Aliena thought it would not hurt Philip to make life a little easier as he grew older. Maybe he would also become kinder to other people. A few moments later, Philip came in. Richard came with him. Richard looked upset and nervous. Richard started speaking at once.
"William cannot do this. It is crazy. I found Alfred trying to hurt my sister. He had a knife in his hand. He almost killed me."
"Calm down," Philip said. "Let us speak quietly. We must think about the dangers, if there are any. Please sit down." Richard sat down, but he kept talking.
"Dangers? There are no dangers. A sheriff cannot put an earl in prison, not even for murder."
"He will try," Philip said. "He will have men waiting outside the priory." Richard moved his hand as if it did not matter.
"I can get past William's men easily. They are not a problem. Jack can wait for me outside the town wall with a horse."
"And when you reach Earl's castle?" Philip asked.
"It will be the same there. I can pass William's men without trouble. Or my own men can come out to meet me."
"That sounds good," Philip said. "And what then?"
"Then nothing," Richard said. "What can William do?"
"He still has a royal writ," the man said. "It calls you to answer a charge of murder. He will try to arrest you when you leave the castle."
"I will not go out alone," Richard said. "Men will go with me."
"And when you hold court in Shiring or other towns?"
"The same," Richard said.
"But will people accept your judgments? They know you are accused of a crime. They may think you are running from the law."
"They should accept my rule," Richard said in a dark voice. "They remember how William ruled when he was Earl."
"They may not fear you like they feared William," the man said. "They may think you are not so cruel. I hope that is true."
"Do not be so sure," Richard said.
Aliena frowned. Philip was not usually so negative. She felt he had another reason for his words. Maybe he was preparing some plan. She thought the stone quarry might be part of it. "My main worry is the king," Philip said. "If you refuse to answer the charge, you go against the crown. Last year I would say you should fight the king. But the war is over now. Earls cannot act as they like anymore."
"It seems you must answer the charge, Richard," Jack said.
"He cannot do that," Aliena said. "He will not receive justice."
"She is right," Philip said. "The case will be heard in the royal court. Everyone knows what happened. Alfred tried to force Aliena. Richard came in. They fought. Richard killed Alfred. The court will decide what it means. William supports King Stephen. Richard supports Duke Henry. Because of this, the court will likely say he is guilty. Why did King Stephen sign the writ? Maybe he wants revenge. Richard fought against him. Alfred's death gives the king a reason.
We must ask Duke Henry to help us, Aliena said.
Richard looked unsure. I do not want to depend on him. He is in Normandy. He may send a letter to complain. But what else can he do? He could come with an army. But that would break the peace agreement. I do not think he will risk that for me.
Aliena felt sad and afraid.
Oh, Richard, you are trapped. And it is because you saved me.
He smiled at her in his usual bright way. I would do it again, Ali.
I know, she said softly.
He truly meant it. He had many faults, but he was brave. It felt unfair. He had just become Earl, and now he faced this great trouble. As Earl, he had disappointed her very much. But he did not deserve this.
What a choice, he said. I can stay here in the priory until Duke Henry becomes king. Or I can be hanged for murder. Maybe I should become a monk. But you monks eat too much fish.
There may be another way, Philip said. Aliena looked at him with hope. She knew he was planning something. If he could save Richard, she would be very thankful. You could do penance for the killing, Philip went on.
Would it involve eating fish? Richard said lightly.
I am thinking about the Holy Land, Philip said. They all became quiet. Palestine was under the rule of the King of Jerusalem, Baldwin III. He was a Christian from a French family. The land was often attacked by Muslim countries near it. Egypt was in the south. Damascus was in the east. These countries fought against Jerusalem again and again. The journey to the Holy Land took 6 months or even a year. A man could join the army there. He could fight to protect the Christian kingdom. Many people believed this was a strong way to say sorry for killing someone. They believed it could clean a man's soul. Aliena felt worried. Many men did not return from the Holy Land. But she had worried about Richard in battles for many years. The Holy Land was likely no more dangerous than England. She knew she would worry again. She was used to this feeling.
The King of Jerusalem always needs soldiers, Richard said.
Every few years, men came from the Pope. They traveled around the country. They told stories about battles and brave acts. They spoke about protecting the Christian world. They tried to make young men want to go and fight in the Holy Land.
But I have only just become Earl, Richard said. Who will take care of my lands while I am away?
Aliena, Philip said. Aliena suddenly felt she could not breathe. Philip was saying that she should take the Earl's place. He wanted her to rule the lands as her father once did. The proposal shocked her for a moment. But when she began to think clearly, she knew it was a good idea. When a man went to the Holy Land, his wife usually managed his land. So a sister could do the same for an unmarried earl. There was no reason she could not take this role. She would lead the earldom in the way she always believed was right. She would rule with fairness and clear plans. She would use new ideas and think about the future. She would do the things Richard had not done. Her heart beat fast as she thought about it. She would try new farming methods. She would use horses to pull the plows instead of oxen. She would plant oats and peas in the spring on land that was usually empty. She would clear more land for farming. She would create new markets. And she would finally let Philip open the quarry. Of course, Philip had already thought about that. He had planned everything carefully. Of all his ideas over the years, this was the smartest. With one plan, he solved 3 problems. He helped Richard leave his trouble behind. He put a strong and able person in charge of the land. And he would finally get his quarry.
Philip said, I am sure King Baldwin would be happy to see you. He would be pleased if you brought some of your knights and men with you. It could be your own small crusade.
He stopped for a moment so Richard could think.
William cannot hurt you there, he continued. And when you come back, people will see you as a hero. No one will dare try to hang you then.
The Holy Land, Richard said. His eyes were bright with strong feeling.
Aliena knew this was right for him. He was not good at ruling land. He was a soldier, and he wanted to fight. She saw that his thoughts were already far away. In his mind, he stood in a hot desert. He held a sword in his hand. There was a red cross on his shield. He fought many enemies under the strong sun. He looked happy. For the whole town came to the wedding. Aliena felt very surprised. Most people already acted as if she and Jack were husband and wife. She thought the wedding would only be a simple step. She expected only a small group of friends to come. She thought it would be mostly young people and Jack's fellow craftsmen. But the whole town of Kingsbridge came to see them. Men, women, and children filled the streets. Their presence touched her heart. Everyone looked happy for her. She understood that they had felt sorry for her for many years. They had never spoken about her hard situation. They had been polite and kind. Now they shared her joy because she was finally marrying the man she had loved for so long. She walked through the streets with her brother Richard. She held his arm as they moved forward. People smiled at her from every side. She felt almost dizzy with happiness. Richard was going to the Holy Land the next day. King Stephen agreed to this plan. In fact, the king seemed glad to see Richard leave so easily. Sheriff William was very angry. He wanted to take Richard's earldom away from him. Now he had no chance to do that. Richard still looked far away in his thoughts. He could not wait to leave England. As she entered the priory yard, she thought about her father. This was not the future he had wanted. Richard was going to fight in a far country. Aliena herself was taking the place of an earl. But she did not feel that she must follow her father's wishes anymore. He had been dead for 17 years. She also knew something he did not understand. She believed she would be a better earl than Richard. She had already started to lead. The servants in the castle had become lazy. For many years, no one had guided them well. She made them work harder and more carefully. She changed the way the food stores were organized. She had the great hall painted again. She cleaned the bakehouse and the brewery. The kitchen was very dirty, so she burned it down. Then she built a new and clean kitchen. She began to give out the weekly wages herself. This showed everyone that she was now in control. She also sent away 3 soldiers because they were often drunk. She also asked men to build a new castle 1 hour away from Kingsbridge. Earl's Castle was too far from the cathedral. Jack made the plan for the new castle. They would live there when the main tower was ready. Until then, they would stay part of the time at Earl's Castle and part in Kingsbridge. They had already spent some nights together in Aliena's old room at Earl's Castle. It was far from Philip, who did not approve of them. They felt like a new married couple. Their love was strong and full of passion. Maybe it was because, for the first time, they had a bedroom with a door they could lock. Privacy was something only rich lords could enjoy. Most people slept and made love in the big hall with others around them. Even married couples in small houses could be seen by children, family members, or neighbors who came to visit. People usually locked their doors when they went out, not when they stayed inside. Aliena had never felt unhappy about this before, but now she felt excited to know that no one could see them. She remembered some of the things she and Jack had done in the last 2 weeks. Her face turned red. Jack was waiting for her in the part of the cathedral that was still being built. Martha, Tommy, and Sally were with him. At most weddings, the couple made their promises at the church door. After that, they went inside for the mass. Today, the first part of the main hall would be used like the church door. Aliena was happy they would marry in the church Jack was building. The church was part of him, like his clothes or the way he loved her. His cathedral would be like him. It would be beautiful and new. It would be full of life. It would not look like any other church before it. She looked at him with love. He was 30 years old. He was a very handsome man. He had thick red hair and bright blue eyes. When he was a boy, he was not good looking. She remembered that she did not pay much attention to him then. But he fell in love with her from the first day. He once told her that. He still felt hurt when he remembered how people laughed at him because he said he had no father. That was almost 20 years ago. 20 years had passed. She might never have seen Jack again if Prior Philip had not helped them. At that moment, Philip walked into the church from the cloisters. He came into the nave with a warm smile. He looked truly happy to marry them at last. She remembered the first time she met him. She clearly remembered how sad and angry she felt when the wool merchant tried to cheat her. She had worked so hard to collect that sack of wool. It had taken much effort and brought her much pain. Then the young monk with black hair helped her. She felt deep thanks to him.
He had said, "I will buy your wool any time."
Now his hair was grey. He had saved her in the past. But later he had almost ruined her happiness. He made Jack choose between her and the cathedral. He was very strict about right and wrong. He was a little like her father in that way. Still, he wanted to lead their wedding ceremony. Ellen had cursed Aliena's first marriage. The curse had come true. Aliena felt glad about that. If her marriage to Alfred had not been so terrible, she might still be living with him. It was strange to think about what could have happened. These thoughts made her feel cold and afraid. They were like bad dreams. She also remembered the beautiful Arab girl in Toledo. The girl had fallen in love with Jack. What if Jack had married her? Aliena imagined arriving in Toledo with her baby in her arms. She would find Jack living a quiet family life. He would share his body and his thoughts with another woman. The idea was very frightening. She listened while he said the paternoster in a low voice. It was strange to think about the past. When she first came to live in Kingsbridge, she did not think about him at all. She noticed him no more than she noticed the grain merchant's cat. But he had seen her. He had loved her in secret for many years. He had been very patient. Many young sons of rich families came to speak to her. They tried to win her love. One by one, they left again. Some felt sad. Some were angry. Some were proud and cold. Jack understood her better than they did. He saw that she did not like men who tried too hard to impress her. So he did not act like a lover. He became her friend. He met her in the woods. He told her stories. Slowly, she began to love him, and she did not even see it happening. She remembered their first kiss. It was light and quick, but her lips felt warm for many weeks after that. The second kiss was even clearer in her mind. Whenever she heard the sound of the fulling mill, she thought about that moment. She remembered the strong and new desire she had felt. It had surprised her, and she had not liked that feeling at first. One of her deepest regrets was what she did next. After that time, she became cold toward him. Jack loved her fully and honestly, but she was afraid of her own feelings. So she turned away and acted as if she did not care. This hurt him very much. He still loved her, and in time the pain became smaller. But it never went away completely. Like a deep cut, it left a mark. Sometimes she could see that mark. When they argued and she spoke in a cold voice, he looked at her in a certain way. His eyes seemed to say,
"I know you. You can be cold. You can hurt me. I must be careful."
She wondered if she saw that same careful look in his eyes now. He was promising to love her and stay faithful for the rest of his life. He had good reason to doubt her, she thought. She had married Alfred. What could be a greater betrayal than that? But she had tried to repair the wrong. She had searched through many lands to find Jack again. There had been pain, mistakes, and forgiveness between them. Many married people face such problems after the wedding. She and Jack had faced them before they married. Now she felt sure about him. She believed she truly knew him. Nothing about him was likely to surprise her anymore. It was a strange way to marry, but maybe it was better to promise first and learn about your husband later. The priests would not agree with this idea. Philip would be very shocked if he knew her thoughts. But priests did not understand love very well. She said her vows and repeated the words after Philip. When she said, "With my body I worship you," she thought the words were beautiful. Philip would never understand that. Jack put a ring on her finger. She thought, "I have waited for this all my life." They looked into each other's eyes. She saw that something in him was different. Before this moment, he had not been completely sure about her. Now he looked calm and happy.
I love you, he said. I will always love you.
That was his true promise. The other words were part of the church service, but this was his own vow. Aliena understood that she had also been a little unsure about him before this. Soon they would walk forward for the Mass. After that, they would listen to the good wishes of the townspeople. They would take everyone home, give them food and ale, and celebrate together. But this quiet moment was only for them. Jack's eye said, "You and I will stay together forever." Aliena thought, at last. She felt calm and happy. Part 6, 1170 to 1174. Chapter 17. Kingsbridge was still growing. Long ago, the town grew bigger than its first walls. Now those old walls held less than half of the houses. About 5 years earlier, the guild built a new wall. This new wall included the areas that had grown outside the old town. Now even more houses stood outside the new wall. Across the river, there was once a meadow. The townspeople celebrated Lammas Day and Midsummer Eve there every year. Now that meadow had become a small village. People called it Newport. On a cold Easter Sunday, Sheriff William Hamley rode into Newport. He crossed the stone bridge and entered the old town of Kingsbridge. Today the new Kingsbridge Cathedral would be blessed in a special church ceremony. He passed the strong city gate and rode along the main street. The street had new stones on the ground. On both sides stood stone houses. There were shops on the lower level and living rooms above. Kingsbridge was now larger and richer than Shiring had ever been.
William felt angry when he thought about it.
At the top of the street, he turned into the open space near the priory. Then he saw the cathedral. This great church was the reason why Kingsbridge had grown and Shiring had become smaller. The building was amazing. The very tall main hall stood on strong stone supports that reached out from the sides. At the front were 3 huge doorways. They looked like doors for giants. Above them were rows of tall, thin windows with pointed tops. Slim towers stood on each side. Part of this new style had already been built many years ago in the side parts of the church. But now the full idea was complete. No one in England had ever seen a building like this. Every Sunday there was still a market in front of the church. Today the green space was full of stalls. William got down from his horse.
He told Walter to care for the horses.
Slowly, he walked across the grass toward the church. He was 54 years old and very heavy. He had gout in his legs and feet, and it caused him pain all the time. Because of this pain, he was almost always angry. Inside, the church looked even more wonderful. The main hall followed the same style as the older parts. But the master builder had improved his work. The columns were thinner and the windows were larger. There was also something new. William had heard people speak about colored glass. Craftsmen from Paris had made it. They had come with Jack Jackson. William did not understand why people talked so much about it. He thought a colored window would be like a wall hanging or a painting. Now he understood what they meant. Light from outside came through the colored glass and made it shine. It looked almost magical. The church was full of people. They lifted their heads to look at the windows. The pictures showed stories from the Bible. They showed heaven and hell. They showed saints and prophets. They showed the followers of Christ. Some windows also showed people from Kingsbridge. These were citizens who had paid for the windows. There was a baker with a tray of bread. There was a tanner with animal skins. There was a mason holding his tools. William thought about this with a hard feeling. He believed Philip had earned a lot of money from those windows. The church was very full for the Easter service. As usual, the market was moving inside the building. While William walked up the long center path, people tried to sell him things. One man offered him cold beer. Another offered hot gingerbread. A woman offered to spend private time with him for a small coin. The church leaders often tried to stop sellers from coming inside. but they could never fully stop it. William greeted the most important people from the county. He spoke politely and smiled. Even with all the talking and selling around him, he kept looking up. His eyes followed the long curved lines above him. The arches and windows rose high. The tall pillars stood strong. The ceiling had curved ribs and shapes. All of it seemed to point up to heaven. It reminded everyone why the church was built. The floor was covered with stone. The pillars were painted in color. Every window had glass. Kingsbridge and its priory were rich. The great church showed their wealth. In the small side chapels, there were gold candle holders. There were also crosses with jewels. The people in the church also showed their wealth. They wore bright tunics. They had silver pins and belts. Some wore gold rings. Then William saw Aliena. As always, his heart stopped for a moment. She was still very beautiful. She had to be more than 50 years old now. Her hair was still thick and curly. It was cut shorter than before. The color was lighter brown, as if time had made it softer. There were small lines near her eyes, and they looked gentle. She was a little heavier than when she was young. But to William, she was still very desirable. She wore a blue cloak with red silk inside and red leather shoes. Many people stood around her and showed her respect. She was not a countess. She was only the sister of an earl. But her brother lived far away in the Holy Land. So people treated her like she was the earl. She walked and stood like a queen. When William saw her, he felt strong hate inside him. He had destroyed her father. He had hurt her badly. He had taken her castle. He had burned her wool. He had forced her brother to leave the country. Many times he thought he had finished her. But each time she came back again. After every loss, she became stronger and richer. Now William was old. He was fat and often sick with pain in his legs. He understood that he had spent his whole life thinking about her. It felt like she had some strange power over him. Next to her stood a tall young man with red hair. At first William thought it was Jack. Then he looked again. The man was too young. William understood it was Jack's son. The young man wore a knight's clothes and carried a sword. Jack stood beside his son. He was a little shorter. His red hair was thin near his forehead. He was about 5 years younger than Aliena, if William remembered correctly. But Jack also had lines near his eyes. He was speaking in an excited way to a young woman. The young woman was surely his daughter. She looked like Aliena and was just as pretty. Her thick hair was pulled back tightly and tied in braids. She wore very simple clothes. Her dress was plain brown. If she had a beautiful body under that dress, she did not show it. William felt anger as he looked at Aliena's rich and proud family. They looked happy and strong. All of this should have been his. But he still hoped for revenge. Then the voices of hundreds of monks filled the air with song. Their singing was loud. It covered the sound of people talking and the cries of sellers. Prior Philip walked into the church at the front of a long line of monks. William thought there had never been so many monks before. The priory grew with the town. Now Philip was more than 60 years old. He was almost bald. He was also fat, and his face, which was once thin, was now round. He looked very happy. When he first came to Kingsbridge 34 years ago, he dreamed of building this cathedral. Today that dream was real. People began to whisper when Bishop Walleran entered. He wore beautiful and expensive robes. His pale and sharp face showed no feeling. But William knew he was very angry inside. This cathedral showed that Philip had won against him. William also hated Philip. But he felt a secret pleasure when he saw Bishop Walleran lose. The bishop was proud and did not like to fail. He did not come to Kingsbridge very often. A new church had been built in Shiring. It had a special chapel for William's mother. The church in Shiring was smaller and less beautiful than this cathedral. Still, Walleran made it his main church. Even so, Kingsbridge was still the true cathedral church. Walleran had tried many times to change that. For more than 30 years, the two men had fought each other. Walaran did everything he could to destroy Philip. In the end, Philip won. It reminded William of himself and Aliena. In both fights, the weaker person won. The stronger and harder person lost. William could not understand this. The bishop had to come today for the ceremony. If he stayed away, people would talk. He needed to welcome the important guests. Several bishops from nearby areas were there. Many respected abbots and priors also came. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, was not there. He was fighting with King Henry, who had once been his friend. The fight was very serious. The Archbishop had to leave England and go to France. They argued about many laws. But the main question was simple. Could the king do anything he wanted? Or were there limits to his power? This was the same kind of fight William once had with Prior Philip. William believed that an earl could do anything. For him, that was the meaning of being an earl. Henry thought the same about being king. But Prior Philip and Thomas Becket wanted to limit the power of rulers. Bishop Walaran was different. He was a churchman, but he supported the rulers. He believed power should be used. In the last 30 years, he had many failures. But these failures did not change his faith. He still believed he was doing God's work. He was ready to act in a hard and strong way to do what he thought was right. William felt sure that Walaran was thinking of a plan. Even during the ceremony for the new cathedral at Kingsbridge, he was likely looking for a way to hurt Philip's big moment. William walked around during the service. Standing still made his legs hurt more than walking. When he went to Shiring Church, Walter carried a chair for him. Then he could sit and sleep for a short time. But here it was different. Many important people were present. They talked to each other during the long service. Some even did business. William moved from group to group. He spoke kindly to powerful people. He tried to frighten the weaker ones. At the same time, he listened and learned news about everyone. In the past, people were very afraid of him. Now they were less afraid. Still, as sheriff, he had power. People respected him and obeyed him. The service seemed very long. At one point, the monks walked around the outside walls of the church. They threw holy water on the walls. Near the end, Prior Philip made an announcement. He said there would be a new sub-prior. The new man was Brother Jonathan. He had grown up in the priory as an orphan. Jonathan was now in his middle 30s. He was very tall. He made William think of Tom Builder. Tom had also been a very big man. At last, the service ended. The important guests stayed in the south transept. The smaller landowners of the county came to greet them. William walked slowly over to join the group. Once, he had treated bishops like they were equal to him. Now he had to bow to knights and small landowners. Bishop Walaran pulled William to one side.
"Who is that new sub-prior?" he asked.
"He is the orphan from the priory," William said. "Philip has always liked him."
"He looks young to be a sub-prior," Walaran said.
"He is older than Philip was when Philip became prior." Walaran looked serious.
"The orphan from the priory. Tell me again about him."
"When Philip came here, he brought a baby with him," William said. Walaran's face changed as he remembered.
"Yes, of course. I forgot about Philip's baby. How could I forget that?"
"It was 30 years ago, and it does not matter now," William said. Walaran looked at William with cold eyes. William hated that look. It made him feel stupid. Pain moved through his foot, and he changed his position to feel better.
"So where did the baby come from?" Walaran asked.
William tried not to show his anger. "It was left near Philip's old cell in the forest," he said. "That is what I remember."
"Very interesting," Walaran said quickly.
William still did not understand. "So what?" he asked in a low voice.
"Do you think Philip raised the boy like his own son?" Walaran asked.
"Yes," William said.
And now he has made him sub-prior.
The monks chose him, William said. I think they like him very much.
If a man becomes sub-prior at 35, he may become prior one day, Walaran said.
William did not want to ask again. He felt like a foolish child. He waited for Walaran to explain.
At last Walaran said, Jonathan is Philip's own son.
William laughed loudly. He thought Walaran would say something very wise. But this idea sounded silly to him. He saw a little red color appear on Walaran's pale face, and that pleased him. No one who knows Philip would believe that, William said. He has always been serious and cold. That idea is ridiculous. He laughed again. This time, he felt Walaran was wrong. Walaran spoke in a cold voice.
I believe Philip had a woman when he lived in the small priory in the forest. Later, he became prior of Kingsbridge and left her behind. The woman did not want the baby without the father. So she left the child with Philip. Philip felt sorry for the baby. He said the child was abandoned.
William shook his head. I cannot believe that. Maybe another man would do that. But not Philip.
Walaran did not stop. If the baby was left there, how can Philip prove where the child came from?
He cannot, William said. He looked across the south side of the church. Philip and Jonathan were standing together. They were talking to the Bishop of Hereford.
But they do not even look the same, he said. You do not look like your mother, Walaran said. Thank God. What is the use of all this? William asked. What are you going to do about it? I will accuse him in a church court, Walaran answered.
This idea changed everything. People in Kingsbridge knew Philip well. They would not believe Walaran's words. But a judge from another place might believe the story. William began to think that Walaran's plan was not foolish. As usual, Walaran was more clever than he was. Walaran looked very pleased with himself. That annoyed William. But the idea of destroying Philip made him excited.
By God, William said. Can we really do it? It depends on the judge, Walaran said. But I may be able to choose the right man. Let me think.
William looked again at Philip. Philip was smiling and looked proud. Tall Jonathan stood beside him. The large colored windows filled the church with soft light. The two men looked almost unreal, like people in a dream.
Fornication and giving favors to family, William said happily. My God. If we can prove it, Walaran said with pleasure. That will end that cursed prior.
No fair judge could truly say that Philip was guilty. The truth was simple. Philip had never found it very hard to stay away from women. He knew from listening to confessions that some monks had a strong desire for women. Some of them fought hard against these feelings. But Philip was not like that. When he was about 18, he had some bad dreams. They were not pure. But that time did not last long. For most of his life, it was easy for him to stay chaste. He had never slept with a woman. Now he was probably too old to begin. However, the church took the accusation very seriously. Philip would stand before a church court. An archdeacon from Canterbury would come to judge the case. Walaran wanted the trial to happen in Shiring. Philip did not agree with that plan. In the end, the trial would take place in Kingsbridge, the cathedral city. Philip began to remove his personal things from the prior's house. The archdeacon would stay there during the trial. Philip knew he was not guilty of sleeping with a woman. If he had no children, he could not be guilty of giving favors to his own sons. Still, he looked into his heart to see if he had done something wrong when he promoted Jonathan. Sometimes a small wrong can be like a shadow of a bigger sin. Maybe loving an orphan too much was like showing special favor to family. Monks were not supposed to have family ties. But Jonathan had been like a son to him. Philip had made Jonathan cellarer when he was still young. Later, he made him sub-prior. Philip asked himself a hard question. Did I do this because it made me proud and happy? He answered honestly in his heart. Yes, it gave him great joy. He enjoyed teaching Jonathan. He liked watching the boy grow into a strong man. He felt proud when Jonathan learned to manage the priory well. But even without this joy, Jonathan would still have been the best young leader in the priory. Jonathan was clever and faithful. He had many ideas and worked very hard. He grew up inside the monastery walls. He knew no other life. He never wished to leave and be free. Philip had also grown up in an abbey. Children who grow up in monasteries often become good monks, he thought. He placed a book into his bag. It was the Gospel of Luke, full of wisdom. He had cared for Jonathan like a son, but he had not done anything wrong that should bring him to a church court. The charge was foolish and unfair. Still, even an accusation could hurt him. It made him look less strong in his position. Some people would remember the charge and forget that he was found innocent. The next time Philip stood in church and said, "The commandment says a man must not want his neighbor's wife," some people would think about his past and judge him. Jonathan ran into the room. He was breathing fast. Philip frowned. A sub-prior should not rush into rooms like that. Philip wanted to speak about calm and proper behavior for monks. But Jonathan spoke first.
Archdeacon Peter is already here, he said.
All right, Philip said calmly. I am almost finished. He gave Jonathan a satchel. Take this to the dormitory. Do not run everywhere. A monastery should be quiet and peaceful.
Jonathan took the satchel. He accepted the correction. But he still looked worried.
I do not like the archdeacon, he said.
I am sure he will be fair, Philip replied. That is all we need.
The door opened again. The archdeacon walked in. He was tall and thin. He was about the same age as Philip. His grey hair was thin on top. He had a proud look on his face. Philip felt he had seen him before.
Philip held out his hand. I am Prior Philip, he said.
I know who you are, the archdeacon said in a cold voice. Do you not remember me?
Philip recognized the rough voice. His heart felt heavy. This man was his oldest enemy.
Archdeacon Peter, he said seriously.
Peter of Wareham.
He was always causing problems, Philip said to Jonathan a few minutes later.
They had left the archdeacon in the prior's house to rest.
He said we were lazy. He said we ate too much. He said our church services were too short. He called me too soft. I am sure he wanted to be prior himself. He would have been very bad for this place. So I made him almoner. That way he had to spend much of his time away from here. I did it to keep peace in the priory. It was better for everyone. But I think he still hates me for it, even after 35 years.
Philip let out a long breath.
When we visited St. John in the forest after the Great Famine, I heard that Peter had moved to Canterbury, and now he will judge me.
They were walking in the cloisters. The weather was warm and pleasant. The sun shone softly. In the North Walk, 50 boys sat in 3 groups. They were learning to read and write. Their quiet voices filled the air. Philip remembered the old days. At that time, there were only 5 boys and a very old teacher. He thought about everything he had built here. He had built the great cathedral. He had turned a poor and broken priory into a rich and busy place. The town of Kingsbridge had grown larger. Inside the church, more than 100 monks were singing. From where he sat, he could see the bright-colored glass windows high above. Behind him, near the East Walk, stood a strong stone library. It held hundreds of books. There were books about religion, stars, right and wrong, numbers, and many other subjects. Outside the walls, the priory owned wide lands. The monks managed the farms carefully and wisely. The land gave food not only to the monks but also to hundreds of workers. Would all this be taken from him because of one false claim? Would this good and faithful priory be given to another man? Would it go to someone who obeyed Bishop Walleran, like Archdeacon Baldwin? Or to a proud and foolish man like Peter of Wareham? Would everything fall into ruin as fast as he had built it? Would the large sheep flocks grow small and weak? Would the farms become poor again? Would the library gather dust? Would the beautiful cathedral grow cold and broken? God help me do all this, he thought. He would not let it end for nothing.
Even so, Archdeacon Peter cannot say you are guilty, Jonathan said.
I think he will, Philip answered heavily.
How can he do that in good faith?
He has carried anger against me for many years. Now he has the chance to show that I was wrong and he was right. Walaran must have learned about this old anger. That is why he made sure Peter would judge this case.
But there is no proof, Jonathan said.
He does not need proof. He will listen to the charge. He will listen to my answer. Then he will pray. After that, he will give his decision.
Maybe God will guide him to the truth.
Peter does not listen well. He never has.
What will happen? Jonathan asked.
I will lose my position, Philip said. They might let me stay here as a simple monk. I would have to show I am sorry for my sin. But that is not likely. They will probably send me away from the order. They will not want me to have any power here.
What would you do then?
There would be a new election. But now the king and the church are fighting. King Henry is in conflict with the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket. Archbishop Thomas is living in France. Some archdeacons went with him. Others stayed in England and support the king. Peter is one of those men. Bishop Walaran also supports the king. Walaran will choose a man to become the new prior. The king and the archdeacons in Canterbury will support him. It will be hard for our monks to say no.
Who could it be? Jonathan asked.
Walaran already has someone in mind. It could be Archdeacon Baldwin. It might even be Peter of Wareham.
We must stop this, Jonathan said.
Philip nodded slowly.
But everything is against us. We cannot change the king or the church. There is only one small chance.
What is it? Jonathan asked.
The case looked very bad. Philip felt there was no hope. He did not want to talk about wild ideas. He did not want to give Jonathan hope and then make him sad.
Nothing, Philip said. What were you going to say?
Philip was still thinking.
If I can clearly prove I am innocent, then Peter cannot say I am guilty, he said.
But what can be real proof? Jonathan asked.
That is the problem, Philip said. It is hard to prove something did not happen. We would need to find your real father.
Jonathan became excited at once.
Yes, that is it. We will do that.
Wait, Philip said. I tried to find him years ago. It will not be easier now.
Jonathan did not lose hope.
Were there no signs of where I came from? He asked.
There was nothing, Philip said.
Now he felt worried. He thought he had given Jonathan false hope. The boy did not remember his parents. But he always felt sad that they left him. Now he believed he could learn the truth. Maybe he hoped to find that they loved him. Philip feared this would only bring pain.
Did you ask people who lived near the place? Jonathan asked.
No one lived near that cell, Philip said. It is deep in the forest. Your parents may have come from far away. Maybe from Winchester. I have already thought about all this.
Jonathan still tried.
Did you see any travelers in the forest at that time?
Philip frowned.
No, he said.
Then he stopped. Was that true? A small memory came to him. On the day they found the baby, he left the priory to visit the bishop. On the way, he spoke to some people. Suddenly he remembered.
Well, yes, he said slowly. Tom Builder and his family were traveling through the forest.
Jonathan looked very surprised.
You never told me that.
It did not seem important, Philip said. It still may not be important. I met them a day or two later. I asked them questions. They said they had not seen any woman or man who could be the baby's parent.
Jonathan felt very sad. Philip was afraid this search would hurt him twice. He would not learn about his parents, and he would not be able to prove that Philip was innocent. But no one could stop him now.
What were they doing in the forest? He asked. Why were they there?
Tom was going to the bishop's palace, Jonathan said. He wanted to find work. That is why they came here.
I want to ask them again, Philip said.
Tom and Alfred are dead, Jonathan answered. Ellen lives in the forest. Only God knows when she will come back. But you can speak to Jack or Martha.
It is worth trying, Philip said.
Maybe Jonathan was right. He was young and full of strength. Philip had been negative and without hope.
Go on, he said to Jonathan. I am old and tired. If I were younger, I would have thought of this. Talk to Jack. It is a very thin hope, but it is all we have.
The window design was drawn in full size on a large wooden table. They washed the table with ale so the colors would not run. The picture showed the tree of Jesse. It was a family line of Christ shown in images. Sally picked up a small piece of thick red glass. She put it on the drawing over the body of one of the kings of Israel. Jack did not know which king it was. He never understood these church pictures very well. Sally dipped a thin brush into a bowl of white chalk mixed with water. She painted the shape of the body onto the glass. She painted the shoulders, the arms, and the long robe. Near her table, a fire burned on the ground. In the fire was an iron rod with a wooden handle. She took the rod from the fire. The end was very hot. Quickly and carefully, she moved the hot end along the line she had painted. The glass broke cleanly along that line. Her apprentice picked up the piece of glass. He used a special iron tool to smooth the edges.
Jack loved to watch his daughter work. She was fast and careful. She did not waste any movement.
When she was a small girl, she loved to watch the glass workers from Paris. Jack had brought them to the town. She always said she wanted to do that work when she grew up. And she stayed with that choice.
When visitors came to Kingsbridge Cathedral for the first time, they often looked more at Sally's glass than at Jack's building. Jack thought about this with mixed feelings.
The apprentice gave the smooth piece of glass back to her. She began to paint the folds of the robe. The paint was made from iron dust, urine, and gum to make it stick. The flat glass began to look like soft cloth that lay in loose folds. She was very skilled. She finished her work quickly. Then she placed the painted glass next to other pieces in an iron pan. The bottom of the pan was covered with lime. When the pan was full, it would go into the oven. The strong heat would fix the paint onto the glass. She looked up at Jack and gave him a bright smile. Then she picked up another piece of glass. He stepped away. He could watch her all day, but he had work to do. As Aliena liked to say, he was a little foolish about his daughter. When he looked at her, he often felt surprised. He could not believe that he was the father of this clever and independent young woman. She was grown up and strong in her own way. He felt very proud because she was such a good craftswoman. In the past, he had pushed Tommy to become a builder. He even made the boy work at the building site for 2 years. But Tommy liked farming and riding horses. He also enjoyed hunting and learning to fight with a sword. Jack did not care about those things. At last, Jack accepted that he was wrong. Tommy became a squire for a local lord. Later, he became a knight. Aliena gave him a small estate with 5 villages. And Sally was the one with great talent. Tommy was married now. His wife was a younger daughter of the Earl of Bedford. They had 3 children. Jack was now a grandfather. But Sally was still not married at the age of 25. She had a strong will like her grandmother Ellen. She liked to depend only on herself. Jack walked to the west side of the cathedral and looked up at the 2 tall towers. They were almost finished. A large bronze bell was coming from London and would arrive soon. These days, Jack did not have much work to do. In the past, he led many strong stone workers and carpenters. They carried heavy stones and built tall wooden frames around the church. Now he worked with only a few carvers and painters. They did small and careful work. They made statues, built small pointed towers, and painted gold on the wings of stone angels. There was little new design work. Sometimes he planned a new building for the priory. He designed a library, a meeting house, rooms for pilgrims, and new laundry and dairy buildings. Between these small jobs, Jack began to carve stone again. He had not done this work for many years. He wanted to take down Tom Builder's old chancel and build a new east end in his own style. But Prior Philip wanted to enjoy the finished church for 1 year before starting new building work. Philip was getting old. Jack worried that the old man might die before the new chancel was built. Still, Jack believed the work would continue after Philip's death. He saw brother Jonathan walking toward him from the kitchen yard. Jonathan was very tall and walked with long steps. He would be a good prior one day. Maybe he would be as good as Philip. Jack felt glad that the future leadership was clear. It helped him make plans.
I am worried about this church court, Jack, Jonathan said.
I thought it was only noise and trouble about nothing, Jack answered.
I thought so too, Jonathan said. But the archdeacon is an old enemy of Prior Philip.
Hell, even so, he cannot say Philip is guilty without reason.
He can do anything he wants, Jonathan replied.
Jack shook his head. He felt angry and disappointed. Sometimes he did not understand how men like Jonathan could still believe in the church. The church often acted in unfair and wrong ways.
What will you do? Jack asked.
The only way to show Philip is innocent is to learn who my parents were, Jonathan said.
It is very late for that, Jack said.
It is our only hope.
Jack felt shaken. They were in serious trouble.
Where are you going to start?
With you? You were near St. John in the forest when I was born.
Was I? Jack asked. He did not understand what Jonathan meant.
I lived there until I was 11. I think I am about 11 years older than you.
Father Philip says he met you, your mother, Tom Builder, and Tom's children the day after I was found.
I remember that, Jack said.
We ate all of Philip's food. We were very hungry.
Think carefully. Did you see anyone with a baby, or a young woman who was pregnant near that place?
Wait, Jack said. He looked confused.
Are you saying you were found near St. John in the forest?
Yes. Didn't you know that?
Jack could not believe it.
No, I did not know, he said slowly.
His thoughts were moving fast.
When we came to Kingsbridge, you were already here. I thought you were found in the forest near this town.
He suddenly felt weak. There was a pile of broken stones near him. He sat down on them. Jonathan spoke quickly.
So, did you see anyone in the forest?
Yes, Jack said.
I do not know how to tell you this, Jonathan.
Jonathan's face became white.
You know something, don't you? What did you see?
I saw you, Jonathan. That is what I saw.
Jonathan's mouth opened in surprise.
What? How?
It was early morning, Jack said.
I was hunting ducks. I heard a baby cry. I found a newborn baby. The baby was wrapped in an old cloak. He was lying near the ashes of a small fire.
Jonathan looked at him without speaking.
Was there anything else? He asked.
Jack nodded slowly.
The baby was lying on a new grave.
Jonathan swallowed.
My mother.
Jack nodded again. Jonathan began to cry, but he kept talking.
What did you do?
I went to get my mother. But when we were coming back, we saw a priest. He was riding a small horse. He was carrying the baby.
Francis, Jonathan said in a broken voice.
What? Jack asked.
Jonathan took a deep breath. I was found by Francis. He is Father Philip's brother. He is a priest.
What was he doing there?
He was going to visit Philip at St. John in the forest. He took me there.
My God, Jack said. He looked at the tall monk. Tears were running down Jonathan's face. Then Jonathan asked, "Did you see anyone who could have been my father?"
Yes, Jack said seriously.
I know who he was. Tell me, Jonathan whispered.
Tom Builder.
Tom Builder?
Jonathan sat down heavily on the ground.
Tom Builder was my father.
Yes? Jack shook his head in surprise. Now I understand who you look like. You and he are the tallest people I have ever seen.
When I was a child, he was always kind to me, Jonathan said in a weak voice. He played with me. He cared about me. I saw him almost as much as I saw Prior Philip.
Tears ran down his face.
He was my father. My father.
He looked at Jack.
Why did he leave me?
They believed you would die anyway, Jack said. They had no milk for you. They were very hungry. They were far from any town. They did not know the priory was close. They only had turnips to eat, and a baby cannot live on turnips.
So they loved me after all.
Jack remembered that day very clearly. He saw the small fire that was almost out. He saw the fresh earth where a woman was buried. He saw the tiny baby moving inside an old grey cloak. That small baby had grown into the tall man who now sat crying in front of him.
Oh yes, they loved you.
Why did no one ever speak about it?
Tom felt ashamed, Jack said. My mother knew this, and we children understood it too. So no one talked about it. And we never thought that the baby was you.
Tom must have known, Jonathan said.
Yes?
Why did he never take me home?
My mother left him soon after we came here, Jack said. He gave a small sad smile. She was not easy to please, like Sally. If Tom had taken you home, he would have needed to pay a woman to care for you. So maybe he thought it was better to leave you at the monastery. You were safe there and people looked after you.
Jonathan nodded.
Good old Johnny Eightpence took care of me. May God bless him.
If you stayed at the priory, Tom could see you more often, Jack said. You played there every day, and he worked there. If you had lived at home with a nurse, he might have seen you less. As time passed, you grew up as the priory orphan. You seemed happy. So it felt normal to leave you there. Many people give a child to God.
For all these years I have thought about my parents, Jonathan said.
Jack felt deep pain for him.
I tried to imagine them. I asked God to let me meet them. I wondered if they loved me. I asked myself why they left me. Now I know my mother died when I was born. And my father stayed close to me all his life.
He smiled through his tears.
I cannot tell you how happy I feel.
Jack also felt tears in his eyes. To hide his feelings, he said, "You look like Tom."
Really?
Jonathan looked pleased.
Do you not remember how tall he was?
When we were children, all adults seemed tall. He had a strong face, like you. His face was clear and well-shaped. If you had a beard, people would see it more.
I remember the day he died, Jonathan said. He took me to the fair. We watched the men fight a bear. Then I climbed up the church wall. I was too afraid to climb down. He had to come up and carry me down. After that, he saw William's men coming. He put me inside the cloisters. That was the last time I saw him alive.
I remember that, Jack said.
I saw him climb down with you in his arms.
He made sure I was safe, Jonathan said with wonder. Then he helped the others. He really loved me.
Jack had a sudden idea.
This will change Philip's trial, won't it? He asked.
I forgot about the trial, Jonathan said. Yes, it will change things. Oh my goodness.
Do we have clear proof? Jack asked. I saw the baby and the priest, but I did not see the baby arrive at the small priory.
Francis saw it. But Francis is Philip's brother. People may not trust what he says.
That morning, my mother and Tom went out together, Jack said, trying hard to remember. They said they were looking for the priest. Maybe they went to the priory to check that the baby was safe.
If she says that in court, it will solve everything, Jonathan said quickly.
Philip thinks she is a witch, Jack said. Will he allow her to speak in court?
We could surprise him with it, Jonathan said. But she also hates him. Will she agree to speak?
I do not know, Jack said. Let us ask her.
Sex with a woman and giving jobs to family. Jack's mother said loudly. Philip. She began to laugh. That is too silly.
Mother, this is serious, Jack said.
Philip could not sleep with a woman even if you locked him in a barrel with 3 women, she said. He would not know what to do.
Jonathan looked uncomfortable.
Prior Philip is in big trouble, even if the charge is silly, he said.
And why should I help Philip? She asked. He has only brought me pain.
Jack was afraid she would say this. She had never forgiven Philip for separating her from Tom.
Philip hurt me too, just as he hurt you, Jack said. If I can forgive him, you can forgive him.
I am not a person who forgives, she said.
Then do not do it for Philip. Do it for me. I want to keep building at Kingsbridge.
Why? The church is finished.
I want to take down Tom's chancel and build it again in the new style.
Oh, please, she began.
Mother, Jack said. Philip is a good prior. If he leaves, Jonathan will become prior. But that will only happen if you come to Kingsbridge and tell the truth at the trial.
I hate courts, she said.
No good ever comes out of them. The situation made Jack very angry. She had the power to help Philip at the trial. She could say the truth and save him. But she was a strong and stubborn old woman. Jack was afraid he could not change her mind. He decided to push her a little.
It is a long journey for someone your age, he said in a quiet, sharp voice. How old are you now? 68.
62, she said quickly. And do not try to make me angry. I am stronger than you, my boy.
Jack thought this might be true. Her hair was white, and her face had many deep lines. But her bright golden eyes were still sharp. When she looked at Jonathan, she knew at once who he was.
Well, I do not need to ask why you are here, she had said earlier. You have learned about your past, have you? By God, you are as tall as your father and almost as wide.
She was still very independent. She always wanted to decide things herself.
Sally is like you, Jack said.
She looked pleased.
Is she? She asked with a small smile. In what way?
She is very stubborn, Jack said.
Her mother said, and she looked a little angry. Then she will be fine.
Jack felt he should stop arguing and simply ask.
Mother, please come to Kingsbridge with us, he said. Tell the truth at the trial.
I do not know, she answered.
Then Jonathan spoke.
I want to ask you something else, he said.
Jack felt nervous. He did not know what Jonathan would say next. He was afraid Jonathan might upset his mother. That was easy to do, especially for a churchman. Jack waited in silence. Jonathan spoke calmly.
Can you show me where my mother is buried? He asked.
Jack felt relief. There was nothing wrong with that question. Indeed, Jonathan could not think of a better way to make her kinder. Her cold look disappeared at once.
Of course I will show you, she said. I think I can find it.
Jack did not want to lose time. The trial would begin in the morning, and they still had a long journey. But he felt he should let things happen as they would. Mother looked at Jonathan.
Do you want to go now? She asked.
Yes, please, if we can, he answered.
All right.
She stood up. She took a short cape made of rabbit fur and put it on her shoulders. Jack almost told her it was too warm for that. But he stopped himself. Old people often feel cold. They left the cave. It smelled of apples and wood smoke. They pushed through the plants that hid the entrance. Then they stepped out into the warm spring sun. Mother walked ahead without doubt. Jack and Jonathan untied their horses and followed her. They had to walk and lead the horses. The ground was too full of plants for riding. Jack saw that his mother walked more slowly than before. She was not as strong as she liked to show. Jack could not have found the place alone. There was a time when he knew this forest very well. He could move through it as easily as he now moved through King's Bridge. But now every open space in the forest looked the same to him. It was like the houses in King's Bridge, which all looked the same to a stranger. Mother followed small paths made by animals through the thick trees. From time to time, Jack saw places he remembered from childhood. There was a huge old oak tree where he once hid from a wild pig. There was a rabbit hole that had given them many meals. There was also a small river with trout. When he thought about it now, he remembered how easy it was to catch big fish there. For some time, he knew where he was. Then he felt lost again. It was strange to think that he once felt at home in this place. Now the small streams and thick bushes meant nothing to him. They were as strange to him as his building tools were to the village people. Long ago, if he tried to imagine his future, he would never guess this life. They walked for several miles. It was a warm spring day. Jack began to sweat. Mother still wore the rabbit fur on her shoulders. In the middle of the afternoon, she stopped in a cool clearing under the trees. Jack saw that she was breathing hard. Her face looked pale and tired. It was time for her to leave the forest and live with him and Aliena. He decided he would try hard to make her agree.
Are you all right? He asked.
Of course I am, she said sharply. We are here.
Jack looked around the clearing. He did not know this place.
Is this the place? Jonathan asked.
Yes, Mother answered.
Where is the road? Jack asked.
It is over there, she said.
Jack turned and found the road. Slowly, the place began to look familiar. Strong memories came back to him. There stood the big horse-chestnut tree. At that time, it had no leaves. The ground had been full of brown nuts. Now the tree was covered with white flowers. The flowers looked like candles. Some petals were already falling. Every few moments, a soft white shower came down from the tree.
Martha told me what happened here, Jack said. They stopped in this place because your mother could not walk anymore. Tom made a fire. He cooked some turnips for supper. They had no meat. Your mother gave birth to you here, on the ground. You were strong and healthy. But something went wrong. She died.
A small rise of earth stood a few feet from the tree.
Look, Jack said.
Jonathan nodded. His face was tight with strong feeling.
See the mound? That is the grave, Jack said.
As Jack spoke, flowers fell from the tree. They covered the grave like a soft blanket. Jonathan knelt by the grave. He began to pray. Jack stood in silence. He remembered the day he found his family in Cherbourg. That day had been very painful. Jonathan's pain must be even stronger. After some time, Jonathan stood up.
When I become prior, I will build a small monastery here, he said in a serious voice. There will be a chapel and a hostel. No traveler on this road will have to sleep outside in the cold again. I will name the hostel after my mother.
He looked at Jack.
I do not think you knew her name, did you? He asked.
It was Agnes, Ellen said softly. Your mother's name was Agnes.
Bishop Walleran spoke in a calm and convincing way. He began by telling the court about Philip's early success. Philip became cellarer of his monastery when he was only 21. At 23, he became prior of St. John in the Forest. At 28, he became prior of Kingsbridge. Walleran spoke again and again about Philip's young age. He made it sound wrong for a young man to have such responsibility. Then he described St. John in the Forest. He said it was far away and very quiet. He explained that the prior there had much freedom and little control from others.
Who is surprised, he said, that after 5 years with almost no supervision, this young and inexperienced man had a child.
He made it sound natural and almost expected. Walleran spoke in a way that made people believe him. Philip felt very angry. He wanted to attack Walleran. Walleran continued. He told the court that Philip had brought Jonathan and Johnny Eightpence with him to Kingsbridge. He said the monks were shocked. Their new prior arrived with a baby and a nurse. That part was true. For a short moment, Philip forgot his fear. He almost smiled as he remembered that time. Philip had played with Jonathan when the boy was young. He taught him lessons. Later, he made the boy his personal assistant.
Walleran said this was what any man would do for his own son.
But monks were not supposed to have sons.
Jonathan was very clever, just like Philip, Walleran said. When Cuthbert Whitehead died, Philip made Jonathan cellarer. Jonathan was only 21 years old. Was there really no other monk who could do this work in a monastery with more than 100 monks? Was there no one except a young man of 21? Or did Philip choose him because he was his own son? Later, when Milius left to become prior at Glastonbury, Philip made Jonathan treasurer. Jonathan is 34 years old now. Is he the wisest and most faithful monk here? Or is he only Philip's favorite?
Philip looked around the court. The meeting was in the south transept of Kingsbridge Cathedral. Archdeacon Peter sat on a large chair with beautiful carvings. The chair looked like a throne. All of Walleran's men were there. Most of the monks of Kingsbridge were there too. There was almost no work in the monastery that day because the prior was on trial. Every important churchman in the county had come. Even some simple parish priests were present. There were also men from nearby dioceses. All the church leaders of southern England were waiting for the court's decision. They were not very interested in Philip's personal virtue. They cared more about the struggle between Prior Philip and Bishop Walleran. When Walleran sat down, Philip took the oath. Then he began to tell the story of that winter morning long ago. He started with the trouble caused by Peter of Wareham. He wanted everyone to know that Peter did not like him and was not fair.
Then he called Francis. Francis told the court how they had found a baby.
Jonathan had left the monastery. He sent a message to say he was looking for new information about his parents. Jack had disappeared too. Philip believed the journey was about Jack's mother, Ellen, who many people called a witch. He thought Jonathan was afraid to explain everything because Philip might stop him from going. The two young men were supposed to return that morning, but they had not arrived yet. Philip did not think Ellen could add anything new to Francis's story. When Francis finished speaking, Philip stood up again.
That baby was not mine, he said simply.
I promise it was not mine. I swear before God. I have never been with a woman. I still live in purity, as the Apostle Paul teaches. So why, the Lord Bishop asks, did I care for the baby as if he were my own? He looked at the people around him. He knew he must tell the truth. He hoped God would help him speak clearly, even if Peter did not want to listen. When I was 6 years old, my father and mother died. Soldiers of the old King Henry killed them in Wales. My brother and I were saved by the abbot of a monastery near us. From that day, monks cared for us. I grew up in the monastery without parents. I know how that feels. I know how an orphan wants a mother's touch, even if he loves the monks who care for him. I knew Jonathan would feel strange and different. I have felt that same loneliness. Everyone else has a father and a mother. I did not. Like him, I felt ashamed to live from the kindness of others. I asked myself what was wrong with me. Why did I not have what other children had? I knew he would dream at night about a warm mother who loved him fully, a mother he never knew. Archdeacon Peter's face was hard and cold. Philip saw that Peter cared only about rules and punishment. He did not show kindness or mercy. He did not follow the law of love that Jesus taught. Philip thought about the Pharisees in the Bible. They were like Peter. No wonder the Lord chose to sit with sinners instead. Philip kept speaking. But in his heart, he knew Peter would not change his mind. No one could care for that boy as I could, except his real parents. And we could never find them. Was that not a clear sign of God's plan? He stopped speaking. Jonathan had just come into the church with Jack. Between them walked the woman people called a witch, Jack's mother. She looked much older now. Her hair was white like snow. Deep lines covered her face. But she walked proudly. Her head was high. Her strange golden eyes shone with strong courage. Philip was too surprised to speak. The court became silent as she walked into the church and stood before Archdeacon Peter. She spoke in a loud, clear voice. Her voice filled the church and echoed from the high walls.
I swear before God that Jonathan is the son of Tom Builder, my dead husband and his first wife.
The priests in the crowd cried out in shock. For a time, no one could hear anything clearly. Philip felt completely amazed. He stared at Ellen with his mouth open. Tom Builder? Was Jonathan the son of Tom Builder? Then he looked at Jonathan. At once he knew it was true. They were alike. Not only in height, but also in their faces. If Jonathan had a beard, people would see it clearly. Philip's first feeling was loss. Until now, he felt like a father to Jonathan. But Tom was Jonathan's real father. Tom was dead, but this truth changed everything. Philip could not secretly think he was Jonathan's father anymore. Jonathan would not feel like his son anymore. Jonathan was Tom's son. Philip felt he had lost him. He sat down heavily. When the people became quiet, Ellen began to speak. She told the story of Jack hearing a baby cry. Jack found a newborn baby. Philip listened in shock. Ellen said that she and Tom hid in the bushes and watched. They saw Philip and the monks return from their morning work. Francis was waiting for them with the baby. Johnny Eightpence tried to feed the baby. He used a cloth in a bucket of goat's milk. Philip clearly remembered something from that time. A day later, he met young Tom by chance. Philip told him about the baby who was left alone. Tom listened with great interest. Philip thought Tom was only being kind. He believed Tom felt sorry for the child. But now he understood the truth. Tom was learning about his own baby. Then Philip remembered how kind Tom had been to Jonathan later. The baby grew into a small child. Then he became a playful boy. No one thought Tom's care was strange. Everyone in the monastery loved Jonathan. They treated him like a pet. Tom worked near the priory all the time. So his kindness did not seem special. But now Philip saw it clearly. Tom's love for Jonathan was deeper than others. When Ellen finished and sat down, Philip understood something else. He was innocent. Her story was so powerful that he almost forgot about his trial. She spoke about birth and death. She spoke about fear and hope. She spoke about secrets and strong love. After that, the question about Philip's purity seemed small. But it was not small. The future of the priory depended on it. Ellen had answered the question in a strong way. Now it seemed impossible to continue the trial. Philip thought, Even Peter of Wareham cannot say I am guilty after this. Walaran had lost again. Walaran was not ready to accept defeat. He pointed at Ellen.
You say Tom Builder told you the baby in the cell was his.
Yes, Ellen said carefully.
But the other two children, Alfred and Martha, did not come here to confirm your story.
No.
And Tom is dead, so only you say that Tom told you this. No one can check your story.
How much proof do you want? She asked with strong feeling. Jack saw the baby alone. Francis picked him up. Jack and I met Tom, Alfred, and Martha. Francis took the baby to the priory. Tom and I watched the priory. How many people must speak before you believe it?
I do not believe you, Walaran said.
You do not believe me, Ellen said.
Philip saw deep anger in her face.
You do not believe me. You, Walaran Bigod. I know you have lied under oath.
Philip felt sudden fear. He thought something terrible was about to happen. Walaran's face had turned pale. Philip felt there was a secret here. Maybe Walaran was afraid. Philip felt a quick beat in his stomach. For a moment, Walaran looked weak. Philip turned to Ellen.
How do you know the bishop has lied under oath? He asked.
47 years ago, in this priory, there was a prisoner named Jack Sherberg, Ellen said.
This court does not care about things from so long ago.
Yes, it does, Philip said. The charge against me speaks about something from 35 years ago, my Lord Bishop. You ask me to prove I am innocent. Now the court will expect the same from you.
He looked at Ellen.
Please continue.
No one knew why Jack Sherberg was in prison, Ellen said. Not even he knew. After some years, they set him free. They gave him a jeweled cup. Maybe it was payment for the years he lost in prison. But he did not want it. He could not use it. It was too valuable to sell in the market. So he left it in the old cathedral here in Kingsbridge. Soon after that, he was arrested again. Walaran Bigod arrested him. At that time, Walaran was only a simple country priest. He was poor, but he wanted power. Then the jeweled cup was found in Jack's bag. They said he stole it. 3 men swore he was guilty. They were Walaran Bigod, Percy Hamley, and Prior James of Kingsbridge. Jack Sherberg was found guilty. They hanged him.
The room became very quiet. Everyone looked shocked. After a moment, Philip spoke.
How do you know all this?
I was Jack Sherberg's only friend, Ellen said. He was the father of my son, Jack Jackson. My son is now the master builder of this cathedral.
The room filled with loud voices. Walaran and Peter both tried to speak, but no one could hear them over the noise of the shocked priests. Philip thought they came to see a strong argument. But they did not expect this. At last, Peter spoke loud enough for people to hear.
Why would 3 honest men work together to accuse an innocent stranger? He asked with doubt.
For gain, Ellen said.
Walaran Bigod became an archdeacon. Percy received the manor of Hamley and some other villages. He became a rich landowner. I do not know what Prior James received.
I can answer that, said a new voice.
Philip turned quickly and looked around. He was surprised. The speaker was Remigius. Remigius was over 70 years old. His hair was white. He often spoke for a long time and did not stay on one subject. Now he stood up with the help of a walking stick. His eyes were bright. His face looked awake and serious. People did not often hear him speak in public. After he lost his position and returned to the monastery, he lived a quiet and simple life. Philip felt worried. He did not know what Remigius would say. Would he support Ellen? Or would he use this moment to hurt Philip again?
I can tell you what Prior James received, Remigius said. The priory was given the villages of Northwold, Southwold, and 100 Acre. It also received the forest of Oldean.
Philip felt shocked. Was it true that the old prior had lied under oath for only a few villages?
Prior James was not a good manager, Remigius continued. The priory had money problems. He believed the extra income would help us. Remigius stopped for a moment. Then he spoke in a clear and sharp voice. It helped only a little, and it caused great harm. The money was useful for a short time. But Prior James never felt good about himself again.
As Philip listened, he remembered the old prior's bent back and sad face. Now he understood why James had looked that way.
James did not lie directly, Remigius said. He only swore that the cup belonged to the priory. But he knew that Jack Sherberg was innocent. Still, he said nothing. He felt sorry for that silence for the rest of his life.
Yes, Philip thought. That was a serious sin for a monk. Remigius's words showed that Ellen was telling the truth. They also showed that Walaran was guilty.
Remigius kept speaking. Some of you who are older will remember the priory 40 years ago. It was falling apart. It had no money. The buildings were in bad condition. The brothers felt tired and without hope. This was because the prior carried heavy guilt in his heart. When he was dying, he finally told me about his sin. I wanted.
Remigius stopped speaking. The church was very quiet. Everyone waited.
The old man sighed and continued. I wanted to take his place and repair the damage. But God chose another man for that work. He paused again. His old face moved with pain as he tried to finish his words.
I should say, God chose a better man. He sat down suddenly. Philip felt shocked and confused, but also thankful. Two old enemies, Ellen and Remigius, had saved him. When he learned these old secrets, he felt as if he had lived with only one eye open. Bishop Walaran was very angry. After so many years, he must have believed he was safe. He bent down and spoke quietly into Peter's ear. Around them, people in the church began to talk loudly. Peter stood up.
Silence.
The church became quiet.
This court is closed.
Wait a minute.
It was Jack Jackson.
That is not enough. I want to know why.
Peter did not listen to Jack. He walked toward the door that led to the cloisters. Walaran followed him. Jack ran after them.
Why did you do it? You lied in front of God. A man died. Are you going to leave without saying anything?
Walaran looked straight ahead. His face was white. His mouth was tight. He looked full of anger but said nothing. As he passed through the door, Jack shouted,
Answer me, you liar. Why did you kill my father?
Walaran walked out of the church. The door closed hard behind him. Chapter 18. The letter from King Henry arrived while the monks were in chapter. Jack had built a large new chapter house. It was big enough for 150 monks. It was the largest group of monks in one monastery in all England. The building was round. It had a high stone ceiling with strong arches. There were rows of stone steps where the monks could sit. The important monks sat on stone benches along the walls. These benches were a little higher than the other seats. Philip and Jonathan had made 2 stone thrones. They stood against the wall opposite the door. A young monk was reading from the 7th chapter of the Rule of St. Benedict.
The 6th step of humility is when a monk accepts even low and simple things, the monk read.
Philip listened. He did not know the name of the monk who was reading. He felt surprised. Was he forgetting names because he was old? Or was the monastery now too large for him to know everyone?
The seventh step of humility is when a man not only says he is lower than others, but truly believes it in his heart, the monk continued.
Philip knew he had not reached that level. He was 62 years old. He had done many important things in his life. He had worked with courage and strong will. He had used his mind well. Still, he had to remind himself of something. All his success came from God's help. Without God, his work would have failed. Next to him, Jonathan moved in his seat. He looked restless. Jonathan found humility even harder than Philip. Strong leaders often struggled with pride. Jonathan was ready to become prior. He did not want to wait any longer. He had spoken with Aliena. He wanted to try her new farming ideas. He wanted to use horses to pull the plough. He also wanted to plant peas and oats in spring on land that usually rested. Philip remembered his own past. 35 years ago, he had been excited about raising sheep for wool. He had felt the same strong wish to change things. He knew he should step down. Jonathan should become the new prior. Philip should spend his last years in prayer and quiet thought. He had often told other men to do this when they grew old. But now he was old himself. The idea frightened him. His body was still strong. His mind was still active. A quiet life with only prayer would make him unhappy. Yet Jonathan would not wait forever. God had given Jonathan the skills to lead a large monastery. He did not want to waste his gifts. Over the years, he had visited many abbeys. He had left a good impression everywhere he went. One day, when an abbot died, the monks would ask Jonathan to become abbot. Then Philip would find it hard to say no. A young monk, whose name Philip could not remember, was finishing the reading in the chapter house. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The gatekeeper came in. Brother Stephen, the circuiter, looked angry. The monks were not allowed to be disturbed during chapter. Stephen was in charge of discipline. He always followed the rules very carefully. The gatekeeper spoke in a low but urgent voice.
There is a messenger from the king.
Philip turned to Jonathan.
Please deal with it, he said.
The messenger would want to give his letter to an important monk. Jonathan left the room. The monks began to whisper to each other. Philip spoke in a firm voice.
We will continue with the necrology.
They started to pray for the dead. While they prayed, Philip thought about the message. He wondered why King Henry II was writing to Kingsbridge Priory. He did not expect good news. For 6 years, Henry had been in conflict with the church. The problem began because of church courts and their power. But the king was stubborn. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, was also very strong in his ideas. They could not agree. The problem became very serious. Becket had to leave England. Not all English church leaders supported him. Some bishops, like Waleran Bigod, supported the king. They wanted the king's favour. The Pope was asking Henry to make peace with Becket. But the conflict caused more problems. Henry needed support from the English church. Because of this, ambitious bishops like Waleran became more powerful at court. That was why a letter from the king made Philip feel worried. It felt more dangerous than usual. Jonathan came back into the room. He gave Philip a roll of vellum. It was closed with wax. The wax had a large royal seal on it. All the monks were watching. Philip felt it was impossible to ask them to keep praying for the dead while he held such an important letter in his hand.
All right, he said. We will continue the prayers later.
He broke the seal and opened the letter. He looked quickly at the first line. Then he gave the letter to Jonathan, because Jonathan had young and strong eyes.
Please read it to us, he said.
Jonathan read the first polite words from the king. Then he continued. As the new Bishop of Lincoln, I have chosen Waleran Bigod, now Bishop of Kingsbridge.
His voice became hard to hear because the monk started to speak loudly. Philip shook his head with anger. Waleran had lost all respect in this area after the truth came out at Philip's trial. There was no way he could stay as bishop in Kingsbridge. So he had asked the king to make him Bishop of Lincoln instead. Lincoln was one of the richest bishop areas in the world. It was the third most important church area in the country, after Canterbury and York. From Lincoln, it was easy to rise higher. He could even become an archbishop. The king might be preparing him to take the place of Thomas Becket. When Philip thought about Waleran as Archbishop of Canterbury and leader of the English Church, he felt sick and afraid.
After the monks became quiet, Jonathan continued, "And I have asked the dean and chapter of Lincoln to choose him."
Philip thought this would not be so easy. When the king asked for something, it was almost an order. But it was not fully an order. If the church leaders in Lincoln did not like Waleran, or if they had their own choice, they could refuse. They might cause trouble for the king. In the end, the king would probably win. But it was not certain.
Jonathan went on reading. "I order you, the chapter of the Priory of Kingsbridge, to hold an election for a new Bishop of Kingsbridge. I ask you to choose my servant, Peter of Wareham, Archdeacon of Canterbury, as your bishop."
All the monks shouted in protest. Philip felt cold with fear. The proud and hard Archdeacon Peter was the king's choice for the new Bishop of Kingsbridge. Peter was very similar to Waleran. Both men truly believed in God. But they never thought they could be wrong. They believed their own wishes were the will of God. Because of this, they followed their goals in a hard and cruel way. If Peter became bishop, Jonathan would spend his life fighting for what was right. The county would be ruled by a man with no kindness in his heart. And if Waleran became archbishop, there would be no hope for help. Philip saw many dark years in front of him. It would be like the worst time of the Civil War. Powerful earls would do anything they wanted. Proud priests would not care for their people. The priory would become poor and weak again. This thought made him angry. He was not the only one who felt this way. Stephen Serketer stood up. His face was red. He shouted very loudly. Philip had a rule that everyone must speak calmly and quietly in chapter meetings. The monks cheered. But Jonathan showed he was wise.
He shouted, "It shall not be."
He asked, "What can we do?"
Bernard Kitchener, who was still very fat, said, "We must refuse the king's request."
Several monks agreed with him.
Stephen said, "We should write to the king. We should tell him we will choose our own archbishop." After a short pause, he added, "With God's guidance, of course."
Jonathan said, "I do not agree that we should refuse at once. If we quickly stand against the king, he will quickly become angry with us."
Philip said, "Jonathan is right. If a man loses a fight with his king, the king may forgive him. But if a man wins against his king, the king will never forgive him."
Stephen cried out, "But you are just giving up."
Philip felt afraid and worried, like the others. But he had to stay calm.
"Stephen, please be calm," he said. "We must fight this bad appointment. But we will do it in a careful and clever way. We must not fight the king openly."
Stephen asked, "Then what are you going to do?"
"I am not sure," Philip said.
At first he had felt sad and weak. Now he began to feel ready to fight. He had fought this kind of battle many times in his life. He fought here in the priory when he defeated Remigius and became prior. He fought in the county against William Hamley and Waleran Bigod. Now he would fight across the whole country. He would stand against the king.
"I think I must go to France," he said. "I will see Archbishop Thomas Becket."
In every other hard time in his life, Philip had found a plan. When danger came to him, or to the priory, or to the town, he always thought of a way to defend them. Sometimes he was not sure he would win, but he always knew what to do. Until now. He was still confused when he arrived in the city of Sens. Sens was southeast of Paris, in the Kingdom of France. The cathedral there was the widest building he had ever seen. The main hall was about 50 feet across. Sens Cathedral felt different from Kingsbridge Cathedral. It did not seem brighter, but it felt bigger and more open. When Philip traveled through France, he saw many kinds of churches for the first time in his life. He understood that the world had more church designs than he had ever thought. Now he also understood why travel had changed Jack Jackson's ideas so much. When Philip passed through Paris, he visited the Abbey Church of St. Denis. There he saw where Jack found some of his new ideas. He also visited 2 churches with flying buttresses like the ones at Kingsbridge. Other master builders had faced the same problem as Jack. They had found the same answer. Philip went to visit the Archbishop of Sens, William Whitehands. William was young and very clever. He was also the nephew of the late King Stephen. The Archbishop invited Philip to dinner. Philip felt honored. But he refused the invitation. He had traveled a long way to see Thomas Becket. Now that he was close, he did not want to wait. After he attended Mass in the cathedral, he left the town. He followed the river Yonne to the north. Philip did not travel with many people, even though he was the prior of one of the richest monasteries in England. He had only 2 soldiers to protect him. A young monk named Michael of Bristol traveled with him as his helper. They also had a pack horse. The horse carried holy books. The books were copied and painted by hand in the scriptorium at Kingsbridge. Philip gave these books as gifts to abbots and bishops he visited on his journey. The books were expensive and beautiful. They made a strong impression. This was very different from Philip's simple group of travelers. He did this on purpose. He wanted people to respect the priory, not himself. Just outside the north gate of Sens, he found the Abbey of St. Columb. It stood in a sunny field near the river. Archbishop Thomas had lived there for the last 3 years. One of Thomas's priests welcomed Philip warmly. Servants came to take care of the horses and baggage. Philip was led to the guest house where the archbishop was staying. Philip thought the exiles must feel happy to see visitors from England. It was not only because they missed home. Visitors also showed that they still had support. Philip and Michael were given food and wine. They met the people in Thomas's household. All the men were priests. Most of them were young. Philip thought they looked very intelligent. Soon Michael began to argue with one of the priests about a church teaching. They spoke about the meaning of the holy bread and wine. Philip drank his wine quietly. He listened but did not join the discussion. After some time, one priest turned to him.
"What do you think, Father Philip?" he asked. "You have not said anything."
Philip smiled.
"These difficult church questions do not worry me very much," he said.
"Why not?" the priest asked.
"Because all these questions will be answered after we die," Philip said calmly. "For now, we can put them aside."
Well said, a new voice answered.
Philip looked up. Archbishop Thomas of Canterbury was standing there. He saw at once that this was a special man. Thomas was tall and slim. He was very good-looking. He had a wide forehead, bright eyes, light skin, and dark hair. He was about 10 years younger than Philip, maybe 50 or 51. Even after many hard times, his face was lively and happy. Philip understood at once that many people liked him. This helped him rise from a poor beginning to a high position. Philip knelt down and kissed his hand.
"I am very happy to meet you," Thomas said. "I have always wanted to visit Kingsbridge. I have heard so much about your priory and the wonderful new cathedral."
Philip felt pleased and proud.
"I came to see you because the king has put all our work in danger," he said.
"I want to hear everything now," Thomas said. "Come to my room."
He turned and walked out quickly. Philip followed him. He felt both happy and worried at the same time. Thomas took him into a smaller room. There was a fine bed made of wood and leather. It had soft linen sheets and a beautiful quilt. In one corner, Philip saw a thin mattress rolled up. He remembered stories that Thomas did not use the rich bed his hosts gave him. Philip thought about his own warm bed in Kingsbridge. He felt ashamed that he slept in comfort while the head of the English church slept on the floor.
Talking about cathedrals, Thomas said, "What did you think of Sens?"
"It was amazing," Philip answered. "Who is the master builder?"
"William of Sens," Thomas said. "I hope to bring him to Canterbury one day." "Sit down. Tell me what is happening in Kingsbridge.
Philip spoke about Bishop Walleran and Archdeacon Peter. Thomas listened with great interest. He asked several clear and clever questions. Philip saw that he was not only charming but also very intelligent. He needed both to reach such a high place. From this place he could even stand against one of the strongest kings of England. People said that under his archbishop clothes, Thomas wore a rough shirt made of animal hair. Philip reminded himself that under the friendly face, there was a very strong will. When Philip finished his story, Thomas became serious.
This must not happen, he said.
Yes, Philip said.
Thomas spoke in a strong and steady voice. It gave Philip some hope.
Can you stop it? Philip asked.
Only if I return to Canterbury, Thomas said.
This was not the answer Philip wanted.
But can you write to the Pope now? Philip asked.
I will, Thomas said. I will write today. The Pope will not accept Peter as Bishop of Kingsbridge. I promise you that. But we cannot stop Peter from living in the bishop's palace. And we cannot choose another man.
Philip felt shocked and very sad. On his journey here, he believed Thomas would find a solution. He thought Thomas would stop Walleran's plan. But even clever Thomas had no clear answer. The only hope was that he would return to Canterbury. Then he would have the power to refuse new bishops.
Is there any hope you will return soon? Philip asked quietly.
There is some hope, if you want to believe it, Thomas replied. The Pope has made a peace plan. He asks Henry and me to agree to it. The terms are good for me. The plan gives me what I have asked for. Henry says he agrees with it. But I asked him to show he is honest by giving me the kiss of peace. He refuses.
As Thomas spoke, his voice became flat and hard. His face lost its warmth. He looked like a priest giving a serious sermon. Philip saw the strong pride in him. This pride had kept him fighting for many years.
When he refuses the kiss of peace, Thomas continued, it shows he may trick me. He may ask me to return to England and then break his promise.
Philip nodded. The kiss of peace was part of the church service. It showed trust between people. No agreement was complete without it.
What can I do? Philip asked.
Go back to England and speak for me, Thomas said. Write letters to other priors and abbots. Send men from Kingsbridge to speak to the Pope. Ask the king for justice. Speak in your cathedral. Tell the people that their highest priest has been rejected by their king.
Philip nodded again. He was not going to do that. Thomas wanted him to stand against the king. This might make Thomas feel stronger, but it would not help Kingsbridge. Philip had another plan. If Henry and Thomas were already so close to agreement, maybe someone could help them come together. Philip thought that perhaps he could help. The idea gave him hope. It was a small chance, but he had nothing to lose. After all, they were only arguing about a kiss. Philip was surprised when he saw his brother. Francis looked much older. His hair was grey. There were dark bags under his eyes. The skin on his face looked dry and thin. But Francis was 60 years old, so this was not strange. And his eyes were bright. He moved with energy. Philip understood why he felt uneasy. Seeing his brother made him think about his own age. He had not looked in a mirror for many years. He wondered if he also had bags under his eyes. He touched his face. It was hard to know.
What is Henry like to work for? Philip asked.
Like everyone else, he wanted to know what a king was like in private. They were sitting in the quiet cloisters of a monastery in Bayeux. Philip was staying there. King Henry's court was living nearby. Francis was still working for Henry, as he had done for 20 years. He was now the head of the chancery. This office wrote all the king's letters and official papers. It was an important and strong position.
Better than Maud, Francis said. She was more clever, but she was too tricky. Henry is very open. You always know what he thinks.
Open? Henry, Philip said. Archbishop Thomas does not think so.
That is another big mistake from Thomas, Francis said with scorn.
Philip thought Francis should not speak about the Archbishop in that way.
Thomas is a great man, Philip said.
Thomas wants to be king, Francis said sharply.
And Henry seems to want to be Archbishop, Philip answered.
They looked at each other in silence for a moment. If we are already arguing, Philip thought, it is no surprise that Henry and Thomas are fighting so hard. He smiled.
Well, you and I should not argue about this, he said.
Francis's face became softer.
No, of course not. Remember, this problem has made my life difficult for 6 years. I cannot feel calm about it like you.
Philip nodded.
But why does Henry not accept the Pope's peace plan? He asked.
He will, Francis said. We are very close to peace. But Thomas wants more. He is asking for the kiss of peace.
But if the king is honest, he should give the kiss of peace to show it, Philip said.
Francis spoke louder. It is not part of the plan, he said in an upset voice.
But why not give it anyway? Philip asked.
Francis let out a long breath. He would like to do that. But he once made a public promise. He said he would never give Thomas the kiss of peace.
Many kings have broken promises, Philip said. But weak kings do that. Henry will not break a public promise. That is what makes him different from poor King Stephen. Then the church should not try to change his mind, Philip said slowly.
Then why does Thomas want the kiss so much? Francis asked in an upset voice.
Because he does not trust Henry. What will stop Henry from changing his mind later? What can Thomas do then? Will he leave the country again? His friends have stayed loyal, but they are tired. Thomas cannot live through this trouble again. So before he agrees, he needs strong and clear promises.
Francis moved his head sadly.
Now it is about pride, he said. I know Henry does not plan to trick Thomas. But he does not like to feel forced. He hates that.
I think Thomas is the same, Philip said. He asked for this sign of peace. Now he cannot step back.
He felt very tired. He had hoped Francis could find a way to bring the two men together. But now it seemed almost impossible.
The strange thing is this, Francis said. Henry would happily kiss Thomas after they make peace. He just does not want to do it first.
Did he really say that? Philip asked.
Yes.
That changes everything. Philip said with sudden hope. What were his exact words?
He said, I will kiss his mouth. I will kiss his feet. I will listen to him say Mass. But first he must come back. I heard Henry say it myself.
I must tell Thomas, Philip said.
Do you think Thomas will accept that? Francis asked with hope.
I do not know, Philip answered.
He was afraid to hope too much.
It is only a small change. He still gets the kiss. It only comes a little later than he wanted.
And for Henry, it is also a small change, Francis said, now more excited. He gives the kiss, but he does it freely. No one forces him. It might work.
They could make peace at Canterbury. The whole agreement could be shared before the meeting. This way, neither man could change it at the last moment. Thomas could lead a mass. Henry could give him the kiss of peace there in the cathedral. Then, Thomas thought, he could stop Walleran's bad plans.
I will speak to the king about this, Francis said.
And I will speak to Thomas, Philip answered.
The bell of the monastery began to ring. The two brothers stood up.
Speak well, Philip said. If this plan works, Thomas can go back to Canterbury. If he returns, Walleran Bigod will lose his power.
They met in a green meadow by a river. This place was on the border between Normandy and the Kingdom of France. It was near the towns of Fréteval and Vive-la-Rey. King Henry was already there with his men when Thomas arrived with Archbishop William of Sens. Philip came with Thomas. Across the field, he saw his brother Francis standing near the king. Henry and Thomas had agreed on a plan, at least in words. They both accepted a compromise. After Thomas returned to England, there would be a Mass of Peace. At that Mass, Henry would give Thomas the kiss of peace. But the agreement was not final until they met face to face. Thomas rode his horse to the middle of the field. He left his people behind. Henry did the same. Everyone watched and waited. The two men spoke for many hours. No one else could hear their words, but everyone understood the subject. They spoke about Henry's actions against the church. They spoke about the English bishops who did not obey Thomas. They spoke about the laws called the Constitutions of Clarendon. They spoke about Thomas's time in exile. They spoke about the Pope. At first, Philip was afraid. He thought they might argue and leave as enemies again. This had happened before. They had almost agreed, but then one small point hurt their pride. They had spoken angry words and ridden away. Each one blamed the other. But as time passed, Philip felt more hope. If one of them wanted to leave in anger, it would have happened early, he thought. The hot summer day slowly became cooler. Long shadows from the elm trees fell across the river. The waiting felt very hard. At last, something changed. Thomas moved. Was he leaving? No. He was getting off his horse. What did this mean? Philip watched carefully. Thomas walked to Henry and knelt at the king's feet. The king got off his horse and held Thomas in his arms. The men on both sides shouted with joy. They threw their hats into the air. Philip felt tears in his eyes. The long fight was over. They had solved it with calm words and goodwill. This was the right way to end a conflict. Maybe it was a good sign for the future. It was Christmas Day, and the king was very angry. William Hamley was afraid. He had known only one person with a temper like King Henry's. That person was his mother. Henry was almost as frightening as she was. He was a strong man with wide shoulders and a large chest. He had a big head and sharp eyes. When he was calm, he often moved around. But when he was angry, his blue-gray eyes turned red. His freckled face became bright red too. He walked up and down like a wild animal in a cage. They were at Burley-Arroy. It was one of Henry's hunting houses near the coast of Normandy. The place was inside a large park. Henry usually loved to hunt more than anything. This was one of his favorite places. He should have been happy, but he was full of anger. The reason was Archbishop Thomas of Canterbury.
Thomas, 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 he shouted. That is all I hear from you troublesome bishops. Thomas did this. Thomas did that. Thomas insulted you. Thomas treated you badly. I am tired of Thomas.
William looked carefully at the faces of the earls, bishops, and other important men at the Christmas dinner in the Great Hall. Most of them looked worried. Only one man looked pleased. It was Waleran Bigod. Waleran had said before that Henry and Thomas would soon fight again. He said Thomas had won too much. The Pope's peace plan made the king give up too much. He believed Thomas would soon ask for more, and there would be new problems. But Waleran did not just wait. He worked hard to make this happen. With William's help, he often went to the king with complaints about Thomas. He said Thomas was riding around the country with many knights. He said Thomas was visiting his friends and making secret plans. He said Thomas was punishing churchmen who had supported the king. Waleran made these stories sound worse when he told them to Henry. Still, each story had some truth. The anger was already there, and Waleran made it stronger. Many men who had left Thomas during the 6 years of fighting were now afraid of him. They wanted the king to think badly of Thomas. So Waleran looked happy while Henry was angry. And he had good reason. He had much to lose if Thomas returned to power. The archbishop had refused to support Waleran as Bishop of Lincoln. Instead, Thomas wanted Prior Philip to become Bishop of Kingsbridge. If this happened, Walaran would lose Kingsbridge and not get Lincoln. His power would be gone. William would also lose much. Aliena was acting as Earl. If Walaran left and Philip became bishop and Jonathan became prior, William would be alone in the county. He would have no friends in power. That was why he stayed at the royal court with Walaran. They worked together to weaken the weak peace between King Henry and Archbishop Thomas. Almost no one had eaten the swans, geese, peacocks, and ducks on the table. William usually ate and drank a lot. But now he only ate small pieces of bread. He drank posset, a mix of milk, beer, eggs, and nutmeg. He hoped it would calm his sick stomach. Henry's anger became worse when he heard new news. Thomas had sent men to Tours, where Pope Alexander was staying. They went to complain that Henry had not kept his promises in the peace agreement.
"There will be no peace until you have Thomas killed," he said.
William felt shocked.
"That's right," Henry shouted.
William thought Henry did not take the words as a real plan. He thought the king heard them as angry talk. But William felt that Induja had spoken seriously.
When I was in Rome, on my way back from Jerusalem, I heard about a pope who was killed because he was too proud and insulting. I cannot remember his name now.
It seems there is nothing else to do with Thomas. While he is alive, he will cause trouble in England and in other countries.
To William, these words did not sound random. They sounded planned. He looked at Walaran.
There is no point in asking Thomas to act with honor.
"Be quiet, all of you. I have heard enough. You only complain. When will you stop sitting and do something?" He drank from his cup. "This beer tastes terrible."
He pushed his chair back and stood up. Everyone quickly stood as well. Then the king left the hall in great anger. The room became very quiet. Then Walaran spoke.
"The king's message is clear, my lords. We must stop sitting and do something about Thomas."
William Mandeville, the Earl of Essex, said, "Some of us should go to Thomas and speak to him clearly."
"And what will you do if he does not listen?"
"Then we should arrest him in the king's name," the Earl answered.
Several men began to speak at the same time. The large group broke into smaller groups. The men around the Earl of Essex began to plan their visit to Canterbury. William saw Walaran speaking with 2 or 3 young knights. Walaran looked at William and called him over.
"William Mandeville's group will not succeed," Walaran said. "Thomas can deal with them very easily."
"Some of us think the time has come for stronger action," he said.
"What do you mean?" William asked.
"You heard what Induja said."
Richard Lebret, a boy of about 18, suddenly said, "Execution."
Execution.
The word made William feel cold inside. So it was very serious. He looked at Walaran.
"Will you ask the king to bless this?"
Reginald answered.
"That is not possible. The king cannot agree to this before it happens." He smiled in a dark way. "But he can reward us later if we serve him well."
Young Richard looked at William.
"Well, William, you with us?"
"I am not sure," William said. He felt excited but also afraid. "I need time to think."
"There is no time," Reginald said. "We must leave now. We have to reach Canterbury before William Mandeville. If he gets there first, he may stop us."
Walaran turned to William.
"They need an older man. They need someone to guide them and make the plan."
William strongly wanted to say yes. If this plan worked, all his problems would end. The king might even make him an earl again.
"But to kill an archbishop is a great sin," he said.
"Do not worry about that," Walaran replied. "I will forgive your sin."
The terrible thing they planned to do stayed in William's mind like a dark cloud as they travelled to England. He thought about nothing else. He could not eat. He could not sleep. He spoke without thinking and forgot what he was saying. When the ship arrived at Dover, he almost decided to stop. 3 days after Christmas, on a Monday evening, they reached Saltwood Castle in Kent. The castle belonged to the Archbishop of Canterbury. But while the Archbishop was away, Ranulf de Broc had taken it and would not give it back. Thomas had even complained to the Pope that King Henry did not return the castle to him. Ranulf gave William new energy. While the Archbishop was away, Ranulf had ruled Kent as he pleased. He enjoyed the freedom, just as William had in earlier years. Ranulf was ready to do anything to keep that freedom.
He liked the plan to kill the Archbishop. He was eager to join. At once he began to speak about the details in a calm and practical way.
His simple and direct talk helped William. The fear in his heart became weaker. Again William imagined being an earl, free and powerful, with no one to command him. They stayed awake most of the night to plan the attack. Ranulf drew a map of the cathedral area and the Archbishop's palace. He cut the lines into the table with a knife. The monks' buildings were on the north side of the church. This was unusual. Usually such buildings stood on the south side, like at King's Bridge. The Archbishop's palace was joined to the northwest corner of the church. People entered it through the kitchen yard. While they planned, Ranulf sent riders to his soldiers in Dover, Rochester, and Bletchingley. He ordered his knights to meet him on the road to Canterbury the next morning. Near morning, the men went to bed for 1 or 2 hours of sleep. William's legs burned with pain after the long journey. He hoped this would be his last campaign. He was almost 55, if he counted correctly. He felt too old for this kind of work. Even so, he could not sleep. The thought of killing an archbishop was too frightening. Walaran had forgiven his sin, but the fear was still there. He worried that he would see bad dreams if he slept. They had made a good plan. Still, something always went wrong in such actions. A man had to change his plans quickly when problems came. In truth, a group of trained knights should easily defeat a few monks who had no weapons. Grey winter light slowly came into the room through the narrow windows. After some time, William got up. He tried to pray, but the words would not come. The others rose early too. They ate breakfast together in the great hall. There were William and Ranulf. There was Reginald Fitzurse, whom William had chosen to lead the attack. There was Richard le Bret, the youngest. There was William Tracy, the oldest. And there was Hugh Morville, the highest in rank. They put on their armor and rode out on Ranulf's horses. It was very cold. The sky was dark and full of low grey clouds. It looked like snow might fall. They followed the old road called Stone Street. During the 2.5 hours of riding, more knights joined them. Their main meeting place was St. Augustine's Abbey, outside the city. Ranulf had told William that the abbot did not like Thomas. Even so, William decided to say they had come to arrest Thomas, not to kill him. They would keep this lie until the end. Only William, Ranulf, and the 4 knights from France knew the true plan. They arrived at the abbey at noon. The men Ranulf had called were waiting there. The abbot gave them dinner. His wine was very good, and they all drank it. Ranulf spoke to the soldiers who would stand around the cathedral close and stop anyone from leaving. William could not stop shaking, even when he stood near the fire in the guest house. The plan should be easy, but if they failed, they would likely die. The king would find a reason for Thomas's death. But if the attack failed, the king would say he knew nothing about it. He would hang the men who tried. William had sent many men to the gallows when he was Sheriff of Shiring. Still, when he imagined his own body hanging from a rope, he felt cold and afraid. He tried to think about the reward instead. If they won, he could become an earl again. In his old age, he would be respected and obeyed. Maybe Aliena's brother Richard would die in the Holy Land. Then King Henry might return William's old lands to him. This thought warmed him more than the fire. When they left the abbey, they looked like a small army. They entered Canterbury without trouble. Ranulf had ruled this area for 6 years and still had strong control. He had more power here than Thomas. That was why Thomas had complained to the Pope. As soon as they were inside the city, the soldiers moved around the cathedral close. They blocked every exit. The plan had begun. Before this moment, they could still stop and no one would be hurt. But now it was too late. William felt fear as he thought this. There was no turning back. He left Ranulph in charge of the men outside. William kept a small group of knights and soldiers with him. He placed most of the knights in a house near the main gate of the cathedral close. Then he went through the gate with the rest of his men. Reginald Fitzurse and the other 3 men rode into the kitchen yard like normal visitors. They did not look like armed attackers. But William ran to the gatehouse. He held his sword at the frightened porter and made him stay still. The attack had started. William's heart beat fast. He told one soldier to tie the porter. Then he called the rest of his men into the gatehouse. He shut the gate. Now no one could come in or go out. He had taken control of the monastery. He followed the 4 men into the kitchen yard. There were stables on the north side. But the 4 men tied their horses to a mulberry tree in the middle of the yard. They took off their swords and helmets. For now, they wanted to look peaceful. William reached them and put his weapons under the tree. Reginald looked at him.
Everything is ready, William said. No one can leave this place.
They walked across the yard to the palace and went into the porch. William told a local knight named Richard to stay there and guard the door. The others went into the great hall. The palace servants were about to eat their dinner. This meant they had already served Thomas and the priests and monks with him. One servant stood up.
"We are the king's men," Reginald said.
The room became quiet, but the servant who stood up spoke in a calm voice.
"Welcome, my lords," he said. "I am William Fitzneel, the steward of the hall. Please come in. Would you like some dinner?"
William was surprised by his friendly manner. His master was in conflict with the king. Still, this man seemed polite and calm. Maybe he could be persuaded to help them.
"No dinner, thank you," Reginald said.
"Would you like a cup of wine after your journey?"
"We have a message from the king for your master," Reginald said. "Please tell him we are here at once."
"Very good," the steward answered.
The steward bowed his head. The knights had no weapons, so he did not stop them. He stepped away from the table and walked to the end of the hall. William and the 4 knights walked behind him. The servants watched them in silence. William was shaking, as he often did before a fight. He wished the fight would begin. He knew he would feel better when it started. They climbed the stairs to the upper floor. At the top, they entered a large waiting room. There were benches along the walls. A big throne stood against one wall. Several priests and monks in black robes sat on the benches. The throne was empty. The steward walked across the room to an open door.
"Messengers from the king, my lord archbishop," he said loudly.
No one answered with words. The archbishop must have given a sign, because the steward waved the knights inside. The monks and priests stared in surprise. The knights walked across the room and entered the inner chamber. Thomas Becket sat on the edge of a bed. He wore his archbishop robes. Only one other man was in the room. A monk sat at Thomas's feet and listened to him. William looked at the monk and felt shocked. It was Prior Philip of Kingsbridge. William wondered why he was there. He thought Philip wanted to gain favor. Philip had been chosen as Bishop of Kingsbridge, but he was not yet confirmed. William felt cruel joy. Now, he thought, Philip would never become bishop. Philip was also surprised to see William. Thomas kept speaking and acted as if the knights were not there. William thought this was done on purpose. The knights sat on small stools and benches around the bed. William wished they had stayed standing. Now the visit felt friendly, and he felt they had lost some strength. He thought Thomas had planned it this way. At last, Thomas looked at them. He did not stand up. He knew all of them except William. His eyes stopped on Hugh Morville, who had the highest rank.
"Ah, Hugh," he said.
William had asked Reginald to lead this part of the mission. So Reginald spoke, not Hugh.
"We come from the king in Normandy," Reginald said. "Do you want to hear his message in public or in private?"
Thomas looked annoyed. He looked from Reginald to Hugh and back again. He seemed unhappy to speak to a younger knight. He sighed.
"Leave me, Philip," he said.
Philip stood up. He walked past the knights. He looked worried.
But do not close the door, Thomas called after him.
When Philip left, Reginald spoke.
In the name of the king, I order you to go to Winchester, he said. You must answer charges against you.
William saw Thomas turn pale.
So this is the plan, Thomas said quietly. He looked toward the door. The steward stood there. Send everyone in, Thomas said. I want them all to hear this.
The monks and priests came into the room. Philip came with them. Some sat down. Others stood by the walls. William did not mind. In fact, he was pleased. They wanted witnesses. They wanted everyone to see that Thomas refused the king's order. When everyone was quiet, Thomas looked at Reginald.
Again, he asked.
In the name of the king, I order you to go to Winchester, Reginald repeated. You must answer charges against you.
What charges? Thomas asked quietly.
Treason.
Thomas shook his head. I will not stand trial before Henry, he said calmly. I have done no crime. God knows this.
You have removed royal servants from the church, Reginald said.
It was the Pope who did that, not I, Thomas answered.
You have stopped other bishops from working.
I offered to forgive them and give them back their positions, Thomas said. They refused. My offer is still open.
You have put the king's son in danger by speaking against his coronation.
I did not do that, Thomas said. The Archbishop of York has no right to crown anyone. The Pope has already warned him about this. But no one has said the coronation is not valid.
Reginald spoke with anger. One thing leads to the other, you fool.
I have had enough. Thomas said.
I have had enough, Thomas said.
And we have had enough of you, Thomas Becket, Reginald shouted. By God's wounds, we have had enough of you, and your pride and your trouble and your treason.
Thomas stood up.
The Archbishop's castles are now in the hands of the king's men, he shouted. The king's men have taken the Archbishop's money from his lands. The Archbishop has been told he must not leave the city of Canterbury. And you say you have had enough?
My lord, let us speak about this in private, he said.
For what reason? Thomas said sharply. They ask me to do something I must not do. And I will not do it.
Many people in the palace heard the shouting. William saw that the doorway was full of people with wide eyes. The argument had gone on for a long time. Now everyone could see that Thomas had refused the king's order. William made a small sign to Reginald. It was quiet and quick. But Prior Philip saw it. He looked surprised. He understood that William was the true leader, not Reginald.
Archbishop Thomas, you are no longer under the king's peace and protection. Leave this room, he ordered.
No one moved.
You monks, I order you in the king's name to guard the archbishop and stop him from leaving.
The monks did not move. They did not want to do that. William did not want them to do it either. In fact, he hoped Thomas would try to run away. If Thomas tried to escape, it would be easier to kill him. Reginald turned to the steward, William Fitz-Neal. The steward was the Archbishop's guard.
I arrest you, Reginald said.
He caught the steward's arm and led him out of the room. The steward did not fight back. William and the other knights followed them. They ran down the stairs and across the hall. The local knight, Richard, was still standing guard at the porch. William thought about what to do with the steward.
He asked him, "You on our side?"
Yes, if you are with the king, he said.
William saw that the man was too scared to cause trouble. It did not matter which side he chose. He turned to Richard.
Watch him, he said. Do not let anyone leave the building. Keep the porch door closed.
Then William and the others ran across the yard to the mulberry tree. They quickly began to put on their helmets and take their swords. Now we will do it, William thought. We will go back inside and kill the Archbishop of Canterbury. Oh God! It had been many years since he last wore a helmet. The chainmail around his neck and shoulders kept getting in his way. He felt angry with his slow fingers. There was no time to make mistakes. He saw a boy watching him with an open mouth.
Hey, you! William shouted. What is your name?
The boy looked toward the kitchen. He did not know if he should answer or run away.
Robert, Lord, he said after a moment. They call me Robert Pipe.
Come here, Robert Pipe. Help me with this, William said.
The boy waited again. He was afraid.
Come here now, he said firmly. If you do not come, I will hurt you with this sword.
Reluctantly, the boy stepped forward. William showed him how to hold the chainmail while he put on the helmet. At last the helmet was on, and Robert Pipe ran away. William thought for a moment that the boy would tell this story to his grandchildren one day. The helmet had a mouth cover that could be pulled across the face and tied with a strap. The others had closed theirs, so no one could see their faces. William kept his open for a short time. Each man held a sword in one hand and an axe in the other.
Are you ready? William asked.
They all nodded. There would be no more talking now. No more orders were needed. They only had to go back inside and kill Thomas. William put 2 fingers in his mouth and gave a loud whistle. Then he closed the mouth cover of his helmet. A soldier ran out of the gatehouse and opened the main gate. The knights who were waiting in the house across the road came out.
They ran into the courtyard and shouted, "King's men! King's men!"
William ran back to the palace. The knight Richard and the steward William Fitzneel opened the porch door for him. When he went inside, 2 of the Archbishop's servants quickly shut the door between the porch and the hall. Richard and Fitzneel were not watching them. William pushed hard against the door, but it was too late. The servants had locked it with a heavy bar. He swore in anger. This was a problem, and it had happened so soon. The knights began to hit the door with their axes. But the door was strong and did not break easily. William felt he was losing control. He fought against his fear and ran out of the porch to look for another way in. Reginald followed him. There was no other door on that side of the building. They ran around the west end of the palace. They passed the kitchen and went into the orchard on the south side. William felt pleased. On the south wall, he saw a staircase that went up to the top floor. It looked like a private entrance to the Archbishop's rooms. His fear went away. William and Reginald ran to the bottom of the stairs. The stairs were broken in the middle. Some tools and a ladder were nearby, as if workers were fixing the steps. Reginald placed the ladder against the side of the staircase and climbed up. He passed the broken steps and reached the top. There was a door that led to a small closed balcony. William watched as Reginald tried the door. It was locked. Next to it was a window with wooden covers. Reginald broke the cover with one hit of his axe. He reached inside, moved something, and then opened the door. He went in. William began to climb the ladder. Philip felt afraid as soon as he saw William Hamley. But at first, the priests and monks with Thomas did not worry. When they heard the loud hits on the hall door, they became afraid. Some of them said they should run to the cathedral for safety.
Thomas spoke with scorn. "Run for safety," he said. "From what? From those knights. An archbishop cannot run from a few angry men."
Philip thought Thomas was partly right. If an archbishop was afraid of knights, then his title meant nothing. A man of God believes his sins are forgiven. He believes death leads to a better place. So he should not fear swords. But even an archbishop should not be careless. He should not make it easy for someone to attack him. Philip also knew how cruel William Hamley could be. So when they heard the window cover break, Philip decided to act. Through the windows, he saw that knights were all around the palace. This sight frightened him even more. It was clear that this attack was planned carefully. The men outside were ready to hurt someone. Philip quickly shut the bedroom door and pulled the bar across it. The others watched him and were glad someone was taking control. Archbishop Thomas still looked proud and calm. But he did not stop Philip. Philip stood by the door and listened. He heard a man enter through the balcony and walk into the audience room. Philip wondered if the bedroom door was strong enough. The man did not try to break it. Instead, he crossed the audience room and went down the stairs. Philip guessed he would open the hall door from inside. Then the other knights could enter that way. This gave Thomas a little more time. In the other corner of the bedroom, there was another door. It was partly hidden by the bed.
Philip pointed at it. "Where does that door go?" he asked quickly.
"To the cloisters," someone said. "But it is locked."
Philip walked across the room and tried the door. It was locked. "Do you have a key?" he asked Thomas. "My Lord Archbishop."
Thomas shook his head.
"That passage has never been used in my memory," he said calmly.
The door did not look very strong. Philip was 63 years old. He was not good at breaking things with force. He stepped back and kicked the door. Pain shot through his foot. The door moved a little and made a weak sound. Philip pressed his teeth together and kicked again, harder. This time the door flew open. Philip looked at Thomas.
Thomas still did not want to run.
Maybe he did not understand how serious the danger was. There were many knights, and they were well organized. They clearly wanted to hurt him. Philip knew it would not help to frighten Thomas. So he chose different words. "It is time for Vespers," he said. "We must not let a few angry men stop our prayers."
Thomas smiled. He saw that Philip used his own words. "Very well," he said. Then he stood up.
Philip went first. He felt relief because Thomas was moving. But he was also afraid. Maybe the Archbishop was not walking fast enough. The passage went down many steps. It was dark. Only a little light came from the bedroom behind them. At the end of the passage there was another door. Philip kicked this door as he did before. But this door was stronger. It did not open. He hit it with his fists and shouted, "Help! Open the door! Hurry!" He heard fear in his own voice. He tried to stay calm. His heart was beating very fast. He knew the knights were close. The others reached him. Philip kept hitting the door and shouting.
Thomas said, "Dignity, Philip, please."
Philip did not listen. He wanted to protect the Archbishop's dignity. His own dignity did not matter. Before Thomas could speak again, they heard a bar move and a key turn. The door opened. Philip let out a breath of relief. 2 surprised cellars stood there.
One of them said, "I did not know this door went anywhere."
Philip quickly moved past them. He was now in the storage room. There were barrels and sacks everywhere. He moved around them and reached another door. He opened it and stepped outside. It was almost dark. He stood in the south walk of the cloisters. At the far end he saw the door to the north transept of Canterbury Cathedral. He felt great relief. They were almost safe. He had to bring Thomas into the cathedral before the knights arrived. The others came out of the storage room. "Into the church, quickly," Philip said.
Thomas shook his head. "No, Philip. Not quickly. We will enter my cathedral with dignity."
Philip wanted to cry out in frustration. But he controlled himself. "Of course, my lord," he said. He could hear heavy steps in the passage behind them. The knights had found the hidden way. Philip knew that the Archbishop's dignity was his best protection. Still, he wished they could move faster.
"Where is the Archbishop's cross?" Thomas asked. "I cannot enter the church without my cross."
Philip felt deep despair.
Then one priest said, "I brought the cross. Here it is."
Thomas nodded. "Carry it before me in the usual way, please."
The priest lifted the cross and walked toward the church door. He moved as fast as he could without running. Thomas followed him. The other clergy went ahead, as tradition required. Philip walked behind Thomas and held the door open. Just as Thomas stepped inside, 2 knights ran out of the storage room and rushed down the south walk. Philip closed the transept door. A heavy bar lay in a hole beside the door. He pulled the bar across to lock it. Then he turned and leaned against the door. Relief filled his body. Thomas was walking across the narrow transept toward the steps to the north aisle. When he heard the bar hit the door, he stopped. He turned back.
"No, Philip," he said.
Philip felt his heart sink. "My Lord Archbishop."
"This is a church, not a castle," Thomas said. "Unbar the door."
The door shook as the knights pushed against it. "I am afraid they want to kill you," Philip said.
Thomas looked at him calmly. "Then they will probably succeed, whether you bar the door or not," he said. "Do you know how many other doors this church has?"
There were loud bangs on the door. It sounded like men were hitting it with axes.
"You can hide," Philip said in fear. "There are many places to hide. The door to the crypt is there. It is getting dark."
"Hide, Philip? In my own church? Would you hide?"
Philip looked at Thomas for a long time.
At last he said, "No. I would not."
"Open the door."
Philip felt very sad. He pulled back the heavy bar and opened the door. 5 knights ran inside. Their faces were covered with helmets. They carried swords and axes. They looked dark and frightening. Philip told himself not to be afraid, but when he saw their sharp weapons, he began to shake.
One knight shouted, "Where is Thomas Becket? He is a traitor to the king and to the country." The others shouted, "Where is the traitor? Where is the archbishop?"
It was almost dark inside the church. Only a few candles gave light. The monks wore black clothes. The knights could not see well through their helmets. For a moment, Philip felt hope. Maybe they would not see Thomas in the darkness.
But Thomas walked down the steps toward them. "Here I am," he said. "I am not a traitor to the king. I am a priest of God. What do you want?"
Thomas stood in front of the 5 knights and their swords. Philip suddenly knew the truth. Thomas was going to die here today. The people around the archbishop seemed to feel the same. Most of them ran away. Some went into the dark part of the church. Others ran into the main hall where townspeople were waiting. One man opened a small door and ran up a narrow stair.
Philip felt angry. "You should pray, not run," he shouted.
Then Philip thought about his own safety. He could also die if he stayed. But he could not leave the archbishop.
One knight spoke to Thomas. "Say you are wrong," he said.
Philip knew the voice. It was Reginald Fitzurse.
"I have nothing to say sorry for," Thomas answered. "I have done nothing wrong."
His voice was calm, but his face was very white. Philip saw that Thomas knew he would die.
Reginald shouted, "Run away! You will die!"
Thomas did not move. Philip understood something. The knights wanted Thomas to run. Maybe they did not want to kill him while he stood still. Thomas seemed to understand this too. He stood strong and did not step back. For a long moment, no one moved. The knights waited. Thomas did not run.
Then Thomas spoke. "I am ready to die. But do not hurt my men. Do not hurt any priest or monk."
Reginald moved first. He lifted his sword and held it near Thomas's face. The point came closer and closer. Thomas did not move. He looked at the knight, not at the sword. Suddenly Reginald hit Thomas's cap with his sword. The cap fell to the ground. Philip felt hope again. They are afraid, he thought. They cannot really hurt him. But he was wrong. The knights now seemed more ready to act. Nothing bad had happened to them. So they felt brave enough to do more.
"Take him outside," Reginald said.
The other knights put away their swords. They walked toward Thomas. One knight held Thomas around the waist. He tried to lift him. Philip felt deep fear. They were touching him now. They were not afraid of hurting a man of God. Philip felt sick inside. Thomas lost his balance and moved his arms. He tried to stand strong. The other knights came to help lift him. Only Philip and a priest named Edward Grimm stayed. They ran forward to help Thomas. Edward held Thomas's cloak and would not let go. One knight turned and hit Philip with his metal glove. The blow hit the side of Philip's head. He fell to the floor and felt dizzy. When Philip could see clearly again, the knights had let Thomas go. Thomas stood with his head down. His hands were together in prayer. One knight lifted his sword. Philip lay on the floor. He shouted with all his strength, "No!" Edward Grimm held out his arm to stop the blow.
Thomas said, "I give myself to God."
The sword came down. It hit both Thomas and Edward. Philip heard himself cry out. The sword cut Thomas on the head and cut Edward on the arm. Blood ran from Edward's arm, and Thomas fell to his knees. Philip looked at the terrible wound on Thomas's head in shock. The archbishop fell forward onto his hands. He held himself up for a moment. Then he fell face down onto the stone floor. Another knight lifted his sword and struck again. Philip cried out in deep pain. The second blow hit the same place. It broke the top part of Thomas's head. The knight hit the floor so hard that his sword broke. He threw the broken piece away. A third knight did something Philip would never forget. He pushed his sword into Thomas's head and made the wound worse. Philip felt all the strength leave his legs. He fell to his knees, full of horror.
One knight said, "He will not get up again. Let us go."
They turned and ran away. Philip watched them go down the church. They swung their swords to push the townspeople away. When they were gone, everything was silent. The archbishop's body lay face down on the floor. Part of his skull lay beside his head. Philip covered his face with his hands. This was the end of all hope. The cruel men have won, he thought. The cruel men have won. He felt light and dizzy, like he was sinking in deep water. He felt lost in sadness. There was nothing strong or safe anymore. All the things that once felt firm now seemed weak. He had spent his life fighting the unfair power of bad men. Now, in the greatest fight of all, he had lost. He remembered the time William Hamley came to burn Kingsbridge again. The townspeople built a wall in one day. That was a great victory. The quiet strength of many simple people had defeated Earl William's cruelty. He remembered when Walaran Bigod wanted to build the cathedral at Shiring to control it. Philip had called the people of the whole county to help. Hundreds came to Kingsbridge on that wonderful Whitsunday 33 years ago. There were more than 1,000 people. Their strong belief had defeated Walaran. But now there was no hope. All the people in Canterbury, even all the Christians in the world, could not bring Thomas back to life. As he knelt on the stone floor of the cathedral, he remembered another day long ago. He saw again the men who broke into his home. They killed his mother and father in front of him. He was 6 years old then. The feeling that came to him now was not fear. It was not even sadness. It was anger. He had been small and weak before those big, red-faced, violent men. He could not stop them. So he had made a strong promise in his heart. He wanted to control such men. He wanted to stop their swords and their horses. He wanted them to obey a higher power. He wanted them to obey something greater than kings and violence. Soon after his parents died, Abbot Peter had come. The abbot had no weapon. He was not protected. But he stopped the killing at once. He used only the power of the church and his own goodness. That moment had guided Philip all his life. Until now, he believed that he and men like him were winning. In the last 50 years, they had won many important victories. But now, at the end of his life, his enemies showed that nothing had truly changed. His victories had not lasted. The progress he believed in was not real. He had won battles, but the fight itself seemed hopeless. Men like the ones who killed his parents had now killed an archbishop in a cathedral. It was as if they wanted to show that no power could stop a man with a sword. Philip never thought they would dare to kill Archbishop Thomas. He believed no one would do such a thing inside a church. But he had once believed no one would kill his father. In both times, violent men with swords and helmets had shown him the terrible truth. Now he was 62 years old. He looked at the broken body of Thomas Becket. Inside, he felt like a small child again. He felt the wild, angry pain of a 6-year-old boy whose father is dead. He stood up. The air inside the church felt heavy and full of strong feelings. People moved slowly toward the body of the archbishop. Priests, monks, and townspeople came closer. They looked shocked and afraid. Philip felt that behind their fear there was anger, the same anger he felt. Some people prayed in low voices. Others cried softly. A woman bent down and touched the body quickly, as if it would bring her good luck. More people did the same. Philip saw the first woman quietly collect some of the blood in a small bottle. She acted as if Thomas was a holy man. Slowly the church leaders began to think clearly again. Osbert, the archbishop's chamberlain, was crying. He took out a knife and cut a piece from his own shirt. Then he knelt by the body. With shaking hands, he tied the archbishop's head back in place, trying to make him look whole again. When the crowd saw this, a low sad sound came from many voices at once. Some monks brought a stretcher. They lifted Thomas onto it with great care. Many people reached out to help. Philip saw that the archbishop's face looked calm. There was only a thin line of blood from one side of his head, across his nose, to the other cheek. As the stretcher rose, Philip picked up the broken end of the sword that had killed Thomas. He kept thinking about the woman who had taken the blood. She treated him like a saint. Philip felt that her small action was very important, but he did not yet understand why. The people followed the stretcher as if something pulled them forward. Philip went with them. He felt the same strange pull inside himself. The monks carried the body through the front part of the church. They placed it gently on the floor in front of the high altar. Many people prayed aloud as they watched. A priest brought a clean cloth and wrapped the head carefully. Then he put a new cap over the bandage. A monk cut off the archbishop's black outer robe because it was covered in blood. He did not know what to do with the robe. He turned as if to throw it aside. A man from the town stepped forward quickly and took it from him. He held it as if it were something very special. Suddenly Philip understood. The townspeople were treating Thomas like a martyr. They were taking his blood and his clothes as if they were holy objects. Philip had thought the murder was a defeat for the church. But the people did not see it that way. They saw the death of a martyr. When a martyr dies, it may look like a loss. But in the end, it gives the church new strength. Philip remembered the hundreds of people who had come to Kingsbridge to build the cathedral. He thought about the men, women, and children who had worked late into the night to build the town wall. If people like that could be brought together now, he thought, they could shout their anger so loudly that the whole world would hear it. He felt more and more excited. He looked at the faces around the body. They were full of grief and horror. But he saw something else in some faces. He saw a small light of hope. They only needed someone to lead them. Was it possible? This scene felt familiar to him. There was a broken body, a crowd, and soldiers far away. Where had he seen this before? He felt that a small group of followers should now stand against a great empire. Then he understood. That was how Christianity began. When he saw this clearly, he knew what he must do. He walked to the front of the altar and turned to the crowd. He still held the broken sword. Everyone looked at him. For a moment, he felt unsure. Can I do this? Can I begin something here that will shake the King of England? He looked at their faces again. Along with grief and anger, he saw hope. He raised the sword high above his head.
This sword killed a saint, he said.
A low sound of agreement moved through the crowd. Philip felt stronger.
Tonight we have seen a martyr die, he said.
The priests and monks looked surprised. At first, they had not understood what this murder meant. But the townspeople had understood. They showed that they agreed with Philip.
Each one of us must leave this place and tell others what we have seen, he said.
Several people nodded strongly. They were listening to Philip. But he wanted more from them. He wanted to move their hearts. He was not good at giving big speeches. He was not the kind of man who could control a crowd. He could not make people laugh and cry in the same moment. He did not know how to make his voice shake with strong feeling. He was a practical man who thought about real things. Now he needed to speak like someone sent from heaven.
Soon every man, woman, and child in Canterbury will know that the king's men killed Archbishop Thomas in the cathedral, he said. But this is only the beginning. The news will go across all England. Then it will go to every Christian land.
He saw that people were losing interest. Some faces showed doubt and disappointment.
A man shouted, "But what shall we do?"
Philip understood that they needed to act at once. He could not speak about a holy fight and then send everyone home to sleep. A holy fight. That idea stayed in his mind.
Tomorrow I will take this sword to Rochester, he said. The next day I will go to London. Will you come with me?
Many people looked confused.
Then someone at the back shouted, "Yes."
A few more people agreed. Philip spoke louder.
We will tell our story in every town and village in England. We will show people the sword that killed St. Thomas. We will let them see the blood on his clothes.
His voice grew stronger. Some of his anger showed on his face.
We will cry out so that all Christian lands will hear us, he said. Even Rome will hear us. We will turn the whole world against the cruel men who did this terrible crime.
This time most of the people shouted yes. They wanted to show their feelings. Now he was giving them a way to do it.
This crime, he said slowly.
His voice rose louder and louder.
This crime will never be forgotten.
The crowd shouted with approval. At that moment he knew what to do next.
Let us begin our holy fight now, he said.
Yes, the people shouted.
We will carry this sword through every street in Canterbury.
Yes.
We will tell every person inside these walls what we saw tonight.
Yes.
Bring candles and follow me.
He held his sword high and walked down the center of the cathedral. The others followed him. He felt very proud and happy. He walked past the front of the church, across the middle, and down the long hall. Some monks and priests walked next to him. He did not look back. He heard the steps of many people behind him. More than 100 people were coming with him. He went out through the main door. Outside, he felt worried for a moment. Across the dark garden, he saw soldiers inside the Archbishop's palace. They were taking things and searching the rooms. If his people fought the soldiers, the Holy March could turn into a fight. He did not want that. Suddenly afraid, he turned away. He led the crowd through the nearest gate and into the street. One monk began to sing a church song. Lights shone behind the windows of the houses. When the group walked past, people opened their doors to look. Some people asked questions. Some people joined the march. Philip turned a corner and saw William Hamley. William stood outside a stable. He looked ready to ride away. He had taken off his chain mail. A few men stood with him. They looked toward the sound of the singing. They wanted to know what was happening. When the group with candles came closer, William looked confused. Then he saw the broken sword in Philip's hand. He understood at once. He stared in shock for a moment.
Stop this, he shouted. I order you to go home.
No one listened to him. The men with William looked afraid. They had swords, but there were many people in the crowd.
William spoke to Philip. In the king's name, stop this, he shouted.
Philip moved past him with the crowd pushing from behind. It is too late, William, he called. It is too late.
3. The small boys came early to the hanging. They were already in the market square in Shiring. They threw stones at cats. They shouted at beggars. They fought with each other. Aliena arrived alone. She came on foot. She wore a cheap cloak with a hood to hide her face. She stood far away and looked at the wooden platform. She had not planned to come. In the past, she had seen many hangings when she was acting as Earl. Now she did not have that duty. She thought she would be happy if she never saw another hanging again. But this one was different. She was no longer Earl because her brother Richard had died in Syria. He did not die in battle. He died in an earthquake. The news came to her 6 months later. She had not seen him for 15 years. Now she would never see him again. Up on the hill, the castle gates opened. The prisoner came out with guards. Behind them walked the new Earl of Shiring. He was Aliena's son, Tommy. Richard had no children, so his nephew was the next Earl. The king was weak and tired after the trouble with Becket. He quickly agreed that Tommy should be Earl. Aliena gave the title to her son without a fight. She had done what she wanted as Earl. The county was rich and strong again. There were fat sheep in green fields. The mills worked well. Some big landowners had followed her ideas. They used horses to plough the fields. They fed the horses with oats. They used a 3-field system to grow crops. Because of this, the land gave more food than before. Tommy would be a good Earl. He was born for this role. For a long time, Jack wanted his son to be a builder. Later he saw the truth. Tommy was not good at cutting stone, but he was a natural leader. At 28, he was strong and sure of himself. He was clever and fair. People now called him Thomas. When he became Earl, people thought Aliena would stay at the castle. They expected her to tell her daughter-in-law what to do and play with her grandchildren. She laughed at that idea. She liked Tommy's wife. The young woman was pretty and came from the family of the Earl of Bedford. Aliena loved her 3 grandchildren, but she was 52 and not ready to stop working. She and Jack bought a large stone house near Kingsbridge Priory. The area had once been poor, but now it was better. Aliena returned to the wool trade. She bought and sold wool again. She spoke with traders with strong energy. She made a lot of money. The group for the hanging entered the square. Aliena stopped thinking about the past. She looked carefully at the prisoner. He walked with difficulty at the end of a rope. His hands were tied behind his back. It was William Hamley. Someone in the front of the crowd spat at him. The square was full of people. Many were glad to see William's end. Even those who did not hate him wanted to see a former sheriff hanged. William had taken part in the most shocking murder anyone could remember. Aliena had never seen such a strong reaction as after the killing of Archbishop Thomas. The news spread very fast across all Christian lands. It went from Dublin to Jerusalem and from Toledo to Oslo. The Pope went into mourning. In the lands across the sea that belonged to King Henry, the churches were closed. Only baptisms were allowed. In England, people began to travel to Canterbury. They went there as if it were a holy place like Santiago de Compostela. Many people spoke about miracles. Water mixed with the martyr's blood was said to heal the sick. Small pieces of the clothes he wore when he died were also said to heal people. These stories spread all over England. William's men tried to take the body from the cathedral, but the monks had been warned. They hid the body in a safe place. Later it was placed inside a stone tomb. Pilgrims had to put their heads through a hole in the wall to kiss the marble coffin. This was William's last crime. He hurried back to Shiring, but Tommy arrested him. He accused him of a great crime against the church. Bishop Philip's court found him guilty. Usually, no one would dare to judge a sheriff. He was the king's officer. But this time it was different. No one, not even the king, wanted to defend a man who had killed Becket. William was going to die. His eyes were wide and unfocused. His mouth hung open. He made strange, weak sounds. There was a wet mark on his tunic. Aliena watched her old enemy walk without control toward the gallows. She remembered the proud and cruel young man who had attacked her 35 years ago. It was hard to believe he was the same person. Even the heavy and unhappy old knight he had become was not like this broken man. As he came closer to the scaffold, he began to shout and fight. The soldiers pulled him forward. Aliena felt no pity. She only felt relief. William would never frighten anyone again. He struggled as they lifted him onto the cart. He looked wild and dirty, but he sounded like a scared child as he cried out. For men held him while another put the rope around his neck. He fought so hard that the rope tightened early. When the cart moved, he began to choke. The soldiers stepped back. William's body moved in the air. His face changed color. Aliena stared in shock. Even when she hated him most, she had not imagined a death like this. The square was silent. Even the small boys stopped talking. Someone struck the ox, and it walked forward. William fell, but his neck did not break. He hung at the end of the rope. Slowly, his movements became weaker. His eyes stayed open. Aliena felt as if he was looking at her. The tight look on his face reminded her of the day he hurt her long ago. The memory cut into her heart. But she did not turn away. It took a long time. The crowd stayed quiet. His movements grew smaller and smaller. At last he became still. His eyes closed. He was dead. Aliena felt empty and tired. William had changed her life. There was a time when she thought he had destroyed it. Now he could never harm her or anyone else again. People began to leave the square. Some small boys copied the way he had moved, rolling their eyes and sticking out their tongues. A soldier climbed up and cut the body down. Aliena saw her son looking at her. He seemed surprised to see her there. He came to her at once and bent down to kiss her. My son, she thought. My tall, strong son. Jack's son. She remembered how afraid she had once been that she might carry William's child. But some things in her life had gone well.
I thought you did not want to come today, Tommy said.
I had to, she answered. I had to see him dead.
He looked surprised. He did not really understand her words. She felt glad about that. She hoped he would never need to understand such things. He put his arm around her. They walked out of the square together. Aliena did not turn her head to look back. On a very hot day in summer, Jack had dinner with Aliena and Sally. They sat in the north transept, high in the gallery where it was cool. They sat on the hard plaster floor where Jack made his drawings. From far below, they could hear the monks singing the sex service. The sound was soft and steady, like water far away. They ate cold lamb chops with fresh bread. They also had a stone jug filled with golden beer. That morning, Jack had drawn plans for the new chancel. He would start building it next year. Sally looked at his drawing while she bit into a lamb chop with her white teeth. Jack knew she would soon say something critical. He looked at Aliena. She had also seen Sally's face. She knew what Sally would say. Jack and Aliena shared a small smile like parents who understand their child.
Why do you want the east end to be round? Sally asked.
I used the design from St. Denis, Jack said.
But is it better in some way? She asked.
Yes, he answered. It helps the pilgrims keep moving.
So there will only be a line of small windows, she said.
Jack knew she would speak about the windows. Sally worked with glass.
Small windows, he said. Those windows are very big. When I first built windows that size here, people thought the church would fall down.
If the chancel was square at the end, Sally said, you would have one large flat wall. You could put very big windows there.
Jack thought about her idea. With a round end, the walls had to rise in the same way all around. They had 3 levels, the arcade, the gallery, and the clear story. A square end would let him change the design.
There may be another way to help the pilgrims move, he said slowly.
And in the morning, the sun would shine through the big windows, Sally said.
Jack pictured it in his mind.
There could be tall, narrow windows in a row, he said. They could stand like straight spears.
Or one large round window, like a rose, Sally said.
The idea surprised him. If someone stood in the nave and looked to the east, the round window would look like a great sun. It would shine with many bright colors. He could see it clearly in his thoughts.
I wonder what story the monks would choose for it, he said.
The law and the prophets, Sally answered.
He lifted his eyebrows.
You clever girl, he said. You have already talked about this with Prior Jonathan, have you not?
She looked a little ashamed. Before she could reply, Peter Chisel arrived. He was a young man who carved stone. He was shy and moved in an awkward way. His fair hair fell into his eyes. But his carvings were very fine, and Jack was happy to have him working there.
What can I do for you, Peter? Jack asked.
I was looking for Sally, Peter said quietly.
Well, she is here, Jack replied.
Sally stood up and brushed bread from her tunic.
I will see you later, she said.
Then she and Peter went through the small doorway. They started down the narrow spiral stairs. Jack and Aliena looked at each other.
Was she blushing? Jack asked.
I hope so, Aliena said. It is time she cared for someone. She is 26 years old.
Well, Jack said. I had almost stopped hoping.
I thought she wanted to stay single all her life.
Not Sally. She has strong feelings like other women. She is just careful about men.
Really? Jack said. Not many girls here want to marry Peter Chisel.
Most girls like tall and handsome men like Tommy, Aliena said. They like men who ride horses well and wear fine clothes with red silk inside. But Sally is different. She wants a man who is clever and kind. Peter is right for her.
Jack nodded. He had never thought about it like that. But inside, he felt she was right. She is like her grandmother, he said. My mother loved a strange man.
Sally is like your mother. And Tommy is like my father, Aliena said.
Jack smiled at her. She was still very beautiful. There were grey lines in her hair. The skin on her neck was not as smooth as before. As she grew older, her face looked thinner. The bones of her face were clearer now. She had a strong and simple beauty. Like the arches I build, he said.
She smiled.
His hand moved slowly down her neck and over her chest. Her body had changed over the years. When she was young, her breasts were firm and high. When she carried a child, they became fuller. Now they were softer and lower. They moved gently when she walked. He had loved her body in every time of her life. He wondered how she would look when she was very old. Maybe her body would become small and wrinkled. He thought he would still love her. He felt her body react to his touch. He bent forward to kiss her.
Jack, we are in church, she said softly.
It does not matter, he said. His hand moved lower over her body. Then he heard someone walking on the stairs. He quickly stepped away.
That is God's warning to you, she said with a laugh.
I will come back to you later, he whispered in a playful voice. The steps came closer. Prior Jonathan appeared at the top of the stairs. He greeted them in a serious way. His face looked worried.
There is something you must hear, Jack, he said. Will you come with me to the cloisters?
Of course, Jack said, and stood up. Jonathan went down the round stairs again. At the door, Jack stopped and pointed his finger at Aliena. Later, he said.
Promise, she asked, smiling.
Jack followed Jonathan down the stairs. They walked through the church. They went out through a door in the south side into the cloisters. They passed the boys who were studying with small wax boards. At the corner, they stopped. Jonathan moved his head and showed Jack a monk sitting alone on a stone seat in the west walk. The monk had his hood up, so they could not see his face. After a moment, the man turned and looked at them. Then he quickly looked away. Jack stepped back without thinking. The monk was Walaran Bigod. What is that devil doing here? Jack said angrily.
He is getting ready to meet God, Jonathan said.
Jack looked confused. I do not understand.
He is a broken man, Jonathan said. He has no position now. He has no power and no friends. He understands that God does not want him to be a great bishop. He sees that he was wrong. He came here on foot. He asked to join us as a simple monk. He wants to spend the rest of his life asking God to forgive his sins.
I find that hard to believe, Jack said.
I felt the same at first, Jonathan said. But later I understood that he has always feared God in a true way. He made one big mistake. He believed that if he worked for God, any action was right. Because of that idea, he allowed himself to do anything.
Even plan to kill an archbishop? Jack asked.
Jonathan lifted his hands. God must judge him for that. Not me.
Jack moved his shoulders. This was the kind of thing Philip often said. Jack did not want Walaran to live in the priory. But monks believed in mercy.
Why did you want me to see him? He asked.
He wants to tell you why they hanged your father, Jonathan said.
Jack felt cold inside. Walaran sat very still and looked at nothing. He had no shoes on his feet. Jack could see his thin white ankles under his simple robe. He understood that Walaran was not frightening anymore. The old man looked weak and sad. He looked like a man who had lost everything. Jack walked to him slowly. He sat on a bench about a yard away.
The old King Henry was very strong, Walaran said. Some barons did not like that. They felt they had too little power. They wanted the next king to be weaker. But Henry had a son named William.
This happened long ago.
It was before I was born, Jack said.
Your father died before you were born, Walaran said.
There was a small sign of his old proud tone. Jack nodded.
Continue, he said.
Some barons decided to kill Henry's son, William, Walaran said. They thought that if no one was sure who would be king, they would have more power. They believed they could help choose the next king.
Jack looked closely at Walaran's thin and pale face. He searched for any sign of lies. The old man only looked tired and sorry. If he was hiding something, Jack could not see it.
But William died when the white ship sank, Jack said.
The ship did not sink by accident, Walaran said.
Jack felt shocked. Could this be true? Was the king's son killed because some barons wanted more power? But it was not more shocking than killing an archbishop.
Go on, he said.
The baron's men made a hole in the ship and left in a small boat, Walaran said. Everyone else drowned. Only one man survived. He held onto a piece of wood and reached the shore.
That was my father, Jack said. Now he understood what Walaran was telling him.
Walaran's face was very pale. His lips had no color. He spoke in a flat voice. He did not look at Jack. He came to land near a castle, Walaran said. The castle belonged to one of the men in the plan. They caught him there. He did not know the ship was destroyed on purpose. He did not want to accuse anyone. But he had seen things. If he had spoken about what he saw, other people could have learned the truth. So they could not let him go. So they kidnapped him, brought him to England, and put him in the care of some people they could trust.
Jack felt very sad. His mother said his father only wanted to make people happy, but something in Walaran's story did not feel right.
Why did they not kill him at once? Jack asked.
They should have, Walaran said in a cold voice. But he was an innocent man. He was a jongleur. He made people happy. They could not do it. He gave a small, cold smile. Even very cruel people sometimes feel a little shame.
Then why did they change their minds? Jack asked.
Later he became dangerous, even here, Walaran said. At first he was not a problem. He could not even speak English. But he learned the language. He made friends. So they locked him in a prison cell under the dormitory. Then people started to ask why he was there. It became a problem for them. They knew they would never feel safe while he was alive. In the end, they told us to kill him.
It sounded so simple to Jack.
But why did you obey them? he asked.
We were ambitious, all three of us, Walaran said.
For the first time, his face showed feeling. His mouth moved as if he felt shame.
Percy Hamley, Prior James, and me. Your mother told the truth. We all got rewards. I became an archdeacon. My career in the church began very well. Percy Hamley became a rich landowner. Prior James received more land for the priory.
And the barons.
After the shipwreck, Henry was attacked, Walaran said. For 3 years he fought many enemies. Fulk of Anjou fought him. William Clito fought him in Normandy. The King of France fought him too. For some time Henry looked weak. But he won against them. Then he ruled for 10 more years. In the end, the barons got the chaos they wanted. Henry died and had no son. Stephen became king. For 20 years there was civil war. The barons ruled their own lands like kings. There was no strong king to control them.
And my father died for that.
Even that story ended badly, Walaran said. Many barons died in the fighting. Some of their sons died too. The small lies we told to have your father killed came back to hurt us. After the hanging, your mother cursed us. Her curse stayed with us. Prior James felt great shame for what he had done. Remigius spoke about it at the trial. Percy Hamley died before people learned the truth. But his son was hanged. Look at me. My lie in court came back to me almost 50 years later. It destroyed my career.
Walaran's face looked pale and tired. It was hard for him to stay calm.
We were afraid of your mother, he said quietly. We did not know what she knew. In the end, she did not know much. But it was enough.
Jack felt as empty as Walaran looked. At last he knew the truth about his father. He had waited for this all his life. But now he did not feel anger. He did not want revenge. He had never known his real father. But he had known Tom. Tom had taught him to love building. Building had become the second great love of his life. Jack stood up. The events were long ago. They did not make him cry. Many things had happened since then. Most of them were good. He looked at the old man on the bench. It was strange. Now Walaran was the one who felt regret. Jack felt sorry for him. It was terrible to be old and know you had wasted your life. Walaran looked up. Their eyes met for the first time. Walaran quickly looked away, as if someone had hit him. For a short moment, Jack understood his thoughts. Walaran had seen pity in Jack's eyes. For him, pity from an enemy was the worst shame. 4. Philip stood at the west gate of the old Christian city of Canterbury. He wore the rich and colourful clothes of an English bishop. In his hand he carried a beautiful staff covered with jewels. It was worth as much as a king's treasure. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Philip was 66 years old. The cold rain went into his old bones. This would be the last time he travelled so far from home. But he would not miss this day for anything. In a way, this day finished the work of his life. It had been 3.5 years since Archbishop Thomas was killed. In that short time, people all over the world began to honor Thomas as a holy man. Philip had not understood what he was starting when he led a small group with candles through the streets of Canterbury. The Pope made Thomas a saint very quickly. In the Holy Land, there was even a new group of monk knights. They called themselves the Knights of St. Thomas of Acre. King Henry could not fight against this strong movement of the people. It was too powerful for one man. For Philip, this was important because it showed something about power. When Thomas died, it seemed that a king could always win by force. It seemed that the crown was stronger than the church. But the honor given to St. Thomas showed something else. It showed that such a victory was empty. A king's power was not complete. The will of the people could limit it. This change had happened during Philip's life. He had not only seen it, he had helped to make it happen. Today's ceremony would remember that change. Through the rain and mist, a strong man with a large head walked toward the city. He wore no boots. He wore no hat. Far behind him came many people on horses. The man was King Henry. The crowd was very quiet. It felt like a funeral. Rain fell on the king as he walked through the mud to the city gate. Philip stepped into the road, as they had planned. He walked in front of the barefoot king. He led him toward the cathedral. Henry followed with his head down. He usually walked with energy, but now he controlled every step. His body showed deep sorrow. The people of the town watched in silence. They felt great wonder. The King of England was showing himself as humble before their eyes. The king's men followed behind at a distance. Philip walked slowly with him through the gate of the cathedral. The great doors of the beautiful church were open wide. They entered together. It was only two men, but this moment ended a great political struggle. The long central hall was full of people. The crowd moved aside and made a path for them. People spoke very quietly. They could not believe what they saw. The proud king of all Christian lands was wet from the rain and walked like a poor man. They moved slowly along the hall. Then they went down the steps into the crypt. Near the new grave of the holy martyr, the monks of Canterbury were waiting. The most powerful bishops and abbots of the country were also there. The king went down on his knees. His noblemen followed him into the crypt. In front of everyone, Henry of England, the second king with that name, admitted his sins. He said he had not meant to cause the death of St. Thomas, but his actions had led to it. After this, he removed his cloak. Under it, he wore a simple green tunic and a rough hair shirt. He knelt again and bent his back forward. The Bishop of London lifted a thin cane. The king would be struck with it. Each priest would touch him 5 times. Each monk would touch him 3 times. The blows were only signs of punishment. There were 80 monks in the room. If each man had hit him hard, the king would not have survived. The Bishop of London gently touched the king's back 5 times with the cane. Then he gave the cane to Philip, the Bishop of Kingsbridge. Philip stepped forward. He was happy to see this day. He touched the king with the cane as part of the punishment. He thought that after this day, nothing in the world would be quite the same. The end. Acknowledgements. I want to thank Jean Gimple, Geoffrey Hindley, Warren Hollister, and Margaret Wade Laborge. They shared their deep knowledge about the Middle Ages with me. I also thank Ian and Marjorie Chapman for their patience, support, and inspiration. About the author. Ken Follett lives in London with his wife, Barbara, and their children. He was only 27 years old when he wrote Eye of the Needle. After that, he wrote 5 more books that became international bestsellers. He published The Pillars of the Earth soon after he turned 40. This book shows his long interest in the great Gothic cathedrals and the difficult time in history when they were built. Table of Contents. Prologue. Part 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Part 2. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Part 3. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Part 4. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Part 5. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Part 6. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Acknowledgements. About the author.